Hello, this is your host NCommander, and welcome back to part 3 of Linux from Scratch. It's been a while. There's been a lot's happened since the last time we did this, which was in December, if you can believe this. But we're back, and we're ready to more or less take off from where we left before. Assuming I can get things to behave. I go for all the trouble of getting everything working yesterday. And let's switch to the desktop. And okay, I guess restarting actually fixed it. So as a recap, the last time we were here, and let's make this full screen. Full screen. Okay, well, that works. Last time we were here, we ended up building the basic Linux from Scratch system. We built the cross compiler, we built the entire root file system, and then afterwards we set up X and managed to get a graphical login. I did do a little work on this between streams because I had to do some research on how to get it fully working. For those who don't know, we've been following the Linux from Scratch book, which I will drop a link to in the chat. Linux from Scratch. Let's see here. Yeah, Linux from Scratch. Okay. Linux from Scratch. And King Bowser, that is not a Spark Station. That is my RS6000. I've actually had that for quite a while, and every time I've tried to do a video on it, it's died. And last time was no exception. I have got it working for the moment, but that machine is fiddly. I did pick up a Spark Station, but Spark Stations have very interesting video output that make absolutely no sense. So the biggest problem with doing anything with the Spark Station is I can't do screen capture, which is causing a problem for the Marchantage video I wanted to do. So I might shelve that one until I can get a scaler that can turn Sun's insane video standard into something remarkable, less crazy. The RS6000 at the minimum at least does standard VGA out. So for those who haven't tuned into one of these Linux from Scratch live streams before, we do fundraising on these, specifically to fundraise for Planned Parenthood of America, mostly as a response to all the really nasty bills that have come out in Texas and other states. And I had promised to dedicate this entire series to fundraising. So far, we have raised just, I believe, $2,300 in total, and some donations were made. I just saw that what we're currently at. Yes, it's a nice number, okay? Yes, it's a nice number. There were some donations made before we started the stream, and now we're at 70 minus 1. No, I'm not saying it on stream. I've already had one of these streams demonetized. I have to watch my words. Okay. Filming the monitor doesn't work super well for some of the stuff I want to do, and you get really crummy quality when you do it. So anyway, let's get into this. So password. So between streams, I did actually do a little work. This is, believe it or not, TMW. And if you look on certain Unix subreddits, you can definitely see that I've posted this the other day. The only things I've actually done is I just wrote a config file because I had this distinct feeling that we were going to be here for a while, and I will post this somewhere publicly soon. And then you can actually take it a lot farther. The problem we have is we didn't install the Xorg fonts last time we were here. I didn't want to do that off stream. I did, however, let's go to the build directory. Let's build. I did build, so I built FEH, which is just an image viewer. It's how I'm doing the background. I also installed the video driver QXL. This is needed for KVM to be able to do screen stuff. And I tried to get guest integration working. That's the Spice VD agent. I think I'm missing something in the .kernel config, but I couldn't figure out what. So we're just going to deal without it. It's fine. The only other thing I have done is I set up a Linux RC, which sets the screen resolution. It loads the X resource databases, which is how I set the X term colors. It sets the background photo, which is actually a photo I took myself when I was living in Manhattan. This is the Queensboro Bridge at dawn. I took this February 2020, right before I started a cross-country bike trip. And if you know anything about world events, you can guess on why I didn't finish that particular bike trip. And we lost the music, didn't we? Hold on. No, it's just soft. Okay. Okay, that's a lot louder. Let me find something here that suits the mood. It's been so long I forgot what was in the Streambeats library. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, so like I said, the goal is hopefully that we'll be able to raise another $1,000 per this stream, because that's what we've done so far, and it really makes a huge difference. Little Snitch, I'm doing better. For those who don't know, I went through some major real life stuff at the end of December, to the point that I went on full hiatus. The Yggdrasil video that I posted 2 weeks ago, I actually had most of that done in December, and even now I haven't made a whole lot of headway on a new project, because I'm still kind of dealing with the aftermath of all that, and I'm not going to go into details, but I'm as okay as I can be. And that's really, I think, all I'm going to say on the subject. So the goal I want to take here is, the end goal is we want to be able to get Firefox and ideally be able to watch our stream within our stream. Let's see here. Bytewave, thank you for the $31 donation to Planned Parenthood. Like I said, and I'm going to keep doing this until we get Firefox going. I think what I want to do is, the last few times we've done this, we've had to run a separate terminal to copy and paste URLs in. So I think I want to try and get links installed so I can open the Linux from scratch documentation. Then I want to get CDL sorted, because that won by a landslide by all the desktops of people want to see me running, and I'm personally quite partial to Motif. So let's start with getting links, which is a console-based web browser. It's probably about as simple as you can get. Let me see here. I gotta figure out where you download it. Because then we'll be able to open the Linux from scratch book in the VM, and I won't have to worry about copy and paste. Yeah. So where can we grab this? Okay, so let's go to the Linux from builds. Let's go to day 3. And I will make this file system available for Patreons after the stream finishes. I realized yesterday that I never did that for part 2 because of everything that happened. Yeah, okay. I might have to open another terminal because this is a long thing to type. Invisible mirror. Okay, yeah, fine. We'll do it. We'll do that. We'll do this the hard way. So let's pop that back out to a window. Make sure I keep the chat up, and then reset. Let me just make sure I have a fresh terminal available. I was a little frantic before getting streaming, so the VM should be 130. I don't remember what the VM is. I have config 192. Oh no, yeah, okay, hold on. I need to do this on the other terminal because when I run DHCP to CD, it will post my IPv6 address, and that's a world routable address. Obviously, I've got a firewall, but I'd rather not have the whole world know my public IP address. Okay, so 130. Let me see here. 130. Yeah, okay. There we go. Reset. There we go. Bring that back. Yeah, it's assigned a stack IP address on the router, but I don't have all the boot scripts done correctly. Okay, cool. So now we've got a way to copy and paste into the VM. Let's grab links and let's set this up. So gget, and then we should and apparently there's a security patch we need to apply. So we'll grab that as well. Let's extract. Let's see here. Okay, links 281. So we grab that. And then, all right, I guess that works. So, wow, there's actually a lot of config options for this one. But, all right, let's see if that works. And then one of the next things we'll build is probably NetHack, because some of these builds will likely take a very long time, so we have some time to kill. And Tom Roomberg, thank you for the 400 Norwegian krone donation. And I did bump the bitrate on the stream, so hopefully this doesn't pixelate as bad as it has in some of the previous ones. I have actually upgraded my home internet. I now have a whopping 35 megabits up. And Comcast gets a lot of money a month from me, from me for it, but it should help a lot. Let's see here. I could do a Gopher server. I've been debating on what I want to do with that thing. I am sorely tempted to run Doom on it. Go for all the trouble of reinstalling AIX. Get Doom running. That actually... It will run Linux, but it's incredibly unhappy while doing so. Okay, so now we have links installed, which means Linux from scratch.org. Hey, there we go. Now we actually have... All right, let's go full screen. And you can make the font bigger. Go large, and it's lagging because none of the X fonts are installed, so it has this weird timeout thing. Cool. I mean, yeah, I could definitely see myself doing that. I actually have considered doing a live stream off that, but I only was able to dump the hard drive yesterday. That thing fought me every bit of the way to do data recovery. But what I discovered is it was actually in use for over 15 years. The install was done in 2001, and it looked like it was a replacement of an earlier install, and it was decommissioned in 2015. So where do we want to start? So we definitely are on the better Linux from scratch. It's been so long since I last used links. Is it not loading correctly, or is it... Why does it keep going back up to the top? No, that works. Oh, here we go. Read online. So we do have a web browser, and we do have copy and paste within the VM. So if we pull up... Hey, there we go. So there's the documentation. There's all the URLs. So I am thinking where we are going to start. We need to get the rest of X. We need to get the font set up. We have to get the legacy application set up because Motif requires all of that. So that would be, yeah. So this is where we left off here. Xorg 11 testing configuration. Hopefully the font is big enough on screen. I just replaced my main monitor with a 4K one, and then I discovered that Ubuntu has some really fun issues if you have a 4K monitor and a 1080p one. I apparently am going to need to get two 4K ones. Okay, so I think it's tuning font config is where we need to be. So if you only read text in English and are happy with common Libre fonts, you may not need to worry about the details. So this talks all about setting up font control. Let's see here. All the main fonts are there. I don't think we have any additional fonts installed. Let's take a look. So it would be, according to this, let's see here, FC list less. Okay, so we do actually have a couple of fonts installed. I'm not sure where we got them from, but we definitely, it's probably just some basic ones that came with X, but that is definitely not a long list of fonts. So, okay, all right. So, let's see here. By convention, rules for choosing fonts, anti-aliasing. I don't think there's anything here we super need to worry about. I'm going to pull this up in the full browser so we can just read it together. I don't think I can just Alt-Tab out of you, can I? Like, I don't think that works. Okay, apparently that works. So, let's see here. The reason I'm curious is because I've never actually dealt with font config aside from having to debug it once in a while. Yeah, so this talks about the old Xorg bitmap fonts, which we are actually going to need for Motif. Additional font directories, referencing. I think we can just leave this all as is. And then, obviously, the ArchWiki being the greatest source of Linux documentation on the internet, which also happens to have a Linux distro, probably has a lot more on the topic than not. I will drop this link here if people want to follow along. Gentoo still supports Titanium, as I found out the other day. The Stage 3 CD did not boot for me, but that's maybe because I just have an old Titanium. I probably could get it to work if I was determined. Let's see here. So it looks like we need to install all these font packages to get these all to go. Is there an easy way to actually do this? Like, because it says install the Deja Vu fonts, I guess is a minimum. And then it just drops us here. Like, are we just supposed to download them all? I guess we're supposed to download them all, and then... Okay. Alright, so let's grab the Deja Vu font. So this. And then I guess we want the tarball? This is not what I call clear instructions. Alright, so let's let that download. What's in this? A lot of font files is what's in this. So how do you install these? Like I said, I've never actually done this. So consider installation. The TFF files are in a subdirectory from the unpacked source directory. Blah 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 blah. So we go here. Oh, these must be the glyphs to actually generate the true type fonts, because you can describe true type fonts are basic. Fonts are surprisingly complex beasts, as I have learned in recent years. So if we grab the TFF fonts, I believe that would be this one. And then we take a look. Yeah, so here's all the TFF ones. I'm also going to install Liberation, because once we start installing... Right now, we're running on the failsafe font, which comes with X, but we need fixed point fonts to be present. I'm going to just SCP these into the system, because apparently I'm going to have to download them in the VM on this system, because SourceForge won't work in links. That's just from experience. I know it doesn't. 130. Let's see here. Day 3. Okay. And I'm also going to grab the Liberation ones. Let's see here. Liberation releases. And hopefully these are already in TFF form. Yeah, they are. Okay, cool. So, because these were a real big deal when they got made, because prior to Liberation, you really had to use Microsoft's core fonts if you want anything to work. This was a giant pain. I vaguely remember. It's why there's a specific version of the GPL for fonts, because the standard GPL, if you used a GPL font, any document made with that font would be under GPL. So they had to make the general public font license, if I remember what it's called correctly. Okay. And yeah, there probably is a comic mono. So let's see here. If we go back here and we go back to how you install the fonts. So yeah, so that's how the commands work. So we need to do this, so that's going to go over here because that's going to be our reference. I forgot to change the mode here, so actually I need to make sure these terminals stay on screen for you guys. So let's see, and now let's make that a medium. Actually, this needs to be large. I think medium is what it was, and then it stalls because it can't find fonts. And at some point, yeah, that's good. So let's go to build day 3, and then I'm going to just move this all to a source, build, source, links, build. Because some of this I'm going to want to delete after the fact, because, you know, big files. Let's install the Deja Vu fonts first. So hopefully I have unzip installed. I really hope I do. And then we go here to TFF, and then so install VD user share fonts liberation 644 TFF TTF. Or actually, we're already in that directory, so all we gotta do for T user share fonts. Oh, I made the wrong folder. This needs to be. There are days where I can type, and then there are days where I cannot type. There. And that now we should be able to install them all. Alright, so install MV66 TTF user share fonts. Alright, and then rebuild the font cache. Alright, so let's see if it actually sees those fonts. And it does, look, there's the I guess Deja Vu is how it's actually said. Pete Petro, thank you for the $100 donation to Planned Parenthood. Did I miss any? And John Bailey, I'm sorry, I got a little bit caught up looking at what I was doing. It is surprisingly hard to multitask at times. And for folks who, let me explain how much of a difference. Planned Parenthood is prohibited from getting federal funds due to some very ugly regulation. They are entirely dependent on non-government grants and more. I forget what the actual law is called. Chat will no doubt tell me. And that's the reason why I am fundraising for them specifically and not, say, the ACLU, because the ACLU can get funding from a lot of sources, but because Planned Parenthood deals it's not all they do, but what they're primarily associated with is reproductive rights. They struggle a lot more with funding than a lot of other organizations. And so every little bit does help. That's why I am fundraising. I was really surprised that YouTube made this really easy. All I had to do was, because my channel is large enough to do fundraising, I just had to say, make this stream a fundraiser, and I just had to type in their EIN number, and they came right up. Although I love the fact that their image doesn't have a background, so on my screen, I have a dark blue logo on a black screen. ACLU is the American Civil Liberties Union. I believe the U is union. They're one of the main organizations that fight legal battles. They're the EFF. They're kind of the non-electronic version of the EFF. Well, the EFF mostly fights for digital freedoms. The ACLU is more civil liberties, but there's a lot of overlap between the two. So, and yeah. So, all right. So we got the Deja Vu fonts sorted. Let's get the Liberation fonts installed, and then we need to get the Legacy X fonts installed. If we're going to be, we wouldn't need those under normal circumstances, but if we're going to be using Motif, we actually do need them. So install I believe I already made the folder, but user share fonts, I guess I didn't. Liberation, install VM664 TTF, user share fonts, Liberation. Cool. Cache, Liberation. Okay. Cache is valid. What did I do wrong? It's not seeing it. I guess it, oh no, I guess it is seeing it, because there it is. Liberation Sans. Okay, alright. Alright, so that covers the main fonts. Those are not going to come into play for quite a while, but they're good to have. Now we need the Xorg legacy fonts. Xorg being a annoyingly old and antique thing, or I shouldn't say annoying, just being a legacy of its time. It has an entire font protocol that really has not aged well in the, I don't know, 30 or so years, I would say. And I'm just making some camera adjustments. Okay. Yeah. So originally, X was a networked thing. You would have dedicated X terminals that would send wires and commands over it, and the fonts would be part of that protocol. The problem is that there are limitations that don't really work well with modern systems, and arguably haven't worked well since the 90s. They're not really used anymore. The last major user of them are Motif and other legacy apps. Let's see here. So if you want to consult the book, I think we're going to have to install the entire set, because last time I did CDL, I had no real luck. So the first thing we need to do is the X cursor theme, and that's actually going to fix a bug here. There should be icons in TWM that are not here because they're not installed. So let's grab these, and then this should prompt me to download. Yeah, download, and then save to disk. Day 3 source. Cool. That works. Yeah. Hey, look, we're actually successfully using our new system. So now we need to go to Xcursor's fonts, and then how do we actually build this? We probably have to reset the Xorg environment. Yeah, we do. So last time when we built Xorg, we had to set up a special build environment that was this script. Just basically sets a whole bunch of environmental variables. So whenever we build anything X related, we basically need this. And I did take a backup of this, but I kind of want to take a snapshot of the VM as it is right now, just as a precaution. So here, internal snapshots of a pflash-based firmware. Okay, so apparently virt-manager cannot handle taking a snapshot of a VM that is using UEFI. That's great. Like, really? Okay, well, I just gotta hope I don't blow it up then. Fingers crossed. Okay. And of course, my other tab decides to go completely crazy. Because one of these days, you know, it's not an NCommander stream if half the time I'm not fighting with technical issues. So I believe all we're going to have to do here is probably just do a make config. I need this to actually be on top. Yeah, configure and then make. And then there's no test suite. What? Invalid config. What happened? What happened? Oh, hold on. It's not Xorg prefix, it's Xorg. There it is. It's harder when you can't just copy and paste everything. So okay, so that's the cursors taken care of. Now that we've got that, we need to get all the legacy files, which are listed here. So we need to make a legacy download. And now that I've got this selected, it should be on the clipboard, because that's how Xorg works. So if I do Tff Fonts, legacy.dat, because otherwise I'd have to do this, and then I should just have to middle click. Yep, and cool, that works. We have copy and paste, and trust me, that is not a small, that is a surprisingly large milestone to have. All right, and that will grab all of those. And then they have this script to help get them to help install these all. That's a surprisingly long script. Okay, how do I want to grab that? Guess if I make the terminal smaller, like that, Link should automatically resize once the terminal size changes. And hopefully once the fonts are installed, this stops being a problem. Wow, okay, that's a tiny terminal. Probably... Hello? No, apparently that's just going to close links out. Surprisingly, my vision is good enough that I can read this. I don't know how, but I can read it. Really tiny text, though. Really tiny text. Let's see here. Xorg. You know, having Mosaic installed, which I'm expecting to use as the web browser, is going to be really nice. All right, so Yeah, see, this is one of the things that drives me a little crazy, is that I can't tab this properly. So if we grab all that, and then we copy that to like build.sh. Make sure I actually got the syntax there correctly. Yeah, that should work. Oh no, I must have gotten an extra line there. Yeah, no, I got quite a few extra lines. Let's see here. Explorer's root. What? Oh, I see what happened. It looks like the formatting got messed up. I think if I just do that. Like, why am I doing this the hard way? Let's see here. Oh, I see. So legacy.dat, legacy MD5, legacy. Nope. It is not. Let's see here. So it grabs all the files. It looks. It tries to extract. Makes its root. What am I doing wrong? Oh, I see. So, that's interesting. It's so this needs to be font app. I must have either I copied this wrong or it's just broken. And I guess builds. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this part isn't super well tested. So it does that. It tries to find the build directory. Let's see here. What is it? Hold on. Build, okay, cat legacy MD5 print what am I doing wrong? Okay, time to get the actual web browser out and see what I'm doing wrong. Okay. Liberation fonts. Backtrack. Next page. Next page. So we grab all these components. We MD5 them. Build as root. Star subshell that runs an exit. No, so apparently they all are there in the... What am I doing wrong? Obviously, I'm doing something wrong, but... This is off to a great start. I apparently cannot get something simple to work. Okay, so mkdir legacy. So apparently they do actually all need to be in the legacy folder. Legacy. And then we need to start a subshell like this. And then we get a complaint that there's no such file. Okay. Okay, hold on. Bash.e. We need to define the asroot function. And then we get kicked out of the subshell. Okay, hold on. Okay, that's fine. So that gets there. Package dir extracts. What is the... Okay, hold on. What is this trying to run commands on? Because I think there's something... Was the file... Yeah, no, this is broken. This script will not work correctly as is. Let me explain. The way that they're recommending that for large numbers of packages like this, the build from Linux from scratch directions have three parts. This is the MD5 hash, this is the download path, and this is the file name. And you can see that right here when we do the download. But the build script is looking at the wrong argument. That needs to be a greater than 3. Or awk3, because that will get the right column. So their script is actually broken. That is, in fact, a bug in their build script. Yeah, if I change this to a 3, this should work. Hold on. Build sh. Yeah, there we go. It was a bug in their build script. I'm surprised. I thought all the Linux from scratch stuff, let me see here, they should have a way to report bugs. Let's see here, Linux from scratch. I guess I have to go on their mailing list to bring this up. I thought they automatically tested all this, although that's... See, there's this automated Linux from scratch, which we're not doing, but I wonder if it only tests LFS and not BLSF. Okay, so let's go back here. Okay, so that's going to keep running. Yeah, there was definitely a few LFS guys here. If someone can figure out how to report a bug or wants to let them know, please feel free. Bring them to the stream. I'll respond in chat. But yeah, that is an actual bug in their build process. That script is incorrect. I do want to install the rest of the fonts though. So what they recommend here is that you have to actually go to a much older version of the book, which has all the fonts. All of the fonts. And then we will grab those. Let's see here. Is there anything on the wiki about this? Let's see here. Nothing that I'm seeing. But yeah, you can see the mistake right here. If you look at the older version of the book from the 7.10 version, the file format they give you is different. It doesn't have the URL path like the other one does. So the awk2 is correct. So that's really strange. Because look, if we look at the original version of the script, there's no way this could work. Oh, wait a minute. I see. Hold on. I see the problem. Look, this generates legacy.dat. And then it actually generates a second version of this file called legacy md5. And I must have screwed up this step. So this probably actually isn't a problem with the book, but it's surprisingly non-clear on how that's supposed to work. This feels entirely unnecessary. But okay. This is fine. Let's do the other fonts in a remote terminal, because let's see here. Okay, because if I have to debug this again, I'd rather be able to debug it. And did I give that the right file name? No, this needs to be font 7.7.md5, like that. And then we just let this download the whole lot. One of these days I will be able to, hold on, how many, yeah, okay, that was, I was in a subshell, that's what happened. Day 3, fonts 2, fonts 7.7, that's all fine. Font, oh, it's called fonts. Fonts, not. Many tries later. Alright, so that's going to try and download. I don't know. Okay, apparently that's just going to work. Okay, we are making headway here. It's slow, but it's definitely steady. Alright, let's find some good. Let's find some decent music. How's the music sound on stream? Just, you know, basic mic check. I don't remember if I did one. To answer Zolong Yu's, I hope I said that right, question about, I don't know how much I want to do a video on making custom Linux distributions. The reason for that is, a lot of times when people make custom Linux, they make decisions that they don't really understand that might seem good in the short term and have long-term consequences. It's why I don't really advocate that people remix distributions without really understanding what they are doing. And that might sound really egotistical, but this is how you get a lot of, shall we say, shoddily put together distros that clog up DistroWatch. Which is why I don't typically encourage people to customize distributions that much. Because, well, what tends to happen is they customize it without understanding it and then get upset and flood forums with it. I mean, if you've ever been on the Gentoo or Arch Linux forums, there are so many people that get upset that people won't bend over backwards to support their insane configuration, which is kind of why I don't want to do a video on it. So now, once again, I find myself in a place where things are not working. Do I have an as? Yeah, I have the as root command. So what am I doing wrong here? So this should install all. Not recoverable. Hold on. Xorg config is not set properly. Uh-oh. That might have a problem. Please tell me it didn't install. Please tell me it didn't install here. No, it didn't. But that could be bad. Okay, hold on. Let's see here. Xorg day 2. Day 2 X11 builds environment.h. Okay, cool. Alright, so now why can't we build the second set of fonts? We've got the environment set correctly. We're in the font folder. We need to define the as root command again. And I probably need to add a user to not be running as root, but we're still building the system. Okay, I guess that works. I don't know why that works, but it works. Okay then. I guess all that is, I don't know. It feels like legitimate magic. I'm going to step away from the keyboard for a moment, but I'll be back. You guys can listen to the music and watch the build go as it goes. So be back in 2. Okay, and I'm back. Alright. So, where are we? We are still watching this all build. I don't think this build's going to take super long, but what we can do is we can install screen. So if I have to type things in from another terminal, we can see it all. You know, that's actually a really good idea. So the next thing we're going to do is install screen, because then I can copy and paste from my terminal and then keep everything else in the VM, and that actually will make things really easy. I wish I followed that yesterday. I can also install Nano because it's the proper, it's the proper answer of Vi versus Emacs. Let's see here. Right now we are installing the Xorg legacy fonts. We're going to need those for CDL because right now we are actually going off the book. We're leaving the book for now because the book does not have a section dedicated to the common desktop environment, as you can see here. So we are going to actually, while we can pull this up from here. So CDE build SourceForge. I believe they're still in SourceForge. Yeah, here it is. Common desktop environment. And this is hopefully what it's going to look like when we all said and done. I have my doubts as if it's actually going to work because, I don't know, magic. Let's see here. Supported platforms. Yeah. So you do need quite a lot of dependencies. I don't know how many of these we actually have. We'll probably have to go down the list and check. But we should have most, if not all, of these. How's this coming along? Oh, the build is done. Cool. So, do we have screen? We don't have screen. So, screen is going to be the next thing we grab, because then I can do some neat things with it. So, let's grab screen here. Okay, source screen. Okay, screen. And then we just grab the command. Because now I can, what I'll be able to do is I'll be able to copy and paste while keeping everything in the build environment, which will be nice. And we'll also restart TWM, because now it should have all its fonts available. Well, yeah, I saw the cat issue. Yeah, let's look at that while we're here. Let's see here, fonts 2. Huh. I'm surprised that it actually built... I mean, it all seems to have built. So, I don't know what to make of that. Okay, cool. So, screen just finished installing. And then we just need to install its config file. So screen, cool. Okay, that works. So now the neat thing we can do with screen is watch this. So if we do screen dash X, let's see here. No, I have to first start a screen session, and then here I can do screen XR. And I can now attach to that session. Because if we now look at the other one, you see how these are now in sync. So that means, and let me restart X here, because now that we have the fonts, this should look different. Oh, don't tell me this prompt came back. Sometimes when I restart X in the VM, it doesn't come back. I'm not sure why. Yeah, if I just do... Let's see here. Let me just do a reboot. Wait for it. From what I can tell, it's something to do with the frame buffer driver. I mean, how often do you really go from run on a console in a VM directly on a console with X? It's... I don't know. There are some very strange bugs I've run into. Let's see here. Alright, so that's booting back up. So now... Actually, it's just complaining... Yeah, so start X. So yeah, so now... You notice that this looks a little different. Because now we have fonts. I believe that's actually using Liberation. It's not the nicest font. I won't deny that. Like, if I go to large... Wow, it still takes a fair bit to switch the font. I kind of like the Sans Serif one too. It reminds me of Sun, but I don't actually know how to get that back. And we need the rest of the fonts installed to get CDE to install. But now, it's clear. So now we can do screen, neofetch, and now I can do this. I can fix, correction, I can fix the networking again. Sorry. Again, I just don't want to have it splurt my IP address to the world. Clear. Alright. Full screen. And then if we bring the terminal back. Yeah, cool. Now you can see how both of them are moving in sync with each other. It's exactly what I want to see, because now I can put that terminal on my other screen, and I can copy and paste as I need to. Awesome. And yes, I know it's a little bit of an old kernel. I started this back in December. It's been a while. So what we need to do next is we need to figure out what we need for CDL. And I believe we should have autoconf, automake, and libtool. We would need all of those to get this far. I don't think we have git. We don't. So is git on here? Git is in fact on here. Does git have any weird dependencies? I think all of these are fine. All right, let's grab. Yeah, I say let's just grab git and go. Let's see here. Day 3 source. All right, because right now we're just going to have to work. We're going to have to work from that document to figure out what we are and are not going to need. Source git. Okay. And then easy enough. And if we just go back here, cool. That actually works pretty much exactly the way I wanted it to. Just make that large so it's nice and readable. Perfect. I really have a lot of nostalgia for having X like this, because the very first time I ever used X was in a setup very similar to this. You know, where it was just like TW. It was probably FVWM, and X terms. So this has a fair bit of nostalgia for me. And yeah, I know it's frozen because I made it bigger. So cool. That's all going to build just now. So then next we're going to have to do is figure out motif. I'm going to figure out that one while this builds. So for motif, I don't think, let's see here. Yeah, motif is not listed in the Linux from scratch documentation. So there is a motif project on SourceForge, which is the original motif, like as free and open source software. Download. Let's see here. Let me see if there's a. Let's grab this and bring this over. While this builds, it's like any sort of documentation to this. I don't think there is. I think it's just got README, configuration notes, some binaries, surprisingly. Not that those are... Wow, look at those binaries. Ubuntu 12.04, man, that is cutting edge. Fedora 17. When did Fedora... What version is Fedora even on now? It's like they're in the 50s, aren't they? That is ancient. The lamp is fine. The lamp is over here in the corner. For those who want to see it, the lamp is here. And Git is just about done downloading. The lamp is here. The lamp brings all light. The lamp is bright. Oh God, I can't believe I hadn't. Yeah. Lamp. All right. So with that taken care of, we're going to come back to motif because I don't think we're going to handle that dependency last. So git, I think we can just do a git and make install. Git, and yeah, cool. That handles that, no problem. So going back to what we need for CDL. Build environments. Build essentials we should have. libpam we should have. I don't know if we've got this. The easiest way to check is if we have the actual library file somewhere. Because sometimes the way things are packaged don't always correspond to the source. Okay, so we don't have this lib whatever it is. Let's find it and compile it. And the easiest way to do that is usually just go to like the Debian source stuff, grab it, and then let's see here, day 3 source, and now we can go to the build directory, and hopefully, well, that's a tiny library. I don't think it even has a make. Yeah, okay, so prefix user. I guess it just installs to the right place. Nothing else to be done. Okay, well, that's another dependency taken care of. That was easy. That was real easy. So, going back down the list, we should, like I said, do we have this XP? I'm assuming that's probably, let's see, XP. Nope, we do not. Although it says not available on latest Linux is skipped, so, but let's just see what it is. X printing extension. And apparently it was removed in 2014, so we're going to just move right along to libxt. Or actually, yes, libxt we have. LixMU we have. We don't have Xzinema, which is a little surprising. That one I would think Xzinema is a very old way of doing multi-monitor. I'm a little surprised that that's there. All right. Let's find libxzinema. Thank you, Debian source repos, for basically having everything and anything anyone could ever possibly need. Okay. Cool. So, let's go to source libxzinema. And then I'm confused on why. Hold on, before we move on, I suspect I have a problem with my build script, the one that handles that environment variable. Xorg prefix. I mean, I don't really need this. We could just hard code it. Well, I shouldn't say hard code it, but we can just do this. Okay. Day 2. And then... Alright, cool. That works. Now, fingers crossed this just builds and we're not missing anything. Xorg macros were not found. Yeah, this one. All right, so let's figure out what these Xorg macros are, because that's probably something we import. Let's see here. There's a way to look at this from what's called a source perspective, because that will show you the build dependencies. It's probably this one. Let's look at files. Does this give Xorg? Yeah, Xorg macros. So we need this xutilities.dev. So let's look at the Better Linux from Scratch book, because that one may actually be in there. I feel like we need some different music. Let's see here. I do need libxp. Okay, we can solve that. I'll go back and grab that in a moment. Okay. so let's go up. Let's see here. Xorg utilities. Oh, utility macros. See, I did build these. What else is in this package? I'm curious. Like, are we missing something here? Like, I see a lot of macros. I see iMake. Like, a lot of legacy stuff. Because iMake has... I guess we don't have this one. iMake used to be the original X build system, but it hasn't been used in a very long time. Like, if you've ever built, like, X386, you know, way back in the day. Oh, is it one of these? Oh, it's one of these. Okay, hold on. Xorg macros. Yeah, let's look at the Debian rules and see how these get built. I mean, basically, this builds a whole bunch of stuff all at once. If we go into utility macros, what gets built? Because I could have sworn this is something we should have already have on the system. Day 2 X. Let's see here. Day 2 build. Yeah, look, there's utility macros right there. So I definitely have built it. Okay. Apparently I typed it wrong. See, this is one of the big problems when you have to figure out all these dependencies by scratch. Like, some years ago, we had to build a massive number of packages for a client. Something like 20 or 30 something Python libraries that all had to be packaged up and tarred for a specific environment. It was one of the most tedious things because it was just layers upon layers upon layers of dependencies. And that's really why so this is the package it does. Did I just not install it earlier? Xorg config. Let's see if it still complains. No, apparently it's happy with that. So, okay. All right. Well, that was all of a 3-second job. Okay, and we've actually had some donations. Anonymous, thank you for the $5 donations to Planned Parenthood. Yeah. Alpha 272, I used to work at Canonical. I've worked with Linux professionally for 10 years. I probably understand Linux distribution and packaging probably better than 90% of people. My knowledge is a little rusty because I don't do this day to day anymore. But a lot of people don't really appreciate how much it goes into a Linux distribution. And you can make a really shoddy, half-assed attempt in about 3 hours if you really tried. But to make something maintainable and upgradable is a lot harder. Because right now, I'm not dealing with anything like library SKU or dependency management. I'm just installing and going. If I wanted to create something that was maintainable in the long term, it would require considerably more effort than what I've been doing. And I mean, a lot of it is that people just don't document their stuff. I mean, if you wanted to build GNOME from scratch, good luck is really the best advice I can give you. So going back to CDL, like a list like this doesn't really exist for GNOME. The closest you would get is the Beyond Linux from Scratch, which has where's their GNOME section? It's down here. It's down here. Yeah. Like here's all the stuff that you need for GNOME, and it's not counting any of the dependencies of this library. It's probably to build GNOME proper is probably would be a full stream in and of itself. CDE should be somewhat simpler. I hope. I realize that was very much a I just tempted fate sort of thing. I'm going to come back to Motif because Motif probably will have its own headaches. So doing this entire list will probably help first. So I suspect we have the Athena library. Yes, we do. We don't have the libxss. Let's see here. X screensaver library. So here's the upstream for it. And now the trick is, where do you find the releases? Because they always like to hide these. Let's see here. Patch reports. That's why I prefer to pull these from the Debian repo versus anything else. I just do packages, debian.org, and then we just search package name. There we go. This one's probably a completely obsolete package, but there we go. And we can add another one to the list of dependencies. Progress is being made. Alright, so there's the screensaver. That one is taken care of. Yeah, I was going to build everything today in the VM, but apparently I think that has fallen through, unfortunately. Because it would just be a very tedious and long process. So this one I'm pretty sure we don't have. Transport independent RCP library. Because I don't even, if I don't recognize the name, it's almost certainly we didn't install. So let's grab this one. And let's keep going. Okay, libt configure prefix user, that's fine. Ooh, that's GSSI is that's the Global Services Sign-In API. Building that could be a giant rabbit hole, but we might need it. That should be listed here. Let me see how bad it is. Beyond Linux. Believe it's actually part of Kerberos, but I could be wrong. I think we can skip this one, although I'm not sure I want to. I'm going to skip this one for now. If we have to reconfigure, we'll come back to it. Let's see if it's got any other missing dependencies. That could bite us in the rear later. That could very much be a I'm going to regret my life later. Push D pushes directories to the stack. That way I can pop D to wherever I back up. Alright. So that one's taken care of. Do we have xset? We have xset. So we got that one. We should have libjpeg. Pretty sure we have libjpeg. User libj. Okay, I guess we don't have libjpeg. Okay, that's easy enough to grab. Wow, that's a lot of stuff we still have to grab. Okay. Grab this one. Grab that one. We have Python. We have Python was part of the core system, so we have that. We have quite a lot at this point, but I mean, look at it like this. We still haven't even gone to the point where we could really use the system for anything useful at this point, and we probably won't until we have CDE installed and Firefox. I mean, I could try running the binary Chrome distribution, but oh right, I forgot. Screen does that. If I reset, I don't think it actually... Yeah. When you're in screen sharing mode, that is a horrible pun. I can make this bigger, though. It only lets you resize as far as the smallest terminal. Yeah, like that. Okay, that's fine. Make install. So that should handle that. Free type, I know we've got. libSSL, we should have. Do we have TL? We do not have tickle. We do not have tickle, so that's the next one on the list. Hopefully, it will not be bad. Tickle was so common, though. I can't imagine it's a horrible, horrible building. I mean, I'm probably tempting fate with that sentence, but I don't think. Let's see here. Like, please don't be bad. Please don't be bad. Please don't be bad. Of course it's bad. How do I build you? Oh, there's a configure script. Please be a normal configure script and not... Please be a normal configure script. Please be a normal configure script. I'm probably being overly optimistic here. I'm really hoping. I mean, it's compiling. Yay. Question mark. If tickle's part... Hold on. Oh, okay, so I already had tickle. That's right. It's tickle SH. It's not... Thank you, Maddie. That saves me some pain. All right, so going back to the list. I don't think we have an actual KSH. We don't. And DTKSH. Required for database to any script, and probably... There are differences between Bash and the Corn shell. That's KSH. So we probably need to install it. I just don't know which version I should install. Let me... What dependency does it use? Let's see here. It's not actually listed here. I could be wrong. Oh no, here it is. KSH. I believe that's actually PDK. Blah. It's basically a port from original AT&T source code. Yeah, KSH 98 or 93. I believe this is an actual AT&T component. And hopefully it's not pedantic to build. Some of these can be. Yeah, that's what I expected. How do I build you? Let's see here. So you custom config, run sh package make. Why am I not seeing a make file? I mean, I know I could look it up, but let's see here. That bin package make. Okay, so I guess it's a completely custom build system. You know, that's fine. That is completely fine. This is fine. This is all fine. I wonder where this build system came from. I mean, that's a lot of tests. I know I've looked through the original AT&T Unix source code, the ones that were put under the not public domain, but really liberal licensing, and they don't have any real build system to speak of. So this was probably something that, for all I know, was part of the official System 5 build stuff. I mean, it reminds me of some of the stuff I've seen in Solaris. I mean, look at the number of tests it's running. And I guess that to some extent that makes sense, because KSH was basically standard on... I know most of them still ship the old AT&T shell, but Corn shell was the most common user shell. I know it's in Solaris. I believe AIX has it standard. I know HP Unix has it. I believe IRIX used it as bin sh. It was standard on all of the BSDs. Trying to think where else. Even Next Step had it. I mean, it was really... I mean, this has basically been handed down the... This has been handed down the Unix family tree for generations. Oh God, I've gone full Major Armstrong. I have gone full Major Armstrong. This is fine. This is fine. Old Mac OS. Like, I'm talking like early 2000s. Yeah. Because ZSH, I know it was there in Next Step. Sad Mac, do you really not get the reference there? Yeah. There are... The thing that always gets weird is when you see stuff that depends on the C shell or the TC shell. It was a reference to Full Metal Alchemist. I'll put a link in Discord when I finish up here. Okay, so I apparently now have a shell. If I do package install, there's a help option, which doesn't work. Look at all those utilities. Why do I have an AR command here? Why? Yeah, look, this is literally parts of... This is literally AT&T source code that... Alright, you know... I'm just going to look at the Debian build script because I'm obviously not seeing how you're supposed to build the damn thing. When in doubt, figure out how someone else did it. Our Debian ones are hard to get. Launchpad.net, Ubuntu. Let's see here. Source 9.3 U+M. Okay, no current releases. Because this will give me the build log. This will tell me how they actually compiled the thing. Let's get the AMD 64 build log. Okay, it was released here. Here we go. AMD 64 builds. Build log. Like, do they just copy the files? Yeah, because this is it doing all its build tests. And then this copies. And then, yeah, it literally looks like they just copy the files right out and they call that good. Okay, that's fine by me. That is entirely fine by me. You can just get copied like that. And now we have the corn shell. I'm moving right along. I misspelled install. Alright, hold on. I'm probably going to regret doing this. No, okay. A proper installation command is coming soon. Back soon. Sorry. You know, I'm just... Ever see Spaceballs? When they find the self-destruct cancellation button and an out of order? That is the moment I am having right now. Even in the future, nothing works. Like the amount of effort it would take to write the message, they could have just put a copy script. I feel I'm having problems with this. Thank you for pushing the self-destruct button. This ship will self-destruct in 5 minutes. unless you press the self-destruct cancellation button. Apparently, we've gone from Cave Johnson to Spaceballs, and somehow that is more fitting than anything else we have done on this stream. Maybe Aperture Science made Mega Made. You know, that... Oh god, that's just become headcanon now. That Spaceballs and President Scrooge is the descendant of Aperture Science and Cave Johnson. Like, just tell me I am not wrong. Okay. This is fine. This is fine. This is complete and totally fine. We have this. I'm near certain we have M4, but we'll check. Yeah, we do. We do need NCompress. They have got they've gone to plaid. Okay. This is fine. NCompress is obviously how you compress an NCommander, but not really. It's actually a version of compress that had pan issues and is why gzip is actually a thing. Like, that's actually a thing. For those who don't know, standard Unix comes standard with the compress command. But the compress command has patented compression algorithms. Obviously, they've expired now. But when they were building the essentially the free software the GNU stuff, they needed what is this build system? We have got what? What? Hold on. Clear. This is like CMake with a menu. Okay, so we want to change where it's going to get direct installed to. I believe it's user share manlib1. Memory free. This is all fine. I don't know. Do I have make sure? I don't have make sure. I don't think I need it. Oh, that just deleted my actual settings. Is that actually where that goes? I believe that. Yeah, that is actually where that goes. Okay, so everything else should be... I like number of register variable. The thing is, how many register variables are there on 64-bit Linux? Because you have RAX, RBX, RCX, RDX. You can technically use the index ones as general purposes, and then you have R9 through 16. I'm just going to assume that's correct. I'm just going to compile it. The credits are longer than the compressed script. Do you want to compile compress with your bare hands? I wonder how many people get that reference. Okay, apparently you can compress and uncompress itself. Wow, you compiled compress with your bare hands. Pretty unbelievable, isn't it? I feel like we've just gone from two extremes. Chat, what did we experience here? What did we experience? Could someone please explain to me what is going on? I'm fine. This is okay. You know, the worst part is that you could technically implement a build system in Z-Engine, and you could easily create a configure script that would work as an infocom story file. You have entered a maze of twisty passages, all of them alike. Okay. This is fine. What did it install? Did it install as compress or ncompress? Yeah, install as compress. That's fine. Right. We should have patch. We installed the Tff Fonts DPI. Well, you know, the thing is that we would have to I did have to do a Mensen package off stream. We've done a scones package. I believe we installed on the 100 DPI fonts. Like, I'm 99% sure we did. I don't actually remember where the fonts get installed to, but I am near certain we installed the 100 DPI fonts. Yeah, we did. Okay, that's fine. I don't think we have RPC bind. No, we do not. So RPC bind is the next one on the list. This one should be here. Yes, it is. RPC bind. Oh, look, there's the hey, I was right. You did actually need Kerberos for GSS API. I am not setting up Kerberos on this stream because I am not going to build an Active Directory system from scratch on Linux today. Because I realize if I say never, someone's going to remember this. This is fine. If you've enjoyed this content, consider making a donation to Planned Parenthood. The link is directly below. If you wish to support me directly, hit that like button and consider subscribing. If you really enjoy my content, consider becoming a Patreon, which helps support me and all the crazy madness. Because I don't know what else to do besides... This is fine. This is fine. Alright. Let's get RPC bind sorted. I do actually wonder how many people are willing to... like, I don't know. RPC bind has to use the correct service name. Wow, you can tell that this came straight from Sun. Because you have to replace the service name with RPC Sun to RPC bind. I'm curious, what is this vulnerability patch? Oh, it's probably just an overflow. When was... Wow, that's an old overflow. 2017, you still have to patch it by hand. This is fine. Okay, then. Moving right along. I mean, why couldn't I have just done netbsd from scratch? It's literally one command, and then I just am sipping tea. You know, but no, I had to get fancy about it. I had to do this. Although I'll probably do a Luminous from scratch at some point. Because I actually really do like Solaris. Of all the Unixes, Solaris is the one that gives me the least amount of headache. And I have a lot of respect for its development team, especially with the stuff they had to put up with to get that far. But the problem I ran into and why I never did a dedicated video on Illumos, is it's hard to, how do I put this? Alphas boot scripts. I put the boots. Oh, it's a different package. It's this one. This has. I need this. We need this boot script because this has all the. This has all the RPC ones. Let's see here. Yeah. Right now, the plan is that all the Planned Parenthoods, all the streams that we do for Linux from scratch are going to be fundraisers for Planned Parenthood. I might do other ones in the future, but I may also, one thing I've been debating about, and maybe I'll poke at poll chat, is I've been seriously considering running a Kickstarter to do some projects. I want to do a video on Apple's Copeland. But to do that one, I have to get my hands on a few specific models of Power Mac. Probably, I don't know, probably a few $100 plus whatever work is needed to bring them back from dead, because Power Macs don't, they're like that RS6000. They're fiddly because they're in the worst part of the capacitor plague. We already did the OS2 one. I upgraded through every version of OS2. Literally through every version of OS2. Okay. Alright, so that's here. We have... I'm certain we have Bison. Like, we couldn't have gone this far without it. Yeah, we don't. I don't know if we have the X bitmaps. I thought we grabbed those, but maybe not. No, we did not. Alright, so let's grab the X bitmaps. This one should have documentation for it. Let's see here. Xorg Legacy should be down here. Yeah, because there's definitely more legacy bits. Yeah, maybe not. Oh no, I guess I did grab it. What's here? Maybe I grabbed it? I don't remember if I grabbed it. Let me see if I've got the file in the day 2 folder. That is not the way to look for that. I guess I don't. I probably don't have it installed now that I think about it. So, and there's no harm in installing it twice. So basically what we're doing now is installing all the stuff that makes... So one of the big things with X was that a lot of things like basic bitmaps were shared. Hold on, before we do that, were shared between the X server and the client, so they wouldn't have to be sent over the network. So a proper X a proper remote X system, like one like Motif or Athena, would be very fast over the network. But you can't do fancy, shiny graphics without it. And that's why modern X over the internet is a sad. And for the most part, there isn't a lot of need for that sort of thing, which is kind of why Wayland tossed it. I have mixed feelings on that, but it's one of the points... While I have a lot of criticisms of Wayland, that one is not the... You know, it's not the make or break for me. And then we need the X Proto... What's in this one? This one I feel like we probably have... If we don't have something, it's going to be pretty obvious pretty clearly. And then what is OpenSP? Okay, it's a documentation building tool. So let's grab these. Let's see here. RPC bind failed to... Oh, look, and it also oopsed. Okay, then. We'll figure that one out in a bit. Let me go back to the links from scratch stuff and figure out why we've got problems there. All right. So, because RPC bind is... We probably also need port map now that I think about it. Like, what did I miss here? I installed the script. Warm start. Doesn't support system D. It's a replacement for port map. Okay, hold on. So RPC bind I. What is that file? I feel like I should know what that is. Oh, I see. Okay, hold on. So I just checked what it is on Ubuntu. It's why I did it in our window in case it had like an IP address. It's a list of protocols, and it's actually handled as part of this library, which we installed earlier. But apparently I missed a bit. Like, if we go... Let's see here. If we... Yeah, because we built this TI RPC, but because I didn't see that there was a script for it, it probably put its config file in the wrong place. So let's rebuild it now with the right options. Okay. CDE will use even less than XFCE. All right, so RCPC bind I. And it's running. So now we need to set up... This is one thing we have to do for CDE, is we have... I think it's been fixed. Yeah, it needs to be set to run in insecure mode. I know they've been trying to fix this, but I don't think they've actually got it fixed. Let's see here. Experimental build. Apparently they don't have the instructions here anymore, but I remember that being a fairly big deal. Alright, so going back to the package list, we were working on this OpenSP. I believe this is the last one we needed. And then we need to deal with motif. I feel like we really should be taking advantage of the fact that, you know, this, because it looks nice. You know, I went through all the trouble to try and make this work. We should probably use it, at least a little bit. So this is for the documentation. Then we need to get motifs sorted. Okay. NSCDL. I don't actually know NSCL. Rebooting after an oops is generally a good idea, but it's not really necessary. Okay. I mean, we could definitely... You can run systemd without it being the in process. You can run it as a sub process, which is how you run GNOME under Gentoo most of the time, because Gentoo still prefers OpenRC, although there is some support for running with systemd, although a lot of it is systemd really got traction because Debian decided that systemd was better than Upstart. There was a lot to that conversation I really can't talk about publicly, but there was a lot of contention from when it happened. So, I mean, you can find the details if you look it up, but yeah. Okay. So let this build. I probably should have used -J, but this is fine. This is fine. So far, $356 raised for Planned Parenthood. It's not a bad way to start the stream off. I don't know how long we're going to go today. I haven't slept well in a few days, but I really wanted to stream because I've been in a little bit of something of a creative slump. I mean, the R6000 will probably be the next video I do. You can just barely make it out. I actually haven't hooked up to my capture card. I was actually planning on doing it for this stream, but I didn't want to try using my capture card live because I've never used it. I've only recently got it working, so I didn't want to be the beta test be a live stream. I want to actually try doing real world stuff with it. So I believe the last things we have to do install is Motif. And I want to make sure we get the correct Motif here. So I just want to see what version of Motif Debian is shipping. If they are still shipping Motif, they could have removed it. No, it looks like they've more or less kept it. Oh, this is shiny. Wow. They still offer commercial licenses for Motif. Guys, check this out. This is... Well, this isn't the open group, though. Motif used to be released as part of the open group. Like, who is using this? Like, there's no even any pictures here. Product tour. Hold on. Apparently they're selling a... I mean, that looks like Windows XP. Are they really selling a port of Motif to Windows XP? Because that's what this looks like. Did I find, like... What? No way. They're selling... they've got this builder accessory with Ada bindings with Motif. What is with... I'm clicking the about. Integrated Computer Solutions of Waltham, Massachusetts. Of course it's Massachusetts. Leading provider of visual tools. In 2005, they acquired the UMX product line from Bluestone Consulting, which was a product GUI builder for CDE and Motif. So it's basically this entire... I like this. CSS's client list is primarily made of Fortune 500 companies, which probably had custom-built applications on Motif, because Motif was standard on everything. I believe every major Unix distribution had Motif. I can't actually think of an exception. Solaris had it. AIX had it. HP Unix had it. All three of the DEC Unixes, aside from Ultrix, which was too old, had it. What? Wow. Like, do they have a prices list? I'm Look at this. This is a thing of beauty. I mean, I guess it makes sense to some degree, because the problem with an LGPL license, there are pain points of LGPL. It's not quite as bad. Generally, you can't static link with LGPL. It's a real problem with the license. And the Free Software Foundation's argument is that you cannot stack link with LGPL unless the whole thing is covered by the LGPL. You have to dynamic linking. And actually, that's listed right here. I know that Qt and Trolltech made a lot of money. A lot of their commercial sales was for that reason alone. Yeah, SCO Unix had a motif as well. I can't think of a Unix. You know, if a Unix had a... I know this is not what we were planning on looking at today, but... Integrated C++ interpreter. Wow. I'm afraid to look at the release notes. I mean, the next thing I'm about to see is, here's support for Wayland for your legacy application. Oh wow, they have developer forums. What is this? It's been dead from 2000. Free motif HTML 3.2 widget now supports UTF-8. Yeah. What? What have I found? What have I found? This is madness. This is madness. This is fine. This is fine. I'm just going to go to their SourceForge page. And we're just going... Wow, look at this download interface. Okay. Let's see here. So download now. There's the SourceForge. I mean, their thing is even out of date because alright, my brain has been a little bit something by that. I don't know what, but that was something. Let's see if motif builds. At this point, I need normality, or something resembling normality. Source. Let's see here. Tar source motif. This probably I need to use the Xorg config line. Let's see if it's missing anything. I mean, that's not where I was expecting this to go today, but this is obviously where we were going today. UTF-8 emojis on HTML3 in a motif application. You know what? This is fine. This is fine. The fact is that if there's support for HTML 3.2 in Motif, this is perfectly fine. It was possible to do Darwin from scratch in the early versions, and I was able to revive one of the really early ones, one of the next step based ones. I've debated doing a video on that, but there's been a lot of things. One of the big things that I've been wanting to do is I've actually been researching a video on multics. So yeah. So, okay. Maybe I have to get the cat ears out if that will help get a few more donations going in. Okay. I'm just... We don't need this for anything, Benny54. It's because we can, not because we should. Yeah. Hold on. Okay, I'll run a poll. Do you want the lamp in the frame? I don't know why I'm running this poll. I know what the answer is going to be. I know what the answer is going to be. Yeah, that was basically exactly what I was expecting the answer to be. Okay, fine. Lamp! The lamp! The light provider is here. Okay, I just realized I'm going to have to tilt it up or back or something. I don't know. It's not like I probably should have expected this. Okay. There's lamp. But now the lamp is blinding and there. No. I don't know. It's just a lamp I got off Amazon that has apparently formed a cult. You know what? I'm not even really that surprised anymore. I just kind of... Yeah. I'm just... This is fine. This is fine. I have to get a green screen. I really do. I mean, I know I'm hanging up here in the corner, but maybe I got... They're not that expensive. So maybe that'll be one of my next purchases, is an actual green screen. So I think we have everything we need for CDL. Like, I don't think there's anything else. We might have to do the local... I don't think we have to do locale gen. Let me see here. I don't even remember how we handled locale. I mean... Generate additional locale. These versions, if you only specifically want to support building, build 4, built again by default. How did I handle locale in the past? That would actually be in the base book, because that's something we'd have to do early. Because we need to... It actually will fail if you don't have it. I know that from experience. So we need to set up the other locales, and that's definitely going to be in the stable book. I want to say it's part of glibc, but I'm not completely certain about that. Linux from scratch locale. Okay, so locale A. Locale conf. Alright, so let me see here. So apparently it's here. Do I not have a locale set? No, I do, but let's see. Location, the list of all locales supported. Apparently, I built them all, so you know, I'm just gonna hope for the best that we don't have to do anything special here. And as they say, all right. So day 3. I'm just gonna put this in the top level, and then we'll let this. Oh, that's right. You don't have a route, do you? Route command not found. Okay, I'm going to do this on the other terminal because I have to... I don't want to leak an IP address if I don't have to. Broadcast is up. Yeah, so you can ping out. Why... Sorry, I gotta do a little diagnosing. I remember we had this problem last time. And I feel like it was because of something stupid. I wonder, do I have IP forwarding enabled? That's... No, I do have IP forwarding enabled. Why... I can talk to my LAN, but I can't talk to the broader internet, which... if I want to set... Default route is set. And then suddenly it starts working. Probably because that probably means there's an ARP problem. Oh, and then it's gonna have a DNS problem. Watch. Like if I try, nope. Ping git code fs.net. Do I just have to let it run? Okay, apparently I just have to let it run. Oh, and thank you, Tom Runeberg, for another 160 kroner donation. We are now up to $374 raised for Planned Parenthood. Thank you so much. Okay. This is fine. So, alright, so going back to the build instructions. Wow, the really old ones used iMake, but apparently this is relatively simple and straightforward to do. And then we'll have to set up DT login, so shouldn't be hard. I hope. Maybe. I feel like we need to listen to something else here. I'm hoping the music is coming across on stream because, like I said, it's been a while since we've had the setup going. Chrome. Alright. So, in theory, all we do is run autogen. Okay. Configure prefix user. RPC gen is missing. I didn't even realize that was a separate program. Although I guess it makes sense. But really? Okay, so what package has RPC gen? Package contents. It's that. It's part of libc. That is the message it failed with. Yes. I mean, we have the C library. The heck? Yeah, so GenCat RPC gen. Okay, so I don't do user prefix for CDL. All right, I got that. Let's take a look. What are we missing? So there's Sun RPC stuff. There's this is probably the age-old problem of undocumented build scripts flags. Why is that hung? And RPC serve proto. Actually, that does make sense because I'm looking at that right now. Because if I look at SID, yeah. Actually, you can see here. It's now here, and has been moved. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, Michael Erickson. Yeah, because we look here, there's RPC gen. All right, I'm going to step away from keyboard for a moment. I will be right back. Okay, and I'm back. Oh, I am back. Let's get this building. Alright, so source. Grab that. Alright, so... I wonder if there's instructions for this one in the Linux from scratch. So RPC proto LFS. So I guess it's under basic net. Yeah, it looks like it's listed here as like a dependency of other things, but it's not actually used. Let me fix its config folder though, which is why I checked. I should remember just to set that by default, but okay, cool. All right, make install. All right, so I think we're ready to try this again. Did I just really, like, build that twice? Like, did I just have, like, a major brain fart? And chat, don't answer that. Alright. I was warned not to do prefix configure, use prefix user, so let's not. That's a good sign, because that means it's building all the, build files. I remember make J8 did not work. Hold on. I'm just grasping out a frame. I am still here. I am still building. That's where that went. Okay. There we go. Yeah. I just keep some incense sticks on the other table. The mostly, I don't know why, but for sometimes on Sundays they don't always pick up the trash, and unfortunately my apartment's right next to it. So if it's a windy day, it gets a little bit meh right now. So, that's what incense and air freshener are for. I've seen uppercase C on, I've seen it on other projects. It generally shows up in place. CPP is much more common, but I've still seen it in other places. So, fingers crossed this works. And then we will have a full CDE. I will say that I really liked how this how this came out. Like, you have the icon manager. If I didn't go like complete overkill of this, but I do think this look and feel came out very nice. This was like 2 hours of fiddling. Because, I could change the colors on the clock. I could have changed it to focus follows mouse. I have the easy iconify. Like, a lot of people think TWM is just ugly, but honestly, I think it's got an elegance that we've lost to some degree. But that's just me. Like, because now I can do kill, delete, poof. Yeah. Yeah, well, it's life in New Jersey. I want a full desktop manager. If I just wanted a window manager, I could have installed FVWM. I'm going full CDE because I like CDE and it doesn't get anywhere enough love on YouTube. Because Motif is awesome. And then we're probably going to... I kind of want to see if we can get Mosaic to build, because if we can get Mosaic to build, we'll have a working web browser. Won't be a particularly nice web browser, but we'll have... Actually, maybe we should see if we can get, not Enlightenment, what's it called? Midori? Or, it's the really simple one that was built on top of Qt WebKit. I want to say that might not be a hard one to get building, because then we could do everything else we need for Firefox. But I also kind of want to get Mosaic going, although we'll probably go with the CK fork of Mosaic. Yeah, Midori is what I'm thinking of. While this is building, let's see if there's install instructions for that, because if we have a working web browser, it would really be a victory. I can't imagine Midori browser. I mean, that dependency tree doesn't look that bad. And then I looked at this part. And then but almost all of these we are going to actually need for Firefox. I still want to go all the way to Firefox because the dependency tree is just hilariously long. But we probably could get Midori up and running. Yeah, WebKit GT. We already have Rust. Are you kidding? We had to do Rust to get PolicyKit installed because I had to build libjs. Yeah. Well, that's what NetHack is for. I actually should probably compile NetHack so we have it installed. I can increase the number of threads that the VM has. We could even do that right now as soon as this is done building. I didn't want to use a JFactor because I remember this build breaking in the past, and it shouldn't be that big. Yeah. We have a large part. We could build Chromium. Like, I actually think Chromium has a smaller dependency tree than Firefox, which pains me to say. I don't think I built NetHack on this system. I do think Chromium does have a shorter list because Chromium is mostly self-contained. I mean, from what I remember, it's been a really long time. I have built Chromium from source because I had to do a custom build of CEF. I really want to say it's just dependencies in Ninja. It's not like Firefox where you have to pull teeth to do it the whole way through. Yeah, it takes a long time to build. I was playing it on a remote server. I was playing on hard fought. I wasn't playing it on a local install because I didn't want to have to compile NetHack, then EvilHack, then more. Okay. Yeah. I just find it astounding on how bloated the base system really has gone. I mean, I know it's possible to build a system that doesn't have PolKit, but you need PolKit for a lot of things. Greetings. Yeah. I can talk for 15 minutes. It's when I have to start talking for 2 hours that I start running into problems because I can only talk. I mean, if I really wanted to go crazy, I could offer a Patreon perk of email sent from my Linux and Scratch build with the built-in mail client, which means I'd have to set up send mail. I'm going to do it, aren't I? I'm sorry. It has to be asked. It has to be asked. I shouldn't do this to myself because it was painful doing this with Outlook Express. It was oh god. Oh no. I'm about to open my Gmail and I'm just going to see a list of emails that people have become Patrons, and I really should charge for upfront billing. Yes, I know I've gotten people to pay from spam. No, the no's are winning out. Common sense is prevailing. Common sense is prevailing. Yes. Yes. This is fine. This is fine. Hey, look, it's that same crazy build system that we saw with KSH. But the fact of the matter is, half of you would pay for spam. I don't know. Maybe I should start. I don't know. Maybe I should start a podcast. We're trying to build CDE. It's running through its make script. I mean, it's getting there. You want send mail from a PDP-11 for free. Well, if someone wants to give me shell access to a PDP-11, no, that's like a dangerous sentence because someone's going to do it. Someone would actually do it because all I would need is I should shut up now before someone actually goes through with that. I really should shut up with that sentence before I go through with that. This is fine. There should be a default theme, but there is a palette editor if I remember correctly in CDE. It's been a while since I played with the stock one. I have actually, Patrons know this, but I've actually been playing with Multics in an emulator. I really want to do a video on it, but the biggest problem is that Multics is almost entirely text-based. And one of the things I was not really happy about with the Yggdrasil video was that 90% of it was you are looking at a shell screen. And that's not, I mean, granted, yes, that's what we're doing right here while I'm live streaming. But at least I'm talking and interacting with chat during it. And I don't know, maybe an NCommander NCommander podcast would be popular. Who knows? I never actually considered what would go into a podcast. If anything, I'd be more interested in running a Kickstarter and perhaps doing podcasting while I work on that main project. Because the big thing I want to do is to cover Copeland, which was Apple's giant nightmare of an operating system project before macOS 10. I would need 3 very specific models of Mac. I would need a PowerPC PowerBook of some sort, but that one's not hard, I just have to get it. A bunch of cabling, and probably about a month of research and development time. Yeah. The Linux from scratch stuff, I really did intend to continue this in January. Things went so badly pear-shaped in my life that I went completely AFK for over a month. And I really didn't want to come back to live streaming at that time. I would need a PowerBook. I would need a pre-Wall Street PowerBook with the Mac serial ports. I could technically use another Power Mac. I actually have a Power Computing one, although I don't know if it's in working condition. And I need to follow up with someone. I have a Mac Plus that I need to get going. I have the Rifa caps have been ordered, but the keyboard was damaged in shipping. It took a massive blow. And actually, I have it right here. Yeah, so I was really unhappy about this. And I'll put this full stream full size so you can see it. I got a great condition Mac Plus. The keyboard, this happened. As far as I know, this keyboard still works. I haven't actually tested it because the Mac Plus it goes to has a Refa cap that I have to replace, and I don't want the Magic Smoke to escape. I mean, it's pretty badly shattered. You couldn't even glue this back together. I don't even think I have all the pieces for it. But it would probably still work. But see, one of the biggest problems, and I have the mouse. I do have the mouse. I do have a contact that might be able to get me another Mac Plus keyboard for relatively cheap. Let's see here. I don't know. I don't even know if the keyboard survived that. I am somewhat still salty about that, to be honest, but until I have the Mac Plus's Refa caps replaced, I can't even test it because I'm going to plug in the Mac, the Mac, and then it's going to Magic Smoke because it's a Refa cap. And the parts are back ordered from Mouser. I know they've shipped, they haven't gone here yet. I think it's because I also bought a replacement timekeeper for my Spark station, so it took forever. I got notification that there are packages in my UPS box, so it might be waiting. I might be able to get it on Monday. And then I have to go through the usual hubbub of writing a Mac boot disk and seeing if it worked. It's why I actually scratched doing a video of the Mac Plus for March, because I'm not sure how much more work it's going to be to get that Mac Plus up and running. I mean, I've actually compiled OBS from scratch. The thing is that I didn't intend to do this much Linux content back to back, and one of the dangers of being a YouTuber is it's possible to burn out your audience on a certain type of content, and unfortunately, due to happenstance, my last several live streams and videos have all been Linux based, and that is showing in my analytics that there has been drop off. But the thing is, I also am a strong believer of keeping my promises. I said we were going to do this. It's taken me a lot longer than I planned to, but we are doing it, and as promised, it is a fundraiser. I've played quite a few Paradox games. Hearts of Iron I don't own, and given what's currently happening in Europe, I don't think I'd be in the mood for it either. In fact, I haven't even been in the mood to play Europa Universalis. The only real Paradox game I've been playing is Stellaris. Because it's, it being fictional, I don't really have to think about reality while I have it up. But Stellaris has the age-old problem that the AI is complete and total garbage. Hey, look, CDE just finished. See. 9 times out of 10, you're better off using binary packages. There are rare exceptions to that rule, but yeah, you're basically always better using binary packages. Unless you need a very custom solution, in which case Gentoo is the way to go, and it's why I completely understand why Chrome OS used Gentoo as a base. Well, we've got CDE installed. Now we need to actually run it. Which is going to be a bit interesting. So now that we've got that set up, I'm going to pull up the instructions on the other window, because I need to actually look at how I'm doing this. So let's shut down. So we need to drop to a console, and this might hang, I just realized. And it did. Okay. I haven't played City Skylines. As a genre, it doesn't really... I enjoy city builders, but I haven't really gotten into one in a long time. I have semi-debated doing gaming for some of the charity streams. Like, if we got stuck during a long build, I would almost certainly be loading up NetHack. I could load up city skylines. Personally, I've actually been reading through a Japanese visual novel, Umineko When Seagulls Cry. It was something that I got tipped off years ago about, and I was waiting for the English translation, and then time happened. So, let's see if we can start CDE as root. It's going to complain, but hold on. Where did it install to? So it should have installed to user dt bin x session. Yes! It's in the wrong resolution, but that's CDE. That is CDE. And it's working. The mouse is responding to commands. We need to make some adjustments to this. Let's see here. Let me see. Let's get the terminal open. Can we X-render to a better resolution? Wow, that color scheme. X-render XL. That's not exactly how that's supposed to work. I mean, look. It's technically a higher resolution, but I don't think CDE supports dynamically changing the screen resolution. That is hilarious. I love the fact that CDE has not quite realized. Let me hear. Restart workspace manager. There we go. That was glorious. That was glorious for all the wrong reasons, but that was glorious. I will say that this does not look bad being in a super high resolution. I actually am surprised. We do need to make some changes, and I just realized X is going to break again. So first I want to get DT, hopefully, let me see if X actually, I'm just going to give it a moment and see if we get console back. We need to get DT login going, and I want to get the default resolution right. Because right now I cheated, and yeah, okay. I cheated last time. Ah, frig, I forgot to bring up the networking this time. I need to switch to a different V terminal. Can I tell it to restart? I really don't want to hard shut it down if I don't have to. No, there's something wrong with the accelerated X driver that it just goes all completely screwy. I don't know what it is. It wasn't doing that until I installed the QXL driver. But we could definitely fix that. We need to make some fixes. So the first thing we need to fix is we need to fix the default resolution. Password. So first things first. There we go. So I believe all we have to do here. Let's take a look at. We're probably gonna have to use an Xorg config file. I don't think there's a way we can get around that. I really don't want to do that, but fine. I mean, this is old school X, so I believe all we need. Let's see, Xorg. What is it using as a display? Yeah. So it's creating, right here's what, come on, go full screen. Creating default display section here, and then it talks about how things are probed. Yeah, because then it outputs all the mode lines. So I think all I have to do is just add an Xorg config default resolution section. I really don't. So what's the identifier for this? Because that's going to be the important part. All right. Let's see here. So X11 Xorg config. Let's see here. Let's just add a. Let me just copy and paste this section. So this is a template one I found off the old internet. And then get rid of that, get rid of that. And we want a default resolution of that. And all right, so let's try that. That actually won't work because frig. The reason that won't work is because that's the wrong resolution. If let's see here, start X user DT. Yeah, see this time it loaded in the wrong resolution, so it didn't. Yeah, you can see here it's definitely not the right resolution. So, did not like that config file, but see, and now if I exit it, it goes back to the right thing. I really wish I understood that bug. Let's take a look more at the config file and see what's going on here, because obviously we're probably close, but not 100% there. I mean, we could try running it on real metal at some point, but let's see here. Screen resolution is fine. Mode setting is fine. Height too large for virtual screen. Is it a config? Is the problem with the VM? Is it just is the native resolution in the display not something it likes? I mean, that could definitely be the problem. Well, if I can get the, yeah, I could do an, I could do an X reconfigure. That's actually not a bad idea. I forgot that that is still technically supported. Is it X configure? Okay. So here's the screen, server layout, monitor, a device, viewport, identifier. It's a surprisingly less than useful screen. Doesn't even have a proper resolution here. Let's see if we can fix this. All right, how much? Let's see how much of I actually remember how to do X stuff. There we go. So there's the generated config. Yank. Wow, my VI, apparently everything I know about Vi has, like, atrophied. There we go. Finally, only took me 3 tries to successfully copy and paste that. Okay, so there's the mouse. There's the monitor. And then this is in the right file. I think we have to just change the viewport. Like, if I just get rid of all this, so we just have this one mode, and we set this to 128, 1080, like that. I wonder if that's all we actually need. I have my doubts, but let's try it. Start X. I mean, I really feel like I'm going to have to put an Xrender in one of the scripts. I mean, there's nothing complaining in the server log, which is annoying. Usually when you do something it doesn't like, it just doesn't show up. Let's see here. Is that old Xorg config program? Like, I know there was an Xorg config. If I scroll up and I just tell it I want a resolution of... I know that the default resolution is this. X starts the resolution that the Linux kernel decides to start at. That is what the default resolution is taken from. And then the window manager can change that if it so chooses. That's how it works. It's one of the biggest problems with screen flicker is you have to make all those agree on a resolution. I am expecting to edit them all into videos, but I don't know if and when it will happen. Let's see here. Linux from scratch. Green resolution. Let's look on the other side. Default screen resolution, no Xrender. I mean, I could just put Xrender in there. I don't really want to do that, but... I mean, because technically speaking, let me just see here. Config X session. Yeah, this sets up all, like this sets up all the system environment paths and such for users. And it's all controlled by a shell script, I believe. X session. Yeah. And this is where it all runs, because then this does all the setup stuff. It sets up DT term. It sets up all the core stuff. I forget where X actually gets run. I mean, we could cheat and just put it at the top. Because that is technically speaking... That is technically speaking how you did it on Solaris. On Solaris, you had to edit one of the early config files for the X. I believe it was X startup you had to edit. It's run as root is after the user is verified. It's not the one I want. It's the Xconfig. No, that's the X resource database. I find it wow. I find it funny that Novell actually has copyrights in this because they bought Unix from AT&T. Customization notes. Yeah, this probably needs to go... I probably can just put it right here at the beginning. Something like xrandr output QLL 0 mode 192.180, like that. Let's just check that that's right. Here. DT yeah, see, and doing that actually works, but the one problem with doing that, and you'll see, is when I log out, it behaves. So apparently there is no problem with doing that. Why is it when I expect things to be broken, it doesn't? This shouldn't be fine. Okay. We've already got Rust built. So I guess the only thing we have to add is DT login. Like, if we add DT login as a daemon... Can I just, like, let's just test this. User bin, user DT bin, DT login daemon. Well, that looks familiar. Like, I can't actually close it, but man, that looks familiar. And then if I log out, I end up back at DT login. So all I gotta do is get that to run on startup and probably enable command line login. And I guess we'll also add a non-root user. I'm gonna call that a victory. I'm gonna call that a working thingamajiggy. Okay then. So how are we going to do this? So normally the starting a window management system is part of a run level. So the easiest way to do this is, let's go to LFS build, the boot scripts, and let's see if we've got one that we can change. Let's see here. Yeah, like something like this is very close to what we need. So let's see if we just can make a quick and easy boot script for this. So if we copy, actually we can probably just install this one. see here. It's like, is there no install X? Okay, so make install GDM. I guess that works. We just now have to edit the sysconfig. Because that's not what we need to run. We need to run dt bin dt login daemon, or dt login. Then we need to change the int tab, because we this specific script we only want to run on run level 5. If the system breaks, that's actually a really important thing to have. Do we even have run levels on this? I don't think we do, actually. Let's see here. So rc int. Okay. So we need to go to rc5. Okay, so there's the int script there for trying to figure out what's going on. Yeah, I can fix... let me fix the colors. I'm sorry. I didn't even think about that. I was going to do a more thorough customization, but let's at least get the colors less eye-bleedy. Oh, that's right. You have to restart every time you change the colors. I think Neptune is a decent one. Let me restart the Workplace Manager. That didn't change much of anything. I guess I have to log out. I mean, still, this is progress. Ooh, I really like that. Aside from the fact that that's still blue, but let's see, our options terminal. That's actually a really nice change. If I can just change the terminal background. Does this respond to DT term BG? I don't remember if that's a thing. If I do... I mean... it does, but not in the way you would expect it. Why are my menus black? But why? Oh, neat. Screensavers. Yeah, we can do screensavers. We can do... okay, yeah, that works. See, I really do like CDE. I really think it is just shiny. Alright, let's see if we can find a color palette that is nice. I'm wondering if the old... One thing I remember is that, here, because we're currently on Neptune. Let's see what Northern Sky looks like. Number of colors. I gotta admit, that does look shiny. I mean, we could radioactive... yeah. Okay, you know what? I can dig this. It's a little bit blue. Okay, it's a lot blue. I think it's two-tone color blue. I think we need more. I think we need more colors. I think we need a lot more colors than that. That was a little bit too blue. There we go. Okay, yeah, I think we can work with this. Although I kind of want to change the. Kind of want to change this yellow. Let's see. Can we modify it? Wow, that's a color selector. What color do we want to make it? I mean, what is this UI? Maybe like a brightish red. Yeah, I think I like that. Let's see here. It's amazing how fast this is, especially compared to say you know what? I can dig this. I'm digging this. I am definitely digging this. Unless someone's seeing like another color scheme that is good. I mean, we can go with Colonel Mustard. I'll check the idle RAM usage in a moment, but sorry, I got distracted. Okay, no. 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 I didn't... You know what? Maybe if we hit $500 in donations, I'll radioactive hot dog it. There. The gauntlet has been thrown down. I think we're pretty close. I think I liked that the modified Northern Sky. I think we're just going to go with this for now until we see some donations. Okay. And I'll check the idle RAM here in a moment. I do want to get this booting up. Yeah, I mean, it's a little... What is this PB&J? I'm just going to check this last one out. It's a little annoying how much you got go. Yeah. No, CDE, I just love the look of CDE. Oh, that's bright. That is really bright. My eyes. That is bright. That... Apparently it comes with the radioactive hot dog built in. Yes. You know what? I can dig this. This I can dig. NeoFetch has seen a... I forgot. DT term is not completely compatible with X term. It's... I think Tux is... I think Tux has had a bad touch. That's the closest word I got for it. How do I move the bottom bar? Is it control? Yeah, okay, it's control. There's a way to snap you. That's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, I'm thinking Tux is not really feeling this. I feel like Tux is... Oh, look, there's the screensaver. Ooh, that looks really nice, actually. You know what? We used to have a proper, we used to have a proper desktop. That is really shiny. Okay, aside from the fact that Tux is drunk, I'm going to call this a success. So, there are two things I want to do at this point. I want to figure out, if it's not update RC, what is it? I want to add a non-root user. You know what? I just realized we have a file manager, and we can use it. Look at that. Look at that. We can actually browse files. We can even double click stuff and read them. Neat. God, I'm sorry. I am really enjoying this because CDE makes me happy. And this is CDE running in a high resolution and looking nice. NeoFetch's logo is customized by quite a few things. It's detected that we're on a Linux from scratch system, and that's why it's showing Tux. I just want to figure out how I fix the build scripts. So give me a moment. Let's see here. Yeah, I just want to figure out what's going on with these build scripts. So if we go to... Yeah, because the script gets installed. Let's see here. If we go into int tab... Okay, so no, as long as I change the run level to 5 from 3, we should be good to go. So if we do a reboot... And then fingers crossed. I just realized I forgot to enable console login, but that's fine. Okay. Well, this isn't a proper distro. This is just me building Linux from scratch. If I was to build a proper distro, I mean, I would probably make it that I could cross-compile it. I probably shouldn't say this sentence. I could cross-compile it so I could run it on, say, a Spark station. I mean, this is just like logging into Solaris. Although I notice that the resolution is not right here. I think it's going to get applied when we log in. Do I have admin tool on this? I'm not... I don't think admin tool was part of CDE. I think that was a Sun thing. And this is not wanting to move. Let me see here. Come on. Move, please. Yeah, see, this is one thing that I don't like about CDE is you really can't make the dock move well. But yeah, you've got the integrated help. The fonts are not completely correct. I probably didn't install them all right. But all in all, I'm going to call this a... Wow, that one was not a seizure-induced thing. Ooh, I like that one too. Man, yeah, I really do miss this era. You know, we could change the background. Sorry, am I being a little too nostalgic? Return to home session. Okay, because I that's one thing that always drives me a bit crazy. So let me add a user. And then I want to create home. Do I really already exist? Apparently I already exist. And apparently I already have Minecraft on here, which I don't remember doing. Why did I put Minecraft on here? Can I sudo on this account? I can sudo on this account. Okay. So, okay. I haven't checked it. Yeah, oh, that's right. My chat mod Minecraft. I guess we'll find out if we can Minecraft. And we go back to the default color view. You know, I'm okay with that. You know, this is not bad looking. We even have a mail client, which doesn't work. Oh, it doesn't work because I haven't created the mail directories. That's fine. That's to be expected. Yeah, I you know what? I can completely get behind this. I can completely get behind this. Yeah, you know, I remember now. It was definitely a previous goal, but now we now have a proper desktop. I think we should try and get Mosaic. Because I said we were going, because if we get Mosaic going, we have at least a basic web browser. There's a maintained fork of Mosaic, and I use the term Mosaic maintained a little loosely. But I believe Flood Gap, I'm looking for it on the other tab. They forked VMS Mosaic. That's Cameron Fraser. He also maintains a lot of Gopher stuff. Yeah, last update was November. Like he actually maintains like Mach 10, which was a Unix that ran on top of classic Mac OS. And we have all these dependencies. So there's no reason why this shouldn't build. I don't remember if it actually has, I will say that Mach 10 is actually something I kind of want to look at some point. It's a port of Unix that runs under classic Mac OS. I just need to get I gotta get one of the Power Macs working. I have the G5, but the G5 can't run classic. So I honestly, I gotta ask one of the other YouTubers if I can borrow something. But okay, and we just lost music, I just realized. We apparently reached the last track in the playlist. So, let's go here. And I'm just going to check Discord quickly. Okay, cool. All right. Okay. Sorry, I brain got a little. All my browser stuff got a little bit moved around. I just don't have a working Power Mac at the moment. Is really what it boils down to. Let's see here, and I just want to check something at StreamMarker. So let's grab the source code to this and see if we can actually build a working web browser. So that would be this. Right, and because I have to, I don't know when, but I will fix it. I have to fix the DHCP at some point. Actually, I can probably fix that right now. Just so it does it at startup. Make install service DHCP-CD. And I realized that hitting home on the keyboard makes the terminal do something silly. But that's fine. All right, so now we've got that fixed. All right, I'm going to close this terminal. Let's open a new one. Because again, don't want to leak an IP address. I mean, it's not going to be the end of the world if I do, but it's just going to be annoying. Not mount. Elf build. Let's see here. LFS build. Day 3. Let's see here. Source. I mean, I don't imagine we're going to be able to do a whole lot with Mosaic. Blacklisted. That's different. Can I download it like this? Apparently, it has user agent filtering. Because, of course, it does. Okay, then. That's different. Wait for it to finish downloading. Alright, so that's done down. I mean, I guess I understand wanting to have your website crawled, but still. Alright, so now we got that taken care of. 72313 tar GZ. Okay, so there we go. So I think it's just make Linux. And there we go. Color scheme is a bit hard to read, and then something failed to build. What failed to build? I need more back scroll. Wow, you can enable smooth scrolling. Weird. Font size, terminal. Probably is missing a header file. It usually is the problem. Oh, right. Or it just doesn't like this version of PNG. Invalid use of incomplete. Yeah, it's probably a header file just because things have changed over the years. Let's see here. You got any tips here on what to build? Well, actually, I didn't realize Mosaic wasn't under GPL. Honestly, I'm not really that interested in fiddling with it more, to be honest. I thought this was more supported than it was, like, had support for TLS. But apparently it isn't, so, oh well. Now that we've got CDE up and running, I do want to get a proper web browser. Like, if we go to Firefox. I would say take a look at the list of those build dependencies. I mean, we could go for it. I actually don't think... we could go for it. We have auto tools. How bad's the rest of the dependencies? We have Rust. I believe we have dbus glib. I'm almost certain we do. Yeah, I know I built a bunch of these dependencies. Wow, you have to build Node.js. Like, we'll need Pulse. That's a lot of Is Epiphany simpler? How bad is Epiphany? It's pretty bad, but I think we've got like 90% of these already. And we're going to need GTK. I'm sort of thinking we go for it. Or that, or we go for Epiphany. Because I know we have LVM. I know we have all of these. I mean, you could install your own package manager, but it doesn't make a difference because there's no package metadata. I mean, that's what the Debian rules file is for and more. I'm kind of in two minds about this because Epiphany would probably be easier. Although this needs GNOME Desktop and it starts getting a little scary. Let's see here, Firefox. What's Falcon? KDE, it's a KDE-based browser. KDE frameworks. Wow, because that's not a huge lot. That's a long list of packages. That's a long list of packages. Only K-Archive is required, as is Qt Web Engine. I'm going to shut down. I'm going to give more CPUs to the VM because I think we're going to have to do some large compiling here. Shut down H now. Yeah, see, if I hit home to go to the top, it jumps all the way up. I forgot about that behavior. I don't actually remember how bad Chrome is, or Chromium is. I do. Let's see here. Let's first give this some additional CPUs. I can give it 10 out of my total 12 because I'm not doing anything else besides live streaming at the moment. And then we can run. I actually wonder if the Chrome binary package would run. I am just... I don't think it will, but now I am curious if I could just run the Chrome binary. Let's see here. I'm just checking to see offhand on the community ones if there's an unofficial one. Because there's a Slack build, there's a bunch of other ones. Arch, Linux, like, do they have a tar that just exists with all the files? Yeah, just out of curiosity, I know we are going to do Firefox. I'm just curious. Is Chromium listed here? Linux from scratch, Chromium. I mean, look, Chromium has a lot less dependencies, and most of these we have. Also, I believe we have cups. Debula Ace. I mean, we could always build both. I could try an app image. Honestly, you know what? That's having a web browser, Firefox app image. I'm just curious. I'm not going to call this a successful project if, as is. I am actually curious if an app image would run. I didn't even think about that. That is a great suggestion. And I forgot the network again, didn't I? Technology is driving me just a little mad today. Oh, who am I kidding? It drives me mad every day. And it's having... Okay, there we go. Cool. Alright. Yeah, alright. Let's just see if that app image works, because then at least I can do everything in the VM, which will be more interesting to watch, if nothing else. And now I can move this back to the other monitor. Like that. Log in. Okay. I have my doubts this is going to run. But it needs fuse. That's interesting. I didn't expect that. I mean, let's see here. How hard is it to add fuse? It's a single package. Okay. Let's see here. Source fuse source. I mean, it can't be that simple. Well, I mean, alright, so if I want to build fuse, we might need to recompile the kernel. I don't remember. I don't know if we have fuse enabled in the kernel. Make menu config, fuse. Okay, fuse is disabled. So for those who don't know, fuse is basically a way to put file systems in user space. So if this works, I mean, I could potentially get Steam to run, which would be a massive, massive thing. So let's try it. Fuse in user space, yes. And then character, and also the virt-io file system, because that might actually be what's missing in allowing this, allowing the guest extensions to work. No, it's, yeah. Yeah. We could definitely try it with an the thing is that I would just run make a silent old config and build. That's really all you have to do if you want to update the Linux kernel. It's not like it's difficult. Make install runs Lilo by default. It's one of those things that you'd think would have been retired by now, but it hasn't. Okay, cool. All right, that's copied into place. Modules install. Not that we have many. And actually, before we do that, make, hold on, service. Make so your DHCPD. Install service DHCCPD. I don't know if that's going to fix my networking problems, but it can't hurt. Yeah, I could get Mosaic CK working, but if it has a non-commercial license on it, I just don't want to deal with it if I can avoid it. Not that anyone's really going to complain, but it's one of those things that just gets really annoying and really irritating in so many ways. So, I didn't see DHCP start, but who knows? Okay. So error routing. Oh, right. I didn't actually install Fuse, did I? And also, we didn't. Why did we lose our resolution? Because now it's virtual. Oh. Oh. Hold on. Is copy and paste working? I'm just curious. Like if I... Right, because I changed the virt-io settings. That's why we lost the resolution. Because now it's virtual 1. Well, I feel like we're in the point that we're getting like 2 steps forward, 3 steps back. Where did I do it? Xconfig here, Xsession. Let's see here. Yeah, because now this is virtual 0 or virtual 1. Yeah, virtual 0. And then, just out of curiosity. And then that's, of course, still broken. I am not having a whole lot of luck getting anything to work. Yeah, network is unreachable. Fine, I'm just rebooting. I did notice it was only printing out a device ID and not a full IPv6 address, so I was less worried about it. Yeah, I need to figure out... I could do SSH. It would work. That's definitely not... Actually, I could just SSH X in, My web browser. That would completely work. That's a brilliant idea. That's actually a really brilliant idea. Sorry, I'm not... Apparently, I'm just not firing on... Okay. Hey, at least we're back up to a nice resolution again. So let's see... Yeah, I definitely need to fix that. Yeah, you know, the easy way to do this is if I just black out the screen for a moment. I can now just do it like that. That's a lot easier. I just wish I could understand why it was doing that. So I guess at this point all we have to do is install Fuse. Day 3. Source. Build. Fuse. So what we gotta do to actually build Fuse? Hold on. I am curious if this works. 147? Because that's my desktop. Actually, I don't want to sign in as me. I want to sign in as a stream user. Just out of curiosity. X off key data not generated. Do I not? I do have X off here. Do I not have... No display variable. All right, let me try something else. If I want, it's X host plus. If I just do display equal Broadway display type not supported. That's surprising. I've never seen that error before. Apparently, it may be some sort of permissions error. I've never seen that one before. Let me try something simpler. Well, can't open display. You are online, right? Yes. Okay then. That is bizarre. Can't open display. Let me just see if there's anything in the log. I have my doubts that there are, but... We're probably missing something. Well, I tried doing SSSH as SSH. Look, if I log in with this, I get that untrusted X11 forwarding setup failed. X off key data not generated. So what's causing this one? Okay. Here. Apparently you have to sometimes do a -y. I have my doubts, but hey, okay. That's Firefox from my from Absolution running here. And wow, that looks really horrible. That's just ugly. And it's lagging. Top of the screen's not flickering for me. But that does seem to be working. I'm curious if the app image will work. Just... well, let's get Fuse going, and then we'll see. When you say flickering, where is it flickering exactly? Because I don't see any flickering on my screen, but every time I type something... Hold on. Let me see if I can figure out what's going on. I don't see any flickering in OBS. Weird. Okay. Let's see if we... Well, that... I wish I followed this sooner, but now we have a working web browser. It's lagging, but it does work. So let's get Fuse going. And hopefully we won't have to do any more rebuilds. So, let's see here. There's Fuse. And then we just have to run all these commands. And then shift paste. Oh, look at that. Actual copy and paste. What a miracle. Suddenly, life has gotten way better. And I could have been doing this the whole time. Alright. Make install. So we probably want to run the tests. Alright, I don't have PyTest installed, so screw it. We're just going to kind of, you know, YOLO it. Okay. Let's see if that app image actually works. Apparently, I have a too new Fuse to actually get this to work. Okay. Let's see here. Packages.ubuntu.com. Let's see here. libfuse2so. Like, is there a separate... Apparently, there's a separate libfuse. You know, because of course there is. Yeah, I'm also, it's gonna take a bit. Okay, there we go. CDE. Because there was a comment that I'm admittedly belatedly responding to that I shouldn't be doing this all as root, and you know they are technically true. That's technically true. Let's see here. Configure prefix user sysconf dir. Okay. Apparently, it doesn't like the version of utils I've got. Okay. This is going... This is weird. And conflicting types of things going because magic and more magic. Why is everything so broken? Conflicting types, That's an easy enough one to fix. Apparently, the prototype has changed. So 127. Let's see here. I think we just have to add a throw to the end of this. That's driving me a little crazy. Every time I hit home to get to the beginning of the line, it... Okay, hold on. Make, close from... Oh, it's void. Oh, because it's a completely different function. Okay, hold on. Grep close from... There's probably a patch for this. Like, there's an actual patch in the source file. Is this... Let's see here. Yep, and there is. Debian patches. Let's see here. Cat Debian patches. Of course, it's not that simple. Yeah. Of course, I'd have to install a new AC local. I think we've got a working Firefox. Yeah. Alright, fine. You know what? We can solve this. This is a lot easier now that I have a web browser in. Let's see here. AC local 115. What was the Ubuntu package for it? Do I just have to do an auto reconfig? I think that may be all I have to do. Yeah, okay, apparently that was all I had to do. Thank you, Debian, for having magic patches for everything. Except that installed to the wrong directory. Thank you, make uninstall. So, even though it's an app image, obviously there's some bits that we still need. But I say, do we want to actually make our web browser? Yeah, my web browser. This web browser doesn't actually exist. This web browser is the power of X compels you, the web browser. But this means I can use CDE in all its glory. Glory for the CDE. Glory. I know. I played Nier Automata relatively recently, and now it's stuck in my head. I guess we're going for Firefox. I'm going to have to go and edit the thumbnail for this video. but I think we're going to go for it. Let's see here. I say well, let's start by working off lib GTK, which means we have to get all of these dependencies. I'm pretty sure we've got all of these. I'm not. Oh, I just realized we won't be able to download, because if I download something, it will get downloaded. It will get downloaded. Let's see here. Let's see here. Day 3 source. Okay. I mean, I probably should do all the dependencies. Wow, you actually need Inkscape. Let's grab this first, and then we'll work on the dependencies later, because I know there's circular dependency problems we're going to have here. And right now, we have the best of motif. So, alright. So, let's extract. See if we've got all the build dependencies. Fingers crossed. No Wayland scanner. Did we not build Wayland? I thought we did. Maybe we didn't. I could have sworn we did. Okay, I guess we didn't. So I guess we're building Wayland. Because of course we are. Alright, Wayland. And then this is a Mason build. Fortunately, that should be easy. Man, copy and paste. I don't want to disable it on the offhand chance we're going to need it. And I believe we can just install. I mean, you can really see the lag with X. It's kind of impressive, actually. Alright, so now that we've got that, can this build? What's missing? Okay, so apparently I didn't actually build most of the dependencies. I thought we had all these, and we don't. So where do we begin? I guess I was fairly certain we had this one. Let's see here. Day 2. I mean, I was probably looking at it, but we probably didn't actually build it. So, going right down the line, I believe we already have glib. So let's start here. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Grab that. If you've enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. If you've really enjoyed this content, consider supporting me on Patreon or making a donation to Planned Parenthood. Okay, TX. Alright, and then here we go. Fingers crossed. Hopefully this just works. Okay. So there's ATK. Then we need this core program, which I have no idea what this does. Apparently it's part of the GNOME accessibility project. All right. So many Mason builds. I guess it's just technology moving on. I mean, I really thought C-Tools was going to replace Auto Tools, but working with C-Tools is just pain. You know, it's like it's got a very verbose syntax, and it's very hard to know what options you can and can't configure with it. It's one of my largest criticisms of it as on the whole. Okay. Wonder how many packages we've actually compiled today. Alright. Okay, so build AT-SPI ATX. Alright. Alright, so far so good. Why does directory already exist? Did we already build this one? Oh, it's a different one. Core. No, ATX. Okay, there we go. And Bytewave, thank you for the $26 donation. We are now at the other number that people like. Okay. I will say that is a nice number. Too bad we can't have cents because I know exactly what people would donate. But $420, that is honestly, it is nothing to complain about. You know, the fact of the matter is, I was hoping to get 100 or so on the very first fundraiser, and we got 1,500 on that one. The second one, we got 1,200, and unfortunately, due to real life, we had such a long delay between getting this one out and the and such that interest probably to an extent waned. So I guess in some ways it's good that we're doing Firefox now, because it means I can put this topic to bed and do new things. It's like how with major Minecrafters, they start new seasons of their SMP servers, so they can keep people interested in it. So now we need to compile this one. All right, cool. Hey, look, a CMake project. Oh, I just noticed something. We were missing a dependency there. Okay. I kind of want to say the radioactive hot dog was a time-limited offer, but nah, it's for charity. I mean, my retinas can take it. My retinas can take it. And we are slowly but surely inching towards wow, sorry, my stomach has suddenly decided it's going to be a little unhappy today. We are slowly but surely inching towards a native Firefox build. And once we have Firefox running natively, not this, which is running through X, you'll get to see the total amount of work that has really gone into this project, you know, just to get a bare minimum system. Well, right now, this is Ubuntu's copy of Firefox. Like, if we go to about build config, you can see that this is the version that was shipped with Ubuntu, and apparently built with Clang, which I wasn't expecting, to be honest. I didn't realize that Canonical had started building Firefox with Clang. I didn't realize that was a supported option. I mean, I guess it makes sense with them moving towards did I have Yasm installed? No, I don't. Moving towards LVM. So, you know, one thing at a time. But this is, since we've started, this is the first time I actually feel like this is a usable system, because now we have a full desktop environment. We have copy and paste, and, you know, really, once you have a web browser, that's all you really need. I mean, that's what Chrome OS has been proving. Okay. Oh, I'll hide the poll. I'm sorry. I completely forgot about it. Okay, cool. And that is another one done. And now we should be able to build libjpeg turbo, not to be confused with the regular libjpeg, because, you know, why would anyone do that? I actually had discussions with Action Retro at VCF about that. Realistically speaking, he's trying to encode H.264 directly off of G3, which in that time period you would have had a dedicated accelerator card to do. Computers really didn't get fast enough to do it, probably until about 2010, maybe even later. I mean, for a very long time, if you wanted to be a streamer, you need a really top-of-the-line system. So, let's see here. All right. Yeah. I mean, the way you could really do it is if you wanted to do something like that, or the way I would do it is I would offload to a much more powerful machine and probably stream MPEG-1, which is a lot less demanding, and then use that to restream to Twitch. Because a lot of it is that H.265 is more optimized for disk space, but it needs a lot of CPU power to be viable. I do believe he got affiliated with G-Free Streaming, although Twitch doesn't require a lot to become an affiliate. The biggest problem I have with Twitch, and it's the main reason I really don't want to stream on the platform, is that Twitch has an exclusivity clause. If you're an affiliate or partner, anything that you broadcast on Twitch has to stay there for 24 hours before you can put it somewhere else. And I really don't like that, because it means that I wouldn't be able to dual cast here on YouTube. And most of my community is here on YouTube as is. Okay. Alright, so we've got that handled. So I think we need to get Pango resolved. And then we're also going to need Cairo. So once we get Pango and Cairo handled, I don't remember if we built with HeartBuzz before. And looking at that dependency list, I don't think we did. Let's see here. Because I know we built font config. We might have to actually rebuild font config. Yeah, we didn't build with HeartBuzz. We did build... I don't think we even built with free type now that I'm looking at it. So we're going to have to build free type, HeartBuzz, rebuild font config, and then move forward. So, okay. And then we should probably also grab Cairo while we're here. I mean, this is something I'm starting to remember. This is where the build starts getting... This is where we start getting into, shall we say, circular dependencies. Yeah. Yeah, so first we need to grab HeartBuzz. I don't... Did we grab... I think we've got glib installed. Yes, we do. So now we can grab this. That is not what I want to do. Copy. Well, this looks like a nice, easy one. And it looks like actually we need graphite to do... Apparently we need to do all the... Apparently we need all these recommended runtime dependencies after this is installed. Okay. That's fine. We can work with that. Wow, they make this... way more complicated than it needs to be. Okay, so it does need Graphite 2 to be installed first. So, okay. That's fine. This is an easy one. Really wish I could avoid accidentally clicking each. But, I mean, one of the big this is one of the largest criticisms of Linux and in general is how scattered this is. You know, having to track down all these dependencies that have dependencies that have dependencies. The literal layers of how do I put this? You know, if you want to make a major change across the system, it's not just one thing. It's like 30 different things at once. Okay. Yeah. I don't ever watch LTT, but I'm not surprised. I'm not a big fan. The YouTube is not a great streaming platform. It's hard. I've talked about it in other streams, but its largest problem is that if you don't do videos at all, it's really hard to get discovered and get started on YouTube. I mean, there are exceptions to that, but YouTube streaming has always been kind of like a sort of half-baked thing, as far as I can tell. Alright, so that's HeartBuzz. I think we need some different music. Actually, I know we need some different music. So... okay... I'm going to make a slight change to the name of the stream because we're not actually going to do Mosaic. I was planning on it, but I just don't feel like fiddling with it, so that's fine. Alright, so this is doing this compilation thing. If you have monetization status in YouTube in general, then it is automatically monetized. It doesn't pay super well from what I can tell. I get a lot less from my streams than I do from videos. But That's partially because the algorithm decides when the ad breaks happen. So it's hit or miss. Then again, YouTube takes less of a cut than Twitch does. I don't know how Twitch does ad revenue. YouTube takes 45% of all ad revenue and 30% of all super chats. Fundraising, they don't take a cut at all, which is why I don't have a problem doing that. Twitch takes 50% of all bits that are given to a streamer, and I don't remember what the percent cut is for subs, which you have to be partner for. I mean, on the other hand, though, I do sometimes worry of having all my eggs in one basket. You know, like, I know a lot of people make do with being on YouTube alone, but there is a value in diversification, and that was so not the command I wanted to run. Let's try that. So, so I don't know. It's kind of why I've thought about, you know, that's part of why I have a Patreon. It's also part of why I've considered doing a Kickstarter for some of my more ambitious projects, because making a living off YouTube ad revenue means that to some extent you have to chase trends and be a regular thing. It's very hard. You know, on average, I get a video out once per month. If I'm lucky and it's a highly successful video, I might make a few $100s to maybe $1,000. Patreon is more reliable, for want of a better word, in that regard. But, you know, if I want to do a project that's going to take 2 or 3 months, I've got a problem. So anyway, at this point, we're ready to do Pango, which is one of the big drawing libraries. It and Cairo are basically what underpins 95% of drawing routines in modern Linux. Let's see here. So, and I remember building all this on IRIX ages and ages ago. Yeah. Twitch makes money on bits at point of sale, and then they keep half of that money. I think Pango wants me to have Cairo installed. And I'm pretty sure Cairo wants me to have Pango installed. No, okay, I guess I do Cairo first. Okay. Yeah. Oh, you know the days where you haven't slept well are the days where NCommander stops making sense. All right. So this should be relatively straightforward. I mean, the fact of the matter is the end is not in sight. Right, because I went right back into the bank folder. No one saw that. That didn't actually happen. No one saw that. That didn't actually happen. Yeah, I think Harfbuzz I actually have to go back and do. Because circular dependencies or make the world go round. I mean, some are really bad. Like, if you want to try and bootstrap Java, it's a nightmare. There's a document somewhere where someone figured out if you want to build Java without having to use Java binaries, you need to install a ridiculous number of packages, including cross-compiler and replay and stuff. I thought I installed Pixman earlier. I'm quite certain I did Pixman earlier. Because I thought it was... This would have complained if Pixman wasn't installed. Okay, hold on. I'll check. Actually, and we can... Yeah, I've got Pixman installed. The thing is that when you have a circular dependency like that, it doesn't actually help anyone. If you have a circular dependency, the two projects need to depend on each other. Or be the same project. It doesn't make sense otherwise, and it just makes things difficult for everyone involved, except for I have very choice words about it. Let me put it to you like that. So let's rebuild Heartfuzz. I mean, it's not the worst circular dependency I've had dealt with. There are some that are virtually unresolvable. Because this one just requires you to rebuild it twice. But I don't know. Maybe it's just me complaining. Let's see here. So yeah, now we need to wait for this to rebuild. Definitely going the right way. Still holding about, well, holding to between 90 and 100, although I guess it's getting late. But not a bad turnout. Not a bad turnout at all. So, okay. That's still building. Everything is good. I'm just checking some stats on the stream while we're working on this. Because the last stream we did, we got to a concurrent of... Wow, we actually got up to 169 on the last one. But the last one was when we were all back in lockdowns due to Omicron, so I guess makes sense. And I don't know. Okay. It's definitely interesting. I mean, you learn a lot about how YouTube... The way I've had people describe it is the algorithm sort of has moods of its own. Yeah, fortunately we already have Rust bootstrapped. We don't have to worry about that all that much. So let's see here, Ninja install. So now we've got Heartfuzz installed. We've got Cairo installed. So we should be able to do Pango now. Hopefully we'll be able to do Pango. It's still less than happy. No package Cairo G object. I thought I installed G object. And then it's depending on itself. Oh, maybe I didn't. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. There are days. There are days. Okay. So, alright. So there's Pango. And then we let that build. Yeah, I know. I have to do Harfbuzz a third time. I am feeling the pain. I am truly feeling the pain. Alright. So, Harfbuzz. Again. Because, fortunately, copy and pasting commands is a thing. Like I said, one of the big things that it's complicated. On one hand, having projects separate allows many people to be specialists in one little thing. You know, but if you have to make a large change across the ecosystem, it's huge, disruptive, and painful. Like if you need to have an ABI breaking change in, say, Cairo or Pango, it becomes a giant nightmare because it's all disproportionate projects. I mean, it's not quite as bad on Linux as it is on, say, Windows because of SO versions, but it's not trivial either. And fonts, yeah, fonts are deceptively more difficult than most people realize. Okay, so now we've done that 3 times. And the 3rd time, it does appear we actually did it correctly. So that should solve Pango. I know we've got eProxy. I know we've got that. So I think that means we can actually build GTK at this point. I really hope we can. Come on, come on. Find all your dependencies. Find all your dependencies. Yeah. Really? That's not even listed as a dependency. Here. I mean, it should be, but it's not. All right. Let's do this. Let's do this. I am not quitting. I am not giving up here. No missing dependency is enough to keep me down. So how do we build this? You know, when I originally thought about doing these streams, I thought... What? Require Wayland protocols. Found Wayland client, yes. Wayland protocol, no. Okay, I guess. I could have sworn I installed this one. Alright, so Wayland source, Wayland protocols. But when I was thinking about doing this project originally, I was thinking I would do it without the manual. I would just YOLO create a working Bootstrap image. And I am really happy I didn't do that. Because I'm just imagining what my life would have been like had I been trying to debug this pile of dependencies without using the book. I probably would have descended deep into madness. I mean, I'm probably already there. But, you know, deep in the madness. You know, it's a place you basically, after a while, you kind of just learn to embrace. It's not a bad place being in the madness place. Okay, and that's another package going. The core system I could probably have figured out given enough time. Like, just enough to get a login prompt is actually not that bad. It's everything past that. I didn't realize how overly complicated all the components of X have gone over the years, is the way I'm going to put it. I don't know if overly complicated is the word I actually want to go with. Because a fair bit of the complexity is justified, for better or worse. Alright, so hopefully this pass finds all its dependencies. But years and years ago, back when Nico-chan was still a thing. How's that missing a package? As Leroy Jenkins. Let's see here. Did I not? I guess I didn't install this one? Let's see here. I guess I just didn't run the install step. I mean, it happens. Fingers crossed. Hey, there we go. There we go. That is a major milestone. That is a major milestone. The worst part of Linux from scratch, in my opinion... See, I don't know how much to actually blame on Linux from scratch. There's definitely parts of the system that don't need to exist. You can build a working system without Polkit. I know for a fact that you can definitely simplify the build a lot more. For example, OpenBSD has a very minimal X configuration and window manager is part of the core system, as does NetBSD. These things aren't technically needed for a lean and mean Linux from scratch system. But but most of them are things that would be expected on a Linux from scratch system. So in that regard, or on a Linux system in general, so I'm not sure I can blame or not blame it for being there. It's kind of hard to say. I will say that it has been a long and quite interesting process going through the whole thing. Because when I did Firefox on IRIX, there was basically no pre-compiled packages because they were still trying to use the old MIPS Pro compiler, which was IRIX's built-in one, which it's not a bad compiler, but it didn't age particularly well. It only supports pre-standard C++. So I gave it the old college try of trying to build Firefox for it, and that meant I had to recursively build basically the entire dependency tree up until that point. I wasn't planning on doing KDE. I was kind of considering wrapping this project up once we have a native Firefox. And I might still do that. I could take it further, but I'm not sure where. if I really want to go, like, if we pop up in a new window, I mean, realistically, not counting the compilation, we're not even using a full gigabyte of memory. If I were to strip this down into a true minimal distribution, which would probably be, I don't know if I would include Firefox. I'd probably go with Epiphany as a lightweight WebKit web browser. Honestly, I'd probably build something closer to Alpine than not. But I would build a relatively straightforward system that could be cross-compiled, which has its pluses and minuses. Actually, I do want to run make test on this one. Or is it make check? While this checks, it runs, I'm actually going to use the facilities. So I'm going to step away from keyboard for a moment. If you've enjoyed this content thus far, give it a like, give it a subscribe. If you really want to make a difference, please make a donation to Planned Parenthood. The link is directly below the chat. And I'm back. And we have some test failures. What failed? What failed? I should have sent that to a check log. This is one of those I do actually worry about test failures to some degree, because if there's problems with GTK, I will have problems further down. Okay, so it looks like actually I can see it there. it's having test failures because the themes are not installed. That's fine, and I just realized that it says that right there that it's needed for tests. I'm a genius. Realistically speaking, and I was thinking about this as I stepped away from keyboard, I would probably, if I was to make my own distribution of some sort, I would probably end up making a ultralight Linux, or I shouldn't say, well, maybe it would be a Linux, but I'm not completely sure. An ultralight distribution that could be used on, say, that RS6000. Because I know Action Retro was able to run OpenBSD, but it's not really set up in a way that you could get it going. Like, there's no desktop environment that he could really run. I mean, he could run Fluxbox or OpenBox, but like if you wanted to have CDE, which works great on this sort of hardware, and that would sort of be something I would kind of seriously consider doing. I don't know. I don't know if there'd be enough interest. It would be probably a few months of work, because the biggest thing was something like Open Embedded, which was kind of my biggest problem with it back in the day, is it assumes the latest version of everything. If you want Firefox, you need to use the absolute latest Firefox there is. Which, you know, is a good thing for most open embedded workflows. But if you're working on really resource-constrained systems, that's not what you want. If anything, you don't even want a web browser. You would want something like a Gopher browser. Like, you would want... I don't know how well Epiphany would work on a system like that. I can think of a few things. Yes. I wash my hands. Jeez. There are difficulties with doing modern Linux on a 486. I have actually looked into that one. The largest problem you run into is that the 486 does not have support for atomics. And there's a surprisingly large amount of code that basically assumes that the atomic opcodes are present. Basically, anything that does JIT is there. So, let's see here. High color theme, configure, prefix, user. Yeah, it's fine. Install. Okay. So it gives us the basic themes for accessibility. ISO codes. Yeah, I kind of want to just grab the whole thing. Because I know for a fact if you don't have all the recommends, things kind of go badly. Because one of the other major problems I have is that it's really kind of a pain to customize most Linux distributions. Even Gentoo, to an extent, has this problem. That if I wanted to build a custom distribution for the RS6000, which is what, and this is what actually happened, you can't customize the stage free install without having it installed, because then you have this recursive boot looping problem. So then you have to get the cross compiler out, and it just kind of gets to be a giant 4-letter obscenity. So I don't know. It's something that I would seriously consider doing, but like a lot of my projects, I'm not certain I don't know. It's something I'm mentally thinking about. it would literally be 2 to 3 months of work, and I'd ideally need help with it, especially if I was to support things beyond just x86. And that's more for manpower than anything else. Because, I mean, right now, as things stand, my totals, you know, now that we don't have X building, my total memory used is 132 megabytes. And I know that can go lower. I mean, if we look at top, wow, that is possibly the worst possible color scheme that... Ow. Ow. But I mean, if you look at top, the only stuff that's really running is CDE. And you could get that lower. Yeah. Well, that was... I didn't intend the hot dog stand this. I don't always... It wasn't planned. But, like, one of the big things you could do to cut the memory down is, like, as things stand right now, we're not using PolKit. You can build X without PolKit. I probably should have done that. But imagine if we had... There used to be DSL, dang small Linux, with the dang being a word that YouTube doesn't like, that used to fit on a micro CD-ROM. And realistically speaking, the only major memory hog on a system is the web browser. And you could remote a web browser in. Like, imagine if I'm in the same room as that. That thing has 100 megabits Ethernet on it. And that's enough to run X remotely and to be able to do rendering. Or you could use the web rendering proxy. I mean, there's... I don't even know why I'm building it. I'm just building it. I always feel building with GTX's dependencies is never a bad idea. But to put it in our way, there are a lot of people that keep Gopher servers and built-in board systems alive. You can literally surf Wikipedia on a compact portable. That's a 8088 megahertz system. That to say there's no get up and go in that system is an insult to get up and go. All right, then we'll just skip this dependency. We'll come back to it if we need it. All right. Something I don't need to compile is a good thing. So if that's GTK taken care of, apparently we also still need GTK2, which shouldn't surprise me, but we have all the dependencies here. I mean, just out of curiosity, what's our current used disk space? We've used 47 gigabytes. But, and let's give this a moment, how much of this has been the build directory? Like, if we were to throw out the build directory, it says it's needed. And it honestly wouldn't surprise me if it is. Because I'm just sort of mentally thinking about this, is how small could you make a modern Linux distribution? And I want to say you could get pretty small. Because one of the big things is that if you go back to the world of having to build your own kernel, the basic Linux kernel compiles down to about 2 megabytes. Everything past that's modules. Yeah, look, so the base system we have installed is 10 megabytes. And we haven't even actually done anything like stripped libraries. Like if I look at... Yeah, see, all the debug info is there. So really, we've gone this far on 10 megabytes and less than 256 megabytes of RAM, which quite frankly is impressive when you really get down to it. I mean, I am actually curious. All right, let me get this build going, and then I'm going to philosophize. Yeah, I didn't actually do the test on it. I probably should. Let me get this build started, and then I'll go back and run those tests. Because that's the beauty of multiprocessing. I can do two things at once on this computer. Day 3, build. Although you can visibly see the lag, which is kind of impressive. If you actually intend to use it as a system, I would probably go with LXDE. Apparently it's still missing some files, but it looks like most of it's actually building. Probably good enough that I don't really need to worry about it. Maybe. I mean, because realistically, all you would need to do to make CDE... Like, I don't know... I know XFCE will squeeze down pretty well, but I don't know how well it goes. Motif is probably the smallest at this point of any build environment. The web piping probably would be okay. The lack of graphics acceleration is what would really kill you. It wouldn't be impossible, though. And a lot of times people using a retro computer are not going to be web browsing. Let's be honest about that. Okay, so that one's taken care of. We might actually get Firefox built today. Because of these, we have Python. How bad is this one? This one is not bad. This one's literally a one-off. So, cargo, build, release. Yeah. Did I install? I thought I installed. Hold on. Did I install? Apparently without Petro, I would, like, not be... No, apparently I did not install. Thank you. I mean, really speaking, the thing is that L3 is not bad. I mean, there's always going to be pluses and minuses. Now, the fact of the matter is that a 64-bit architecture, by definition, is going to use more memory than not. And remember, we're also running this at 1080p, which is going to use a lot more memory because X has to keep track of its internal state. I don't know if you could. I don't know how low you could get it. I know for a fact that while it was technically possible to run Slackware 1.1 and SLS with X and 8 megabytes of memory, you realistically needed 16 to make it do anything useful. I did. If you just wanted a command line system, you could get away with 8. And, like, I've also built in a lot, like I said, I've built in a lot of things you just don't need. I'm sorry, I'm kind of mentally thinking about this, because I almost see it as the type of retro computing project that a lot of people would appreciate, because we really don't have a super tiny, a supersized optimized distribution. A lot of people use Alpine for that, and Alpine is great, don't get me wrong. But it's not really built for a world where, like, you'd be able to run it on a arbitrary hardware. Like, I'm almost thinking like an open embedded, but optimized for size and speed over all else. And I also think, I do think next stream I have to get a green screen behind me. Not that I don't mind showing off the background, but it would use up a lot less screen real estate. Okay, that's another package done and done. Okay, we already have LLVM, Node.js. We don't have libnotify. Because here's one of the things that my mind is going with. Most of the time when we build Linux distributions, we use make a GCC 02 or 03. Wow, I cannot type install for it. I feel like I've gone nerd sniped. I just realized that, because now my brain is thinking about this and it shouldn't, and now I have to compile pulse audio and I feel I'm scared. Oh, this is going to be a rabbit hole. This is going to be a rabbit hole, isn't it? I'm pretty sure we have ulsalib already installed. Maybe not. Maybe we don't have ulsalib installed. Okay, I guess we're going with ulsalib. Which... Wow, the rabbit hole goes deep. The rabbit hole goes really deep. I don't think I have sound working in this VM, and I don't think I can easily get it working. But, you know, one of the things that I've always been hugely impressive in awe of is watching, people that like go for all the trouble of making hardware solutions. One of the ones that really blows my mind are the RGB to HDMI adapters, because you have to build custom FPGA stuff or Tube Times Graphics Gremlin, where he painstakingly reverse engineered the MDA and CGA cards to recreate their functionality accurately on a FPGA. And my hair tie is slipping. It's finally gone long enough to the point that I can tie it, mostly. I still need a hairband to keep a few stray hairs, but it's 99% less annoying than it was a few months ago. So there's also lib. Think we're going to have to install all the thingamajiggies. Alright, I can get behind this. Which requires libog. This is fine. This is fine. My madness is the loss of my sanity is all for a good cause. That's all I keep telling myself. But yeah, it's been on my mind for a while that there are certain things, like perhaps doing a podcast or something, that I just kind of want to expand on what I've been doing. Okay. So I don't need to also support my kernel. I don't even remember if I have it. I'm mostly installing it so things don't complain that it's not there, because I know that we're going to have to link against Pulse Audio. So even if the support's not there, we're going to have it, which is annoying, but what can you do? I never remember with gget. Isn't there a way I can tell it to save in a different directory? Directory. Because if I don't, it would be nice if I didn't have to keep changing directories every time I download a file. Oh, -p. gget -p source. Probably should have figured that one out a while ago, but whatever. I'm running Firefox over SSH. This is not a native one. That's why I'm not calling it a done project. But this lets me... basically, I wanted to be able to use the system versus having to telnet and copy and paste everything in, which we've just kind of been annoying. It was annoying in the last two parts. And then someone mentioned it, and I was like, wow, why didn't I do that before? Even though it is a little sensitive to mouse clicks. Okay. Alright, so how do we build this? Because SQLite, yeah, that's pretty much what I expected. -y disables X11 authentication, if I remember correctly. I had to do it, but I wasn't sure why I had to do it. And this will take a bit to compile. But, okay. Even if we finish this today, I don't know if I'm going to do a video on it immediately. I've done so much Linux content as of late that I might put this off for a video or two. I might I really want to do that video on AIX. Because I've got a really stupid idea that I really want to see through. So, yeah. And there's a few other ones. Like I said, I have mixed feelings on doing Linux videos. I know a lot of people enjoy them. I know Linux well enough that I can do them well. But when I do a Linux video, I'm not really learning anything, because this was pretty much my life for 10 years. So I don't hugely enjoy making them. But, you know, there's a lot of content creators that never learn the lesson of give them what they want. So Connor Burns, thank you for the $20 donation to Planned Parenthood of America and the ongoing fight. Just if you didn't know, over the weekend, I think it was on Friday, but I heard about it over the weekend. The Texas Supreme Court upheld the garbage laws that prompted the start of this streaming. And there's just been this constant ongoing, you know, flurry of I can't type, but besides that, flurry of just transphobic, anti-everything laws, and I just couldn't sit on the sidelines and not do anything. And, you know, health being what it is, the best thing I could do to make things better was to try and fundraise and to try and raise awareness. You know, it's the same reason why I spoke about Richard Stallman, because at the end of the day, I could have done nothing. And no one would have known, no one would have really cared. But it's not who I am. And you can actually increase the number of backlines in the CDL console. It's called DT term. I just don't want to dig through the X resource file to go find the line. Yeah. Connor, I appreciate that. You know, there's a lot of people. The thing is that Planned Parenthood helps a lot of people, probably a lot more than we all realize. But because there's such a stigma attached to it, because things that should be uncontroversial are controversial because certain people see other people as property. And yes, I am speaking in vague terms because, again, YouTube being YouTube. It's really, you know, is why you see this. The idea that someone cannot control their own body or their own destiny is really what it comes down to, is the right of self-determination. It's why the saying trans rights are humans' rights is such, it sums it up better than anything else. Because at its core, I realize it's a little off topic, but I figure I'm on a rant, on a roll, so I'll go with it. Transgendered individuals don't choose to be transgendered. No one wants the hatred. No one wants the transphobia. But the alternative is to deny who you are on a fundamental level. And the fact of the matter is, you know, it's a medical condition. At its core, it is a medical condition. And transitioning is the treatment for it. Wow, this is like the worst and most inappropriate music we could get for this. So I'm just going to pause that for the moment. So, the happy music completely derailed my train of thought. Hold on. Right. So, when you really get down to it, the need to transition is solving a medical problem. I apologize to anyone who is trans in the chat, and if I'm using the wrong terms. I am not. But the dysphoria, the disconnect, the treatment is to transition to make the body match what the mind is. You can't, and this is why it gets so incredibly irritating when people say it's a choice. It's like telling someone that they have a choice on, it's like, oh, you have a choice of not being disabled. You have a choice of X, Y, and Z, when you really don't. And a lot of this is basically people denying that these issues exist. It's a lot of why these made-up narratives exist. I'm not going to repeat it. If you ever see transphobia on Twitter, you know exactly the arguments they use. I don't need to repeat it here. But that's really what it boils down to, is it's other people basically saying that this all exists in your head, just F off, and I'm going to make your life hell because of it. And quite frankly, there's not a lot I can do, but I will do what I can. And I'm sorry if that was overly serious. I stand by everything I just said, but God knows that I know people do watch my streams more for the Linux than me ranting about subjects. But it's been on my mind a lot, especially when I saw that basically the current round of bullshit is still going. It's part of why I am streaming for this and not Ukraine. I did consider changing the topic, but this is what we started with, and I still feel, and it's kind of just gone buried in the hindsight because the media, it's not on the focus of the media. And I mean, as of right now, I believe in total we have passed $3,000 to Planned Parenthood. I mean, it's a drop in the bucket, but it's $3,000 that wouldn't have existed otherwise. And frankly, if that helps keep one clinic open for 1 month, that's a victory, no matter how you look at it. Let's see here. And I should note that while that previous conversation, the way I framed the previous conversation, it's not just trans people. Non-binaries suffer from NIMBY, non-binary erasure. I have heard of NIMBY erasure, but NIMBY is a different term. Wow, I just fucked up my build environment. And I guess that's kind of what it all boils down to. And it's kind of why I'm sitting here preaching about it on a Sunday. I guess it's an evening at this point. Because someone has to. And somehow that someone ended up being me. Also, I apparently can't type. I guess a lot of what it boils down to is if you're not someone who falls into a very strictly defined category of society, then society really wants to screw with you, and I refuse to accept that narrative. So, yeah. I mean, a lot of it, for me personally, I don't go into details about it, but I have health issues that prevent me from holding regular work. I enjoy YouTubing for what it is. But for me, it's also potentially the only way I will ever have a regular paycheck again. I don't like thinking about it in those terms, but I have to. Because it is work I do, and my successful videos was the first real money I've made in quite a long time. It's not a lot of money, but, it is. And that's sort of why I think a lot about things like, Kickstarters and such. And I do try and be transparent about these things. I know people don't like to think about money or how their favorite YouTubers are getting paid. And I'm even hesitant to bring it up, but one of the big things I try and promote on this channel to a large extent is transparency. What I'm doing, what not, and there's a price to pay for that because a lot of people like to pretend it doesn't exist. I mean, when I don't... Are they on the table? Hold on, let me see if they're on the table. Let me get something to explain this. Where did I put them? Oh, here they are. I put them in the desk. If you saw part 2, you probably recognize these. I said that if we got over $1,000, I would wear cat ears on stream. And I did. I wore these for most of part 2, and I'm actually just going to leave them on the desk. If we reach the $500 mark, I'll replace my hairband with cat ears. But when I did that, I actually lost one of my largest Patreons, and they left that as the leaving message on it, you know, and it's something that when you take a stand, it's why a lot of creators never take stands on anything, because you risk upsetting people, and that's kind of where you end up. And this was not the conversation I was planning to have tonight, but, well, that's where that is apparently the conversation we are having tonight. Did I install libcap already? I did apparently install it. Well, the thing is that there's a lot of people that have a very defined sense of how the world should work. And it is unfortunately very true in tech. Look at the number of people that get upset that Electron apps are common because they think because Electron is a new way of doing things. And for the record, Electron powers Discord, it powers Slack, although that's probably not a good example, so forth and so on. And you get this notion that certain things should just be a certain way. And there is 500 and Honest just put 60 euros in the jar. I said I was going to do this, so let me tie up my hairband and back, and then make sure that's there. And my hair just completely slipped out of my hairband. Okay, so let me fix my hair. You guys are getting cat ears because I said I would do it at 500. You know, there are so many things that they could have taught you in school, like how to maintain long hair. Okay, and there we go. Is that showing up well on stream? Let's see here. Yeah, okay, now we have cat ears. Or fox ears. We have fluffy, fluffy ears. And the ears will stay. I'm going to say 500 was a major victory. Oh, and we got another 50 from W. Thank you so much. Jade, I made a promise to myself. I actually started growing my hair out as a reminder that we are in a pandemic. So while I do not object shaving my head for charity, I need to keep that promise to myself because it is sometimes easy to forget that you're in a pandemic because there are so many people that try and make it that it doesn't seem so. So that's why I actually have long hair. If you saw my earlier videos, I actually used to have short hair. Okay, so we just installed Pulse Audio, and I feel like a part of me just died inside right as I said that sentence. Okay. So I believe we have Node already installed. Do we? Is it JS? I guess I don't think we actually installed Node.js in full. I thought we did install it, but yeah. Maybe I have to make it a funding goal that the ears come out every point. I mean, we were joking sort of seriously, like, that if we got past a certain, like, if we raised $10,000, I'd do a stream in a maid outfit, and I probably just signed my own you know, sealed my own fate with that particular sentence, but let's see here. I guess I didn't install Node. I thought I installed Node. Well, okay, we can install Node. We'll need C Aries. So, I mean, we're only a handful of packages away from actually finishing this. Well, maybe what I should have done, and maybe it's selfish to do this, is that I will do a video. Yeah, probably. I don't know. I probably won't do a chair. Once we finish the links from live stream, I probably won't do fundraisers for a bit. I've made a couple of large purchases for the channel, and I would like to recoup some of that cost, but I also want people to constantly remember that I am trying to make a difference. And I really hope it doesn't, I'm not sounding super preachy on you guys. I really don't. You know. Alright, so that's C Aries. So let's grab Node. Let's grab Node. Okay. This one's probably going to take a while to build. This one's almost certainly going to take a while to build. I keep having to remember that it's shift insert, not... Okay, alright. Make J10. And there it goes. Yeah. I put Vaccina on hold. I pretty much shelved that project. Part of what happened in January was related to that. And I just, for my own sanity, I'm not going to go back to it, at least for the time being. I'm not happy about that, but at the end of the day, I have to keep my own well-being above all first. Yeah, I am curious. What is that icon? That looks like part of my desktop. What is that icon? Oh, the stream is on. Is it doing that thing? All right. We're just going to have to cover up the window because too much of the screen is changing at once that the bitrate's having problems. I bumped the bitrate up because of this problem in the past. We could play NetHack. I could go for the Steam library. We could play Portal. That might be the file. No, I don't think that looks like a folder to me. I really don't know. My camera is slightly in the way. I guess it could be the paw. I guess it could be a high-resolution icon. I just had a cursed idea. Oh, but I can't easily do it. I was thinking I would fire up Solaris, and then I'd load Internet Explorer, so we could have the perfect web browser for this environment. I could actually play Factorio. I have it installed. I've even launched a rocket. I have definitely, I mean, what's the current Firefox logo look like? Hold on, Firefox. Actually, yeah, I do think I think that is Firefox. Look, hold on. That looks like the snout. I think it's a high resolution icon that isn't exactly working well with CDE. So, okay. Okay then. The problem is networking, not running Cume. I have the Solaris 7 VM that I was using before. Yeah, I don't know how long this build time is going to be. We could definitely set up Factorio. Like, I sort of feel like for some of these long streams, I need to have a game or something going. I actually played through Aperture Desk Job recently, which was hilarious for all 30 minutes it lasts. If nothing else, just to see the certain character come back. Oh, actually, I should see if that app image works. You know, that's a good point. I didn't even think about that. It's thinking about it. Hey! That's a natively running web browser. It's going to be significantly less slow. Now, I'm curious. If I minimize that, I get a much different icon. It's not consistently bad. But I have a native web browser running in my Linux from scratch environment. And wow, we have another 40 euro donation from Thomas Muller. I know the icon's too big. Oh. Okay, you know what? Fine. I'm going to see if I can get Solaris going. I have to do this in another terminal because I have to futz with the network. But I do actually have a bridge set up. So, in theory, I could actually get Solaris to start. I could get the Spark. I do have a Spark station. I actually have bought a Spark station in the period. I could even... The problem is I haven't wiped the hard drive on that RS6000 yet. I only got it working yesterday. Sorry, on Saturday. So I don't want to show that on stream until I have that drive completely emptied. Let me see here. What would it... I'm just seeing what it will take to get Solaris net set up. I think all I would have to do is add a TunTap device and add it to the bridge. Because I already have a bridge set up. BR-Eve0? I mean, it can't be that easy. Or maybe it is. I mean, it's thinking about it. Let's see here. I really should get the Spark station out for this, but effort. Well, it's not real Firefox. We haven't compiled it yet. We just have the nightly going. But we're getting a much better web browser. We just have to load up the operating system with the better web browser in it. See, this is why I never throw away VMs, because you never know when they're going to be useful for a joke. But the video I was planning on doing last week was actually I was going to look at next step on Spark because I have the hardware for it. The problem is that Sun video cards are the biggest pile of garbage known to mankind. I didn't know they were that bad, but they are bad. I don't even know if an OSSC could get it into sync. It outputs such a screwy video. The only thing I know that would work for sure is if I get a much later card that has a VGA but is still S-Bus, which is an option. It's an annoying option, but I could probably find one. I mean, I could... How bad are those creator cards? I mean, how much demand is there for a Sun creator card? I regret this Google search. I regret... Oh, wait. Actually, that's not that bad. I accidentally brought up the wrong thing. That's actually not that bad. A Creator 3D 24-bit card for 70. It's not a VGA one, but I'm pretty sure I can put that in a VGA compatible mode. I know that there were S-Bus cards with VGA though. Hey, you know, that looks familiar. It's almost like we've been looking at that before. Okay. Is the audio desynced? It's possible that it's desynced. Okay. So there's a reason why we're firing up Solaris at the moment. I thought there was a small handful of CG3 cards that had a VGA output. Well, Jade Freeman, if I was running it under Solaris, the thing is that I only care about the video mode for my capture card, because most capture cards only will support resolutions, specific ones. I've talked with a few people. There are commercial VGA scalers that could take the absolutely awful video output that comes out of a sun and turn it into something better. I actually have an SGI Indie. I actually picked it up last week, but it's got a similar problem. I haven't figured out if I can reprogram its video card to something better, because unfortunately it doesn't use the same pinout as my Sun systems, and I need an adapter which hasn't arrived yet. So I haven't even been able to boot that one up. I know it works. And I also actually have an authentic Sun CRT, but my camera won't sync to it. So it's just been this ongoing ha 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 screw you sort of thing. But, you know, it's kind of interesting how similar this... Wow, my mouse is jumping all over the place. But I kind of want to just do this for lol factor while we wait. Okay. So, as soon as the terminal opens up... I need you to sudo. Why are you... See, this is something I don't like about CDE. I thought I had this disabled. See, it's restoring every application I had running last time I had this up. Come on. Close. Okay. Yeah. The ears I've had for a while. And look, now it's opening hotspot. Oh god, that would be cursed. Running a hotspot under Linux. Yep. Yeah. 500 bucks for, well, 600 bucks at this point for plant. Why is it reopening Netscape? I have the power. I'm going to remove you. It's opening a lot of Netscapes. 773. 772. 776. Like, why so much? Why so many Netscapes? No one needs that much Netscape in their world. I will say that this runs way slower than the real thing. Not that SparkStation 5 is fast, but oh boy. All right. So now that we've done all that, I should be able to, is it EL0? Yeah, it is. Oh, you actually got an IP address. So can I just do, oh, I don't know, 130 iExplore? You should have iExplorer installed, and if you don't, something has gone wrong. There we go. All right, let's see how cursed this is. All right. All right, wait for it. Wait for it. This is going to be wrong in so many ways. From what I've seen, the OSSC might work. I might have a solution coming. I have to talk with someone after the stream to see. It's just, I'm hesitant to drop $120 to $150 on something that I am not certain will work because it's such a non-standard signal. I have a RetroTink that I use for my low definition stuff, and I've kind of been a little bit meh on the Tink because of the way it works. So I'm hesitant to get burned, that I might get burned a second time. All right. This is still thinking about it. Let's see if it'll actually work. Because, you know, the CPU bar here is maxed. I'm just out of curiosity. If I run htop, how much am I in actual danger right now? I believe there's a word for this. Haha! I'm in danger. Yeah. Just a little bit. I mean, I recently upgraded my GPU, and it has made a surprisingly big difference. Is this... I'm not sure which one it's waiting for. Is this waiting for something to show up? I mean, we saw that X forwarding is in fact working. Oh, and it just kernel panicked. Look at that. Slayer just checked out. I have an NVIDIA A4000, and it's because doing video editing on an RX 580 is sad. Yeah, it's... Yeah, I honestly feel like I didn't put enough cores in this system. I think also I need to, uh-oh. My mouse is stuck. Oh, and something just crashed. I think Cume just... Yep, Cume just, quit hard. My attempt to run Internet Explorer for Unix in CDE has failed. I have 12 cores on the host. Yeah, no, I set up the network. It was fine. I'm probably just using a few too many cores and building Node.js. You know, because, again, this is fine. This is fine. What are we currently at? Yeah, no, now we're just at... Yeah, I think... Why is Cume apparently still running? Oh, this Cume is still running. Yeah, that's to be expected. I think I'm going to Control-C this, and I'm going to just take some cores back. You know, just a little bit. I'm not going to be greedy, but I would like a few spare processor cycles, because then I can do cursed abominations, and cursed abominations lead to subscribers and they lead to donations. I mean, if I really wanted to do something cursed and hideous, I should not actually finish that sentence because people will demand it. I do like that the load average on my system is 18, 20, and 16, when it rarely gets to 1 on most people's computer. But, you know, I had this really cursed idea, but I really shouldn't say it. I'm going to resist. I am going to resist. Well, it involved a certain operating system in the cloud. I've also been figuring out how I could run Novell NetWare or similar on my NAS. I have an AMD CPU. I had an AMD video card that was retired. I will drop after stream in mod chat what my horrible idea is, because I want to see the mods of my community take off screaming. Yes, I know we're running Solaris during the Linux stream, but I mean, if I really wanted to go all crazy, we could make WordPress. I could compile Apache, MySQL, and PHP on top of NetWare, and then put WordPress on it. Let's see here. Okay. Well, why worry, Street? To get CDL built on Linux, I just had to build all of Linux up to that point. I can't tell if this is running any better or worse. I mean, I know we're just like killing time while Node goes. Oh, this is probably going to start running Firefox again. Please don't. It's thinking about it. Or not Firefox, the other thing. I don't really want to build i3. Look, stop. If I'm going to build something, I'm happy with CDE. I'm not going to use i3. I do, however... Okay. Let's try this again. Let's just try this with xclock as a trial run. And of course, Hotspot starts up because, yeah, because writing a web browser in Java was such a great idea. So, assuming that worked, I should somewhere. I don't apparently have it, but I should have. Let's see here. Let me just open a new terminal. Clients can connect from any host. So there's no reason why this shouldn't work. Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah, hold on. I just realized there is a step I have to do here. Probably, actually, it's probably part of the reason why this has been lagging so badly is I forgot to bring up the network. Solaris tap. Solaris tap 0 up. Not actually sure if that's working or not. Getting tap networking working under Cume is like a black art at the best of times. So who knows? SW VM Slayer 7. Let's see here. Let me look at my net setup script. What have I done wrong? Cat. Set bridge. The bridge is up. Link set. I mean, it should be up. It should have packets. See, I don't like fiddling with it on stream. If I knew I was going to be running this one, I would probably... Oh, did that get an IP? It did get an IP. And it can ping. I don't know what I did. I'm probably having ARP cache problems. Okay, so let's see if I get an X clock over here. I have my doubts, but it might be interesting. All right, Tom Runeberg, I hope you have a good good evening. Okay. I probably should let's see here. I mean, this is still building. I don't know how long this is going to take. It's probably a good time to fire up. Let's see here. Display. Let me just make sure this can actually talk to one another. Ping 130. Okay, yeah, so that can talk. Display 0130 0.0 X clock. Because I don't have an SSHD for that machine. Let me see here. Can I... Just out of curiosity. Yeah, so it can talk over SSH. So why can't it talk? It's probably something with the config is preventing it from working. I'd have to... Yeah, I don't have an SSHD for this. I could make one, but it'd be a pain. So we'll just shut this down for now. I guess we could load up NetHack. We could load up something in the Steam library. Let's see here. Oh, Node just finished. Cool. All right. Perfect. That's a big one down. Because I believe after this point, BLF Firefox. God, all the fonts look a little bit weird. So that's Node, Pulse we got, Python we have. And again, we're back to like music that just doesn't do it for me. It'd be nice if we could get another donation and at least bring it to the number that properly represents how cursed this whole thing is. Yes, I know I am fishing. Let's see here. Do I actually need startup? I know I have all the other ones. I guess how much does startup notification need? I guess it doesn't need anything, so even though it's probably not needed, we'll just grab it. I didn't rebuild Python, but it shouldn't matter. And I realized, you know, like, of course... Okay, start notification. Okay. All right. Okay, I guess, okay, rebuild after installing. All right, I guess I do need to rebuild it. So I guess we're going to rebuild it. At least this one should be easy. Why am I having copy and paste problems? Oh, shift insert. Wow, holy cow. That, you know, sometimes you get like habits that you don't realize how hard to break until you have to break them. And now we have reached properly evil number. Paramilk, there is an RS6000 sitting right behind me, and I was going to do a video on something very cursed on Spark stations if I didn't have video capture problems, because I really don't like putting a... I didn't mean to drop that. I don't really like filming an LCD if I can avoid it. It's not always avoidable, but for what I want to do, I want to be able to do close-ups and zoom-ins. And right now, my main camera is my phone, which is actually what I'm using to do the face cam. It's on a mount hooked off my LCD. I have a GoPro somewhere, but I can't find it. And I'm really hoping I didn't lose it because it's a small camera. GoPros are not great at indoor lighting, though. My phone can take 4K video, but it's limited to 5-minute increments, which is really irritating. So, who knows? I'm actually hoping that we will get to another $1,000. Like, if that can be a thing, you know, and maybe I'm being overly optimistic, that every time we stream for charity, we raise $1,000, it would be good. I have 2 capture cards. The problem is that the Sun... This is easier to show a picture. Let me pull one up. So this is what the Sun video card is like. This is a Creator 3D, which I don't have, but it's similar. They use this 13W3 connector, and they don't put out a standard VGA signal. They put out a hertz and vertical signal that most CRTs can sync to, but a lot of LCDs don't. That one actually will sync to it, but it is unhappy while doing so. And you can't freely change the resolution on them, unfortunately. There was quite a few Sun video cards. Like, there's this monster of a card. This is the CG6 color frame buffer double slot one. I have a smaller version of this one, which is less powerful, that can change resolutions, but you're still very limited at what you can do with them, unfortunately. Later Suns did use PCI, like, just looking at my search results, this is a Sun Quattro video card. Although I don't actually I suspect this is not actually a Sun card. But I mean, I'm looking at them on the eBay, like, and my SGI Indy uses something very similar. But the Indy uses a different pinout, so it doesn't work with any of my wiring. You can Dagra, it doesn't give a proper it doesn't give you a proper VGA signal. It's not recognized. Even my monitor doesn't say that it's a valid resolution because it's using invalid timings. The end result will give you a 1024 by 768 picture, but the signal is not correct because it's an analog signal, and their pixel clock is slower than what the VESA standard goes for. I had a very long talk with eHawk about this. We even tried reprogramming the pixel clock, and we could not get anything any of my capture cards would accept. And like I said, my monitor, which does acknowledge the signal from it, won't even see it as a valid VGA mode. It says it's in VSync mode, 66 Hertz. Yeah. The later Suns did use PCI, and it had VGA out. But if I want to show off next step, I need a Sun 4M machine, and ideally a Spark Station 5, which was one of the better ones that could run. I know it'll run on a 10 and 20, but the 5 was somewhat better. Oh, neat. That just finished building. I have the cable to get my Indy going, although I don't know what I'm going to demonstrate on it. LGR's video about IRIX does basically show most of what you can show about IRIX, although I might try doing some multimedia things on it. I am hopeful I will get my Amiga back soon from being recapped. I'm expecting it back in April. I think we have all the dependencies. I mean, we could install the recommends, but I don't think I want to go completely crazy with this. I mean, if we have to, we can always recompile it. Yep, it's a curse donate. Well, once we got to $500, I felt it was time for the cat ears to come out, and so they have. Yeah, ICU. Actually, ICU is on that list, so I guess we should probably do that. I believe ICU. I think Firefox will install ICU if it's not there. Here. Yeah, it's been a little bit flaky all night. I'm not completely sure why. We had some really bad weather here in Jersey, so it's entirely possible that's why. Because they've got like the entire street dug up next to me. All right, there that goes. I'm debating right now. This is what I'm thinking. We're going to get Firefox tonight. I can see that. We're definitely going to get that far. The question is, do we take it further than this? On one hand, I'm sort of kind of tempted to say yes. On the other, I'm not certain. I will say that I've been kind of inspired to maybe look at making a very lightweight distribution for retro computers that can be cross-compiled. Something like Open Embedded, but less pain in the ass is kind of where I'm going with that one. Or at least something I could compile. The thing is that cross-compilation has its own sets of pain and suffering. Like, I'd almost take Debian as a base, strip it all the way down to its bare essentials, like just take the bare to bootstrap, which really isn't that much. Like, I'm sort of curious on what it would take to get a 32-bit Spark build of Ubuntu, actually, because Ubuntu used to have one, but it's been dead for a long time. Here. Okay. I mean, we can compile NetHack. Compiling NetHack on this system would take like 3 minutes. It's not like we had to compile the compiler. Well, actually, we did have to compile the compiler. What am I saying? You know that's the worst part. It's not even the first time I've had to compile the compiler. I'm okay. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Let's see here. Okay. Well, you know, the thing is that we built the cross compiler, and then we cross-compiled the cross compiler to get a native compiler, and then we decided that wasn't good enough. So, because the chat thought I was doomed, then I cross-compiled Doom. Okay. The thing is that building for old Intel is difficult because so many things do stupid shit and assume i686. Building for Spark actually isn't quite as bad in some regards. So I am a little bit curious, all things considered. So we need to create a mozconfig file. Yeah. It helps if I do that in the right folder. And we need to do a fetch. Okay, that's good. I think we're good to go. We're not on a 32-bit machine. Okay. Do that. That's good. I think yeah, I think we're good to go. That's okay. You know, that was too. That was. Why did it fail? So I run moz configure by hand. It didn't find nsrp. Shouldn't there be a built-in nsrp? Like, I know there is, actually. Ah, yeah, we have to comment out these lines. Okay, hold on. Moz config. Actually, hold on. I'm going to also disable branding, because if I end up posting these images publicly, I legally cannot do that with the Firefox branding enabled. Okay, so that's going to do the entire build process. Why is it unhappy? Do I really not have zip? I don't have zip. Okay. That's fine. I guess I really haven't had to compress anything. Of all the things to be missing, I'm missing zip. At least they don't ship it in a zip file, because I've dealt with that stupid problem of you need the thing in the zip file to get the zip file. Is there no configure script here? I have unzip. I know I have unzip. Okay. All right, so that zip built. All right, let's see if we can successfully configure. Something failed. JCS extensions required. So something didn't get built correctly with Turbo, because we built Turbo JPEG. Or I thought we did. Yeah, live Turbo JPEG. System JPEG. Okay, so let's see what's going on. So right now we've got to figure out all these dependency stuff. Let's see here. So what gives? All right. JPEG Turbo. So that's all what you'd expect. JCS extensions. Don't see any JCS extensions here. So why is it complaining? I mean, I could disable. Let's see here, Turbo JPEG JCS extensions required, if not defined. So here's the repository. Let's see here. Setting appropriate pixel. You can check the extensions at compile time. Color space extensions. API. So we need to go to building. Let's see here. So is there JCS? Like, was something missing when I did the build? I know that when I was partially missing. Here. When we first built it, we were missing some of the assembler stuff, but I wonder if the JPEG 8 stuff, let me see here, JPEG 8, fully supported. JCS extensions. I mean, there's no reason why this shouldn't be not here. Oh, hold on. If Turbo JPEG is installed over an old one, what? Which it may have been. libjpeg turbo. Alright. So then we end up with what? So lib turbo JPEG. libjpeg so332. Yeah, that's the wrong library. For some reason, I don't think it's going to be that simple, but I think that's reticulating spliers. Please, chat, tell me you know where that's from. Please tell that you tell me you know where that's from. Oh, that just made my entire night. Reticulating spliers. It's actually from a lot of Maxis games. I don't know which the first one is. I know it was in SimCity 2000. I think it's in the original as well. But Firefox is building. Look at that, folks. We are in the end game. I do like how it's got tiers. We've got pre-export, export, compile. Hopefully it uses all the CPU cores. All of them. Ha, 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 ha. How many build units is this going to take? So 28 build units. So it's going to take about the same amount of time that Node.js took. Although I don't know, let me see here. How much is it? How many, let's look at HTOP. Yeah, no, it's using basically every bit of power the system has to give. Okay, I think that's progress. 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 I think that's progr How much RAM did I give this VM? Yeah, this is probably not the time to be asking this question. But I only gave this VM 8. Control C. Shut down H now. We 8 gigabytes of RAM is not enough. 8 gigabytes of RAM is not even close to enough. For where we are going, let's see yours. Okay. 16, it's, I always forget. Yeah. 16 gigabytes should be more than enough. As he says, okay. Well, you don't need swap space when you can literally throw more memory at the problem. I have 64 gigabytes of RAM in this computer. Memory is not the problem. So I really don't want to build LibreOffice. I don't want to build LibreOffice. I mean, if I have to, I will, but I really don't want to. Because in a past life, I've had to debug LibreOffice, and it was a sad. It was such a sad. And I probably should be doing this as not root. LibreOffice may have gone better, but they used to have this horrible build. Yeah. Right, because I was building as root, I guess I have to keep building as root. You know, that's fine. This is fine. Ah, fuck. Okay. Fine. Alright, oh yeah, I have to also fix the internet. Let me just turn off the VM capture for a moment. Ooh. Cool. Okay. I do actually think part of the reason that the DHCP thing is not working correctly is due to the way the network stack is set up on this system. The interface comes up and then has to be kicked a second time. It's kind of annoying. Alright. We don't actually need to rerun the configure step. So all we gotta do is that. And maybe we will get lucky and it'll just, you know, work. Firefox. I guess the build's going. Oh no, build's picking up where it left off. Yeah, I think that's the end in sight. I mean, I did want to try and get Minecraft running. I mean, I remember this being a thing that we did actually want to try. Like, did I actually... Yeah, see, I didn't even install Java. Oh, frig. I wouldn't even be able to log in. I haven't migrated my Minecraft account to Microsoft. I would have to do that, and I don't want to do that on a stream. I don't even think I could because I'm not logged into my main account. I'm on the streaming account. Can you increase the font size? The actual answer is probably no. Let's see here, 18 point. Oh no, I guess I can. How's that? I mean, that's progress. That, oh, okay, I just need to redo my hairband. Okay. I think the neighbors are getting delivery. I hear someone going by with like I've heard like someone rustling with a plastic bag. Thinking when we wind down for the night, I am definitely going to order Domino's or something. Actually quite hungry. The only thing I've eaten today were 2 bagels with egg salad. I've been at my desk beyond that. Although I do have some defrosted turkey. I could cook turkey. And if it wasn't for the fact that people would stream snipe me, I would get on Discord, load up Among Us, and we'd be playing Among Us while Firefox compiles. Because I feel like that would be the perfect, most fitting way to handle this right now. Because if I to successfully play NetHack requires focus and attention, and yeah, I don't have that right now. Can I make the font Comic Sans? I haven't played Elden Ring. I'm not a big fan of open world RPGs for the most part. Like, I didn't really like Fallout 3, and even Fallout New Vegas, which I actually really did enjoy overall. I didn't find exploring the world that interesting, and it's kind of the same way I felt about Oblivion and Skyrim. They're really pretty to look at, but they just don't do it for me, because half the time you basically end up it's you go from point A to point B, and it just doesn't really work. I did, however, enjoy it in Halo Infinite, which I honestly was surprised by, because I didn't have high hopes for Halo Infinite. And I gotta say that 343 did a decent job with it. It wasn't perfect, but considering the train wreck that was Halo 5, it was far better than it had any right to be. I've never actually played Dark Souls. I mean, I kind of want to do some gaming thing, or some Itanium thing. I don't know. I've had, like I said, I've had a lot of ideas for videos that I'm not sure what I do or don't want to explore. Because unfortunately, there's no real guide to this YouTube thing. And you'd think after almost 2 years of doing it, I'd have some idea of what I was doing. But, no, it doesn't quite work that way. A lot of it is with the open world engines, is they basically just been using the same things handed down. Like, Unreal Tournament was never built. The original Unreal Tournament was not really built as an open world thing, and it was just kind of hacked on and made to work. I mean, I don't remember what the original Grand Theft Autos were built on, but that was probably one of the better, not the remasters, but the originals. One of the better open world experiences that I remember. This hairband is losing its elasticity. I don't really do mobile games. I never have. I've never really enjoyed them. The only mobile games I have on my phone is the ports of the Final Fantasy games. So, okay, so while this is building, what are we going to do? I could load up NetHack. Can I even get into Steam? I don't even know what I have in my Steam library that we could play. I should have thought of this earlier. I should have installed Portal. I should have definitely installed Portal. So, all right. So after we finish Firefox, I'm just out of curiosity. Let's take a look at more things so we can get off this binary build. I mean, I could compile CMonkey, but meh. What does LibreOffice require? Just out of curiosity. 50 build units. That's a lot of build units. Actually, before I check something, I don't even know if Firefox is using a parallelized build. I mean, I have to assume it is. I mean, I really hope it is. Yeah, okay, seems fine. Alright, anyway. Going back. What would LibreOffice require? Estimated disk space required 7 gigabytes. Look at that configure command. With system Postgres, oh boy. That's a lot of things. Like, what? That is a dependency list. That's more dependencies than what Firefox requires. Although we have about, like, we don't have Boost, although we do have cups. Yeah, about half of these we would have to install. And even more if you want to torture yourself. LibRevenge. Firefox WordPerfect document importer. Wow, talk about a package name. A package that was updated in 2016. Who is still using WordPerfect? I mean, I like WordPerfect. Don't get me wrong. But who is using it? Who is using WordPerfect? Like, is WordPerfect still even being developed? There was a release of WordPerfect last year. Okay then. Oh. I mean, in a lot of ways, I remember WordPerfect, but I have a boxed copy of 4.2, but a magnet. Look at this. WordPerfect on a magnetic tape for Unix as an evaluation copy. For what the heck was Pyramid Unix? I've never even heard of that one. They apparently made risk-based systems. Talk about all the things I wish I had money to buy. If I assume I could ever find one. I don't use WordPerfect anymore, but I did use it for a very long time. I mean, we did run Solaris, the Solaris version of WordPerfect in the Solaris 7 stream. Excuse me. And then, but one of the other things I want to do is I want to actually cover the original Sun OS. I actually have a Sun tape drive. It actually came with my SparkStation, so I have the tape. So, because one of the biggest problems with showing off Sun OS is it has to be installed from tape. There is no exceptions to that rule. I mean, I guess you could technically install it from floppy if you were really liked pain. So I could create the install material. And the very last versions of Sun OS 4 were available for Spark. I need to figure out what tape it needs, like what blank media it is, because the tape drive I have, I could write the necessary install tape from Solaris. I'm not actually sure there was that many. That being said, I'm not sure that Sun OS 4 was that different from early Solaris. I mean, it would have been an open Windows based system. I don't think it was News based, because News was earlier as far as I know. Oh, and Quick Stepper, thank you for the $34 donation to Planned Parenthood of America. So, I have considered doing a retrospective video. The next video I am going to do is going to be the RS6000. I was going to do a video on Multics. You know what? I'll just bring this up briefly. Like, consider this, if you're watching this stream, you're getting teasers of some of my future projects. I need to sudo to... I'm actually going to bring this up on the other console. Because I have the streaming user for a reason, and I don't want to switch it out. But let me see here. How do I start you up? Shoot. Alright, so that's starting up on the other console. Once that's started up, I'm going to show one of the things that I've been sort of experimenting with. I want to make this video, but one of the biggest problems I've been having is... yeah. Well, I mean, the other good thing is that if I can ever find a Motorola 680 XO Sun system, and my God, those things are made out of unobtainium, I would be able to create installation tapes. Like, if I ever managed to get my hands on the Mac 2, I could make the AIX install tape, because half the problem is finding or making the blasted tapes, because tape drives like never show up on freaking eBay, or they do, they want more, they want like $600. I was really happy that my SparkStation came with a tape drive. All right, so now that this is started up, all right, so this is still it's still doing its scavenge. Here. Multics. Okay. And I'm just going to bring this up. Alright. To the mod team, next time I plan on streaming a long project like this, remind me to install Portal or something. Like, please. Because I can't easily install it while I'm live streaming. But all right. So one of the things I've been working on is this Telnet 001 618.0. Okay. Login repair sysadmin. It's always good when you can now remember the. Let's see, it's login repair. There we go. And welcome to Multics. I gotta tell you, getting this... Yeah, I got CDE running. We got CDE running a while ago. It didn't take that much. So yeah, one of the things I've been working on is getting Multics going. I've been playing around. It even has Emacs. This Emacs is so old that one of the that this system still has telco installed, but it's such a strange system. It's a lot like Vi didn't exist at this point. If you didn't have, the main editor was Q2X, which quite frankly I have trouble using. There is telco if you really like Pain, which I can never remember how you get out of. Yeah. Release. Because that was an error condition, so I went to level 2 and then I had to release out of it. But like, this is one of the things that I've been working on. Like, it's not on a Multics system, it's change working directory or CDW. I forget the full one. And then you have to do ls-a to actually see files. It's such a strange system, and yet I find myself really fascinated by it. The problem I have been having with this video, because I have the script partially done, is I need to do a fair bit of 3D animation and descriptions, and I've been having to do a lot of research into things that are not super well documented, which has been kind of been the Achilles heel in getting a video on Multics going. And just to give you an idea of how screwy the system is, there is a C compiler, but it's not even standard. The main programming language was PL1. There is a Fortran compiler, but I can't even get it to work. I don't know what version of Fortran it implements, but it's really, really strange. I do believe there's an APL compiler, which was probably a mistake to run, because how do I get out? I don't have a keyboard with the symbols for APL. I believe I can send control break to force it out. That didn't work. Dot by itself. No. Why did I start something that I don't know how to quit? I can't figure out how to quit APL. Okay. Like I said, it's been my ongoing research project. I mostly put it to the side for the time being to do something a little bit easier, because I'm going to have to spend time learning how to do stuff in Blender. That was actually the main reason why I sucked it up and bought a video card despite the prices they currently are. Good lord, my bank account's still hurting from that. But one of the biggest problems I've been having with certain of my videos is making visuals for when I have a lot of diagrams is hard. And being able to do basic animations will go a long way in terms of quality and style. Or that's my hope anyway. Maybe I'm in complete and total denial and running out of things to say. But I am actually surprised at how much trouble people have had in getting CDL running. I would think, it is fairly well documented, so I'm not sure what the usual trip up point is. Excuse me. Alright, so while that happens, let me just shut down this VM. This VM is going to be fine. Shut. Okay. I'm curious on how long this is going to take. It's probably 40. I'm going to guess that's going to be about a 30-minute build. Yeah, I could be wrong, but yeah. So, Pietro, I tried Fortran 66 and I tried Fortran 4 code, and it didn't like either. From what I've seen in like all the stuff I've looked at, my general sensation is that the Multrix Fortran compiler is probably Fortran 4. It probably was ported. I don't want to say it was ported from DEC, but it was probably similar, if not based on the IBM one. But it is completely screwy. Like, I've looked into what it took to do building adventure or dungeon in Fortran on a PDP-10, and it's ridiculous. Like, the Fortran compiler on those systems was a freestanding operating system. You literally had to power down the whole system, put the Fortran compiler tape in, run the tape, load your files, and then you'd get a binary dump that you could load into RX11. I've actually been thinking about doing a video about it, but it doesn't, the sheer insanity of it doesn't come across in emulation. If it wasn't COVID time, I'd actually reach out to the Rhode Island Computer Museum. They have a working PDP-11, which is, I believe I could run that compiler on and demonstrate it loading from a DEC tape. Yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of systems still actually assume it's loading from tape. I mean, when you really get down to it, Linux, in many regards, still assumes that it's printing to a dumb terminal, a teletype. I actually was looking on eBay, and I nearly bought a TI teletype for $100. I held off at the last minute because I have a lot of things on my project shelf that I need to make videos on, and that's pushing it a little bit, because I don't know what I'd do with a teletype, but I'd have fun having one. I kind of regret not buying a dot matrix printer, though, when I was at VCF Swap Meet. I sort of, I actually do need to figure out what I'm going to be doing for the one in April. I don't really want to exhibit. I haven't submitted anything for it. The last one I enjoyed a lot back in November, but it is really demanding. Then again, I do have some ideas of what I could do with it. Yeah, I was looking at one of the Silent 700s. I didn't even know those existed, and I saw it on Twitter that someone had used it as an IRC client, and I decided to take a look on eBay, and $100 is kind of pricey for a teletype, but it's also really cool. Yeah, the problem is they go for so much on eBay, and the last 2 VCFs I've been to have been kind of slim pickings on anything that isn't IBM or Commodore. I mean, I got the RS6000 at VCF East in November, and it was working when I got it, and then it died like 3 days later. It literally died on me on the bench. I was ticked. I got it going again, and then it died a second time, and now I think I've got all the gremlins out of it. And the last swap meet, which was 2 weeks ago, I grabbed an Indy, and I grabbed the Spark Station. And the Spark Station, and I also grabbed a Sun monitor and the disc pack. I'm a little annoyed about that Spark Station because the seller did not reveal that the internal rails are missing. They had it running off an external SCSI drive, which I didn't realize at the time, and for Suns, that's not really that big of a deal because the internal and external SCSI port are the same thing, so it doesn't really matter as far as functionality goes. But I would have liked to know. Yeah. Yeah. What am I wearing? This is actually one of the old Ubuntu Development Summit t-shirts. I believe this one it's on the back. It's the Cause a Call shirt. I believe it's 1610. It was one of the last ones they made. It's, you know, I can't turn my neck and see it at the same time. But, yeah. Yeah, so this is, like I said, this is what I was looking at getting. TI teletype. Let me open a private window. See, the only reason I don't want to bring up eBay up on screen is I'm signed into my account, and that'll show some information. But if I just bring up a Cognito window, so teletype. That was not what I was looking for. What are they called? Silent 700? Yeah, these. Like, I'd really like one of these. Or something similar to this. But it would be definitely, you know, the cheapest I've seen has been between 100 and 200. On top of that, they almost certainly are going to need a new ribbon. The tractor feed paper shouldn't be that hard to get. But if I want to show the authentic original Unix experience, this is kind of something I want. I actually wouldn't even mind having this if I did a video on CPM, because early CPM would have used a teletype like this. Okay, and we're still building. So I don't mind looking at eBay stuff with you guys while we do this. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've been looking. I have a search alert set. And I just... like, there's not that many that show up. And the ones that do show up are not in great shape. I mean... this is the cheapest one I've seen. It's a 700 untested, but you can definitely see this one's a bit crusty, although it is an acoustic adapter one, which could be interesting, but I'd have to get a PBX to actually use it. I would want, see, there's no pictures of the back of this one, so I don't know if there's a standard RS-232 hookup back there, because some of them didn't have that. Like, this one was much more a modem than a data terminal. And for people who don't know, let me give a little explanation. So, when you'd have... the reason we call something like this, like terminal emulate a window like this is called a terminal emulator. And the reason for that is that they're emulating what's known as a glass terminal. The most I don't know if it was the most common, but the iconic one is the DEC VT100, although I personally more remember the later 130s, the ones that are more CRT-like. And I actually have an info window. I found the adapter for it. I know Cathode Ray Dude has one without the PBX, but I want to show the... I actually would want to set up a full modem system, so I would want the PBX as a rule. Yeah. These aren't machines. These literally have no processor in them. They're just a serial port, a CRT, and a keyboard. And they're basically a fancier version of these types of teletypes. Like these. I do sort of wonder if the reason why these hold their value is that I believe these will still do RTTY, not RTTY, they'll still work for accessibility reasons. So I kind of wonder if that's half the reason they hold their value. But the way you used to use Unix is you literally use a machine like this, and your commands would print out like this. This is why ed was the standard Unix editor. So, yes. Let me see if I can find a picture of this. Yeah, this was the very first versions of Unix were designed to use this monstrosity, the Teletype Model 33. Curious Mark has a very similar. It wasn't this model. He's got something very similar that he demonstrates this on. I think his is a Model 50. Yeah. I would have to find his video. Let's see here. Yep, nope, we're still building. And I mean, teletypes are still commonly used in ham radio stuff. In fact, we still use bell tones. The FCC for Part 97 communication has a data rate limit of 1,200 characters per second. Or, bell 203 A tones. And on high frequency, we use 300 baud tones. So we still use AT&T bell tones to this day. So an acoustic adapter actually is quite useful for stuff like RTTY and ham radio stuff. I don't really do much ham anymore, and living in New York City, New Jersey, we have this thing called the worst RFI on the effing planet. Good lord. When I had my rig set up, we had a noise floor of S7, which should give you an idea of how bad it actually is. Yeah. Well, Vi is just basically a modification of ed, which was the standard line editor. Vi was basically ed for glass terminals. And Emacs was telco for glass terminals, because Emacs doesn't originate from Unix. Emacs, I want to say, I know it was, I don't know if it originally came from the mainframe. I think it came from Lisp machines originally, because GNU Emacs was based off Gosling Emacs. Now, there is actually some dispute on the authorship of the original GNU Emacs, but I'm not going to go into that story today. But the Emacs but what is known is it was originally came from the MIT Hack Lab. The MIT Artificial Intelligence Laboratories, and the MIT AI Lab had worked on had created their own time-sharing system as an alternative to Multics. That was ITS. That's a lot of stuff it's been doing. And Emacs, I don't know if it was written in the AI lab or if it was from one of the other machines. I actually, you know what? I'm going to look this up since right now we're just killing time. Because I know the very original Emacs was not written in Lisp. It was written as an extension of Tico. Okay, so it did actually come from the MIT AI lab for the PDP 6 and 10 with the incompatible time sharing system. And yeah. And that's where the iconic Space Cadet keyboard comes from, and it's MetaKey. I've seen the later symbolics, but man, I love an opportunity to type on one of these. You know, Hall Effect keyboards are amazing. I really, if I was to not use a Cherry board, I'd probably spend the money for a Hall Effect. The Emacs. So it is so I have been looking into doing videos on some of the early PDP stuff. I might actually do a rundown. The problem is that there's not a lot of content there. Like, I looked at doing something on RT11. And honestly, it's like trying to do a video about MS-DOS 1.0. There's just not a lot built into the system. But I could do a larger collection on some of the PDP systems as a whole. There's probably also enough that I could do a video about ITS in and of itself. The problem is that it's very poorly documented. A lot of the stuff has been archived and saved, but a lot of it has been lost. Paramilk, I actually like Pascal is quite heavily. I grew, C was the first real programming language I learned, but I prefer Pascal syntax and typing because it has a much more stronger basis in correctness. And that's a lot because I like Ada. Hey, Lucy in chat. Which comment were you talking about? I mean, what we may do for a future stream, and this one I've been thinking about for a while, is trying to compile or recompile Research Unix from scratch. I know it can be done because if we the very early versions of Unix are now under free and open source license. I believe it's actually under the 2-clause BSD, but I'm not 100% sure. The source code can be compiled, and what I've sort of been tempted to do is I was curious to see if its C compiler, PCC, could be built on top of Linux to still output PDP-11 code, so I could cross-compile the whole thing from modern Linux and reconstruct the boot tape. It should be doable. It might even be an interesting project. It's just I've been doing a lot of Unix-like stuff as of late, so I kind of want. I'm going to still do the thing with the RS6000. But I don't know. It's something I kind of want to do because the early Unixes are small enough that they're relatively easy to compile and modify. And as long as you don't tinker with the machine assembly, it shouldn't be that bad. Let's see here. I thought Ancient Unix got relicensed under 2-clause. Hold on. If it's not under 2-clause, then let me see here. Ancient Unix. Because it was under a freeware license. But I could have sworn that they changed the licensing. 'Cause No, okay, Chaldea, it was under 4-clause BSD. That was it. Yeah, they released Unix's 1 through 7, although I believe 5 was the only one the earliest one that's actually complete. The other ones are missing significant bits. And Unix 32V. So 4-clause, the 4-clause BSD. 4-clause BSD is a free and open source license. It's not recommend. The reason it's considered it's not recommended, and the reason why it's not distributable by Debian is the advertising clause. But even the Free Software Foundation itself says that a 4-clause BSD is a free and open source license. It's just annoying. It's like the one thing, that basically sums it up. I don't remember who has SCO right now. I know that it's changed hands again. Yeah, but I definitely would not mind taking a deeper look at some PDP stuff. I sort of am wondering, see, there were the micro PDP 11s, and there was 2 on eBay recently, but they went for over $1,000. I can't justify that cost. I mean, what I would love to do is there's 2 computer museums nearby that have PDP 11s, and maybe I can ask them for some time on them. Actually, I'm curious if there's one at the Liberty Science Center. Actually, I'm curious if the one at InfoAge is working. I'm curious. Hold on. PDP 11's on display. Actually, I didn't even think about that, but InfoAge may actually have a working PDP 11. It may just not be on display. They have a lot of them, and that's a relatively easy drive from here. I don't own a car, but I could get there without that much difficulty. So if their PDP is up and running, I might ask them for time about that. I'm going to write myself a note to do that, because I have contacts with them. I was hoping there was one at the Liberty Science Center, because that's literally a train ride from me. But that could be really interesting. System 5 Unix is a little bit... Sun made a lot of changes to early System 5 Unix that you can see the line that it's followed, but yeah. Okay. It's currently building GK Rust. See, this is one of the biggest problems I have with Rust, is the compiler is so painfully slow. I guess we could load up NetHack for a bit. I wasn't really planning on playing today, but I guess we're going to do so. So let's log into HardFont, and we'll make the font a bit bigger. Size 15 font will be fine. Let's see here. NetHack at hardfont.org. Yes. I like how the terminal is kind of like, I don't know what this is. Let's see here. Let's go with this. Yeah, you can pick for me. I don't think it's working really well with curses mode. Like, this isn't 100% the way it's supposed to look. Quite the opposite, actually. I think if I take it out of curses mode, it will probably be okay. Except, hold on, I lost my terminal. I feel like I'm supposed to have a config file here, and I don't. I have this feeling that this terminal emulation is not quite as terminal emulating. Okay, so apparently that's a word I just created. Terminal emulating as I want. Oh well. It's quite possible that their term info doesn't. They run it in a shell, and I have noticed that there's a lot of bit rot in term info, to put it bluntly. If you've ever tried using something that is not GNOME Terminal, you'd be amazed at how much things just go. Just, you know, out of curiosity, I just want to see what the build time for Firefox is on the Ubuntu build server. Just out of curiosity, what's the build time on their official build servers? All right, build version. Here we go. Build. 1 hour, 36 minutes, and 44 seconds. I don't remember how many cores they throw at the process. But let's see here. We might have some more time to kill than I expected. Yeah, okay, so we're definitely gonna have some more time to kill here than I expected. Because I'm looking at the build log right now. And apparently it took an hour to do the base build, which my guess is, I don't actually remember how fast. They've probably updated the system, so let's see here. And then it's got a lot more things it needs to do past this point. Although it looks like they actually run the full test suite, so. All right, in for a penny, out for, you know, 'tis fine. I mean, I understand it to some extent. The basic serial, the fact of the matter is term cap and term info kind of suck. I really hate to say that, but they do. NCurses has been in this ugly development limbo for the better part of 2 decades. I am fairly supportive of it basically being put out to pasture. But I don't really enjoy seeing support getting tossed out for general serial terminals, even though for the most part they have effectively gone obsolete. I mean, even when serial terminals are used, a lot of capabilities never do. I mean, the later VT 320 and 420 serial terminals from DEC supported graphics. I've never seen that used in a modern system. I don't think... I can't even think of any. And, like, the info window I have supports WISE emulation, but, again, it's minimum capability for applications that are just not that complicated. Okay, so it looks like we're running some tests. Hey! I think Firefox just finished. We know it took a while, but your build has finally been successful. Wall time, so it took 50 minutes. Okay, I think we can call that a victory. So how do we finish the install? Well, don't clap just yet. We haven't actually installed it. So I guess we just do this. Hopefully that's relatively fast. Okay. So I guess that's done. So let's close the app version. Look at that. LFS build, day 3, Firefox 1.9.7.0. There it is. We have a complete freestanding Firefox. And so, to complete this, oh! I think, God damn it. That wasn't supposed to happen. I think I need FFmpeg. That wasn't supposed to happen. No! That was a swing and a miss. Swing and a miss. Well, wait, really? Was that this? I like how the second search result from Linux from scratch is myself. Or third. Wait, to play video, you may have to install the required codecs. But I can't click on that. But okay, so apparently I think I just need FFmpeg at runtime. Okay, so hold on. Let's figure out what we actually need here. Do we? I mean, we should have a built-in copy of libvpx. I think so. Hold on. So, FFmpeg is big. FFmpeg is really big. I did say the goals we were going to be able to watch the stream within the stream. Okay, hold on. Firefox, codecs, YouTube. So apparently I just have to actually get FFmpeg installed. I think that looks like that's all I actually need. The problem is that FFmpeg has a very long and incredibly scary dependency list. Some of these we've got, and some of these we don't got. The problem is, yeah, let's compile Firefox. Not compile Firefox. Let's compile FFmpeg. With this library that I know exactly why it was named this, and I'm not going to say it out loud because we have standards here. Oh, who am I kidding? We don't have standards here. We have standard madness. I shouldn't have run Firefox in that window. That's fine. And I also am having some clipboard problems. Okay, here we go. Firefox. Well, at least we got Firefox built. It just happens that we needed a little bit more to get something. So better, so beyond. But yes, I did have a Foon moment. I Googled for something and I got myself. Because, of course. Okay, I should have all of these. So I think we can just grab it and go. I feel, I'm going to feel really bad the day I cause an LGR effect. Alright, and yep, that's quick and easy. The problem is that building FFmpeg takes freaking forever. I'm going to just grab everything because I don't know what my experience of FFmpeg is that you often need a lot of stuff that you don't actually think you need until you actually need it. And if you don't have it, it causes bigger problems down the line, which is just a nightmare in and of itself. Like I've been down this road. I had to do custom FFmpeg builds for Mixer, and it was I don't want to say it was hell on earth, but it was pretty bad. But yeah, I think we can speedrun this. I mean, I'm going to be a little salty if I have to rebuild Firefox, but I'm not giving up that easily. And you know what? We have processors. We can J8 this. And folks, if you enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. If you really enjoy this content, consider making a donation to Planned Parenthood, or if you want to support me directly, consider becoming a Patreon. Okay, my shameless plug has been done. I don't think I'll need to recompile Firefox either, but I don't know. I'm not taking anything for granted. But I mean, on the other hand, think about it this way. We've literally built all this and we're surfing the web on a system that is almost entirely built out of free and open source software. I believe the only thing that isn't is some firmware. And, you know, that's an achievement, all things considered. Well, actually, I need to actually enable another option there. Cool. Okay. Is it non-free? LGR effect is whenever LGR brings something up, the eBay prices of something goes up. RH Tor, I don't know how you say that. I'm doing Linux from scratch because the whole point is to build Linux from source code without using binary packages. If I wanted to just build Linux from scratch, I could use Gentoo. Sorry, from source, I could just use Gentoo. What codec is this? What's the hold on? Let me see what the license is on that. Actually, now I'm curious. Module license. I'm not seeing why this is a non-free license from a very brief... yeah, I'm not going to worry about it. There's nothing there that stops me from redistributing it. So free type. I probably don't need just going to grab as much stuff as we can, because well, I know Wikipedia uses this, or has used this in the past, so it's probably a good idea to have it. Oh, God, my brain is very slowly turning into mush. Okay. Okay. Linux, so Gentoo basically just builds Linux from source, but it's all automated. And that's the whole point. I don't want a package manager. This is entirely to be done by scratch for fundraising. That's why I am doing this way by hand. And don't get me wrong, it is tedious. I would not recommend that anyone do this except as a learning exercise. But okay, so I thought I already did libvorbis, so we go right on to the next one. We're definitely going to need opus, because I know opus is used. Source. Somehow I managed to download a web page. Let's try that. Let's try that again. No, apparently I also did opus as well. I am duplicating myself. So I think we just need these two codecs. All right, moment of truth. Oh, God, my neck is killing me right now. Yeah, I really enjoy seeing motif like this. I mean, we could take it even further. We could set up Discord. I should probably stop talking before this continues growing. I mean, I'm trying to think what would be more cursed as under motif and not. No, because Electron apps are surprisingly annoying to get going. Sort of. Kind of. It's complicated. I'm going to step away from keyboard for a moment. I will be back, and then we are going to be in the home stretch for this. Oh, look, it finished. Okay, cool. Give me one more moment. Okay, and I'm back. Alright, cool. That's another one done. So we do that. I do wish I knew why the back and forward mouse buttons don't work. It's probably just a VM problem more than anything else. Alright. And one of these days, I will stop downloading web pages. But I'm pretty sure I am at the end of my rope. So, still $700 raised, over 3,000 in total. And we usually get a fair bit after the stream ends. Probably not enough to get us over 1,000, but I will definitely I think all in all, we can call that a pretty successful run. We got Firefox compiled and working, and then discovered we couldn't actually watch the stream. Because technology is hard. So... Well, if you need a less crunchy image of CDE, I got you covered. And I will be uploading this and the day 2 image to Patreon's probably shortly after the stream finishes. So if you want to grab this, make sure you're a supporter of the channel. I will release it publicly at some point. I don't know when that will be, but it will happen. And this time I will try not to forget about it. But we'll see. Okay. Yeah. I believe I started on 11 and we're now doing 11.1. Mostly because there was an unexpected 2.5 month gap from when we started and when we finished. Because, oops. It's kind of amazing how time flies. I actually should just... Hold on. There's a command that makes everything go faster. I should remember to actually use it. We don't... Normally when we do distribution building, we don't generally use J because so many things break. You'd be surprised at the sheer number of packages that just go when you give it a J factor. And it's probably part of why Linux from Scratch doesn't use it either. And sometimes it's race conditions which cause it, so it doesn't happen. So it's why a lot of times they don't always get detected. Yep. Yeah, that's a lot of warning spam. That's kind of an impressive one, actually. It's probably just a macro that is... I mean, it's all the same file. I actually think it's still... Yeah, I know, it is all the same file. There we go. Cool. I think we're ready to compile FFmpeg. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. It still won't be as bad as compiling on Windows, and otherwise I tell myself, because building FFmpeg on Windows is just a sad. And they even have the command figured out for me. Probably when I upload this, I'll probably delete all the build directories. Okay, so libvpx is missing, so we still need that one. That's fine. Brain is. Okay. Could have sworn we had this one installed. Yeah, I guess not. Okay. God, this takes me back. When I was doing codec work at Mixer, I had to do a lot of builds of VP8 to figure out what affected things, and at the time, you had to do a specific real-time compile instead of being able to do it all at once, and then you had to do a custom FFmpeg, and it was just, it was deep, and this is bringing back good and bad memories. So, yeah. When I can successfully watch my stream on the LFS system, I believe that's when I declare victory and then faceplant. I mean, we've been going for 7.5 hours, and it'll probably be 8 before this is all done. I mean, the longest stream I've done on YouTube was 11 hours and 55 minutes. When I decided to go far too deep with a Solaris cross compiler. So, yeah, no. That. Okay. So far, so good. CDE, I did run CDE as a daily driver for quite a while. It's really nice if you're the type of person that is happy with running, say, Fluxbox or OpenBox, but want a little bit more of a desktop environment. There's definitely there's a lot of good things in CDE, and it is definitely still maintained for some of the Unix vendors, although I doubt any of them really have any serious support for their workstation uses. Like, I know AIX still has X in the box. I'm pretty sure HP Unix does as well. But for the life of me, I really doubt that any of them are, put any serious effort in developing, just maintaining and stuff. Like, the built-in mail client in CDE doesn't support TLS. Most of the security vulnerabilities, I believe, have been patched. Like, it no longer requires insecure mode with RPC. It's definitely gone a lot better than what it was. Like, I would feel comfortable, from what I've seen, I'd probably feel comfortable using it as a daily driver. I mean, I did back in the day, but I did have it firewalled. And did I not use the go fast command with this? No, I did not use the go fast command. You know, it's fine. Patience is a virtue. And we're just building test, you know, screw it. Go fast. Go fast. I command thy to accelerate. Accelerate! There we go. Now we can build FFmpeg. Yes! Okay. The end is near. Wait, what? Ooh, non-free and non-redistributable. Which one is non-redistributable? I guess it's the codec libraries. Or it's probably the combination of building... It'd be nice if it told me which ones it doesn't like. It's probably, you know, if I disable... Hold on. If I disable... It's probably because of enable GPL. Let me see something. If I remove enable GPL, it's probably the AAC one that's causing problems. Let's see here. If I remove enable non-free, which one is the complaint about? Is there really not a free and open source implementation of AAC? Like, I would think there would have to be. Just, is that where it's complaining? Yeah, and OpenSSL is incompatible with the GPL. Yeah, I'm starting to remember this particular nightmare. Honestly wonder how many distributions. Like, if I just remove this, I wonder what Coda, and then if I remove AAC. Okay, hold on. I believe I could use GNU TLS. And then I could remove... Actually, that should give me a legal FFmpeg. Let me see. Because then I could... Yeah, that actually gave a legal FFmpeg. So, you know what? Let's remove the reference implementation. Make uninstall. You go away. And then I'm even going to delete you from the source folder. FFmpeg needs TLS if it's like doing stream grabbing and stuff. Hopefully this all works. I don't know. I've always been amazed at how much licensing pain is dealt with video codecs. Like, I was really disappointed that Google's VP8 and VP9 really did not become the standard. Because it's one of those things that even Hollywood doesn't really dictate, because a lot of stuff in well, it is become more commonplace. Hollywood mostly works with stuff like ProRes and AVID formats, from what I understand. Stuff like H.265 is mostly for consumer grade stuff, so I am really surprised that Google's free patent-free codecs really kind of never went anywhere. I mean, who knows? I actually, I do like Window Maker, but man, is it in maintenance mode. Like, it doesn't really support the free desktop application stuff. It's, a lot of the GNU step stuff is just really sad. Like, I've seen demos of what it could be, where it's like a really accurate clone of Next Step, but it never really got realized. AV1 was used. That was more for distribution than not. But I mean, the original MPEG-1 stuff wasn't wasn't heavily patented. It was the later stuff that was, which is why I'm mostly been surprised about that. Well, yeah. I mean, GNU the whole point was that Herd and GNU Step were really supposed to be this great, amazing system, and it really just never was. So, okay, so there's FFmpeg. So let's kill all Firefox. And let's see if we can successfully play video. Click. Hey, look, we got an ad. Hey, look, it's me watching an ad, and then this is going to start recursing. And there's me watching. I like this. This amuses me. We're starting to recurse, and you can literally watch it. You can literally watch the latency in progress. This is getting really trippy to watch, because each layer is going deeper, and you can see that the resolution is getting a bit lower each time. And I keep going on and on and on. This is really amusing. This is glorious. We are literally seeing how many layers of NCommander we can go. It's recursing because of the lag. It was offset latency. This is glorious. It's literally going deeper and deeper and deeper into the stream. I mean, if we keep going, the compression is going to get better. This is glorious. Someone clip this, please, and make it a thing on YouTube. Yeah, well, no, it's because we're zooming in on zooming in on zooming in. This is what happens when you take a dorsal image and keep going further and further in. And I keep waving and waving my hand as we go. I wonder at what point it's going to stop being recognizable. It's just cool. It's not the video quality. Look up at me in the corner. This is me recursing. It's recursing. We're green shifting. This is 1080p. Look at me up in the corner. Me in the corner is not recursing. My mouse cursor is not recursing, nor is it up here. It's literally because we are watching ourselves, 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 watching ourselves. It just, make sure you post it on Twitter that we have reached. We are approaching infinity. I'm actually curious on how far this is going to go. I mean, you can literally see, yeah. Now look at my face. My God, I've become the Slender Man. Oh God, I've become Slender Man with cat ears. It's Marble Hornets, but with cat ears. I mean, folks, I want to see. Yeah, apparently I've created a new genre, digital horror. You know, step over Local 58. Next Pro, I've got your next video right here. It's digital horror. Some mirrors are blinking faster. The compression's getting impressive. This is, I'm curious at what point it's going to stop looking like a YouTube stream. But this is how creepypasta is made. I feel like I should. My face is melting. This isn't what I was expecting when we reach the end of Linux from scratch. But the color we've I mean, it's like every time I wave my hand, this is incredible. I don't want to stop it. It's a good thing we're not playing music in this. Why is it becoming green and yellow? Oh yes, no, hold on, I have to bring the lamp in. The lamp will save us. The lamp will save us. Well, you know, if a UFO took a video of itself. Look, I mean, look, the subscribe button is no longer red, it's now black. The whole image has become mostly monochrome and green. This is amazing. I don't know where this is going to go, but I mean, look at the NCommander 2 layers down, or the NCommander 3 levels down. I mean, we're literally looking into an infinite number of universes recursing upon itself. Yeah, I guess this is we're literally watching. This is what they mean by lossy codecs. No, yeah, this is literally what they mean by lossy codecs. We need to clip this and show. Yeah, and look, I'm green shifting. It's like moving left. If we let it run far enough back, it's literally going to just move out of the picture. Because look, the text at the top is desynced. No, the clip is not actually looping. Well, I guess it actually is. This is incredible. I don't know why I'm watching this so entertained. Hold on. I'm actually going to turn off the face cam. The face cam is not turning off. Oh, because the face cam is caught in recursion. The face cam is now recursing. Yeah, now I'm stuck in the loop because the face cam itself is actually recursing as we're going deeper. Look, I'm being deblurred. The face cam is off. This is the after images of the face cam. My face is melting. I should have made a funny face But, guys, I think the Slender Man has gotten me. Guys. Tick-tock. 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 My God, I'm literally watching my face melt. This was not how I expected Linux from scratch to end. But maybe we've reached max cursed. Maybe we've become so cursed that we've reached infinity. Just remember, you know, you know what the easiest solution for dealing with the Ring video was? Is, my God, I got that reference. The easy solution to the Ring video is you just upload the damn thing to YouTube. If someone sent me the Ring video, all I'd have to do is upload it to YouTube. Guys, we are approaching green shift. No, I want to keep this going. I don't know where this is going to end. I mean, at some point, nothing is going to be recognizable. The lamp, you can still make out the lamp, but I know it's still recognizable as YouTube. It's just, I should have turned off the face cam and reset it. I feel like I need a filter for this for OBS. Yeah, it's starting to green shift a bit. Just a little bit. But I wonder how many layers we've actually recursed. Like, I feel like someone at YouTube is... But, you know, it turns out you can make digital horror. You know, it's like... And it's at this point that, you know, you start hearing buzz, 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 Buzz Lightyear to the rescue. And there's like 2 people in my chat that are going to scream the moment I said that. Hear that. God, this is glorious. And now we know how many people have been in my off-topic channel on my Discord. Buzz, 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 buzz. And then this is video streaming. God, my face looks like it's melting. I think we're... What's interesting is that the image is kind of moving to the upper right. But as it turns out, the farther away you get from reality, the more interesting it gets. I don't know why. This wasn't what I was expecting. We've gone... Well, the thing is that we are recursing upon ourselves to the point that my beard has become... Yeah. I'm just using Linux on hard mode. This is what happened at the end, during the end of Evangelion. And thank you, Anonymous, for the $20 donation to Planned Parenthood of America. I don't think this is what anyone was expecting from a fundraiser, but well, we go that extra mile. Someone like ping. I'm curious to see what you guys are going to put on Twitter about this, as the lower level is starting to yeah, it's I mean, you can't even tell it's a YouTube anymore. We have transcended this reality. We have reached a new reality. We have become so at this point, if you want to see more NCommander content, please like and subscribe. If you want to see my face melt more, please, my God, it's just become so glorious. This is this is how, you know, this is how an AVG we have reached infinity. Should I bring it? Wow, look how quickly it's getting greener and greener. You can still kind of make out the subscribe button. It's glorious. You will all become one with the NCommander. You will all become one with the stream. You will all run Linux from scratch. You will all listen to the sound of my voice. There are 4 lights. There are 4 lights. There are 4 lights. There are 4 lights. I feel like I could just leave this running for a while and, like, yeah. I'm actually curious on what mathematically causes this. This is Cave Johnson here. We're having some technical difficulties. You might think that everything has become blue, but let me assure you that that is not the case. We're experiencing a temporary distortion of reality, and we at Aperture Science are conducting experiments into an infinite recursion to begin to try and find an answer to this, and the goal of all humans to ascend to pillars of salt. But I am sure that all of you will do your best to find out how we can resolve this. This is Cave Johnson signing out. We're done here. This is just glorious. You can still make out a few details. I am curious to see if it's going to become solid green. Yeah, I know it's a green smear, but it's becoming more yellow. Do not attempt to adjust the vertical or the horizontal. We are now in control. For the next hour, we control your viewing experience. You have now reached the outer limits. It's getting brighter green. I could reduce the bandwidth, but I'm amused that we're streaming a high resolution. This is just amazing. Why? You know what I just realized is that the N in the lower right hand corner is melting. I'm going to give it another few minutes, and then Yeah, you know, this is how the Resonance Cascade got started. This is how the Resonance Cascade started. But you all need to listen to the sound of my voice. This is a dream. Reality, as they say, can be adjusted. All you have to do is envision a different world. Everything is listening to happy, happy music. Like, I like that the end has a comic trail. This is just amazing. So apparently this is what your face looks like on video compression. And then, just like that, folks, listen to the sound of my voice. You are currently dreaming. But when I'm going to count backwards from 10. And when I do, this reality will stop existing and you will wake up in a new one. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ta-da! I feel like I need to do a stream where all that is that. That was awesome, though. That was awesome. All praise motif and its glorious right angles. It's assistive subtitles. God, that was definitely interesting. Yes. The problem is you woke up from that dream and then you suddenly woke back up into a CDL reality. But I think, let's see here, at this point, how long have we been going for? We've been going for just over 8 hours. We've got Firefox working. We could get Java working and I guess run Minecraft. Although I'd have to fix my account to do so. But, oh, that was not the page I wanted to load. That was definitely not the page I want to load. At least it was not. That could have been a lot worse. That could have been a lot worse. Let's see here. What was actually on that? I'm just gonna look on in our tab. Yeah, I think that I don't think I'm gonna have to worry about that. Yeah. That was. Loading a web browser in a stream is dangerous. You know, at least it wasn't anything. Yeah, it's fine. This is fine. This is all fine. Anyway, I think at this point we're going to wind it down. So, if you have ideas for a part 4, let me know. But this was the goal for the entire project. Actually, let me turn my face cam back on and let's go full screen. There we go. Cat ears going off. So, if you want to make any last-minute donations to Planned Parenthood, this is the moment. And I guess next time, I don't know when we're going to stream again. I might do some more hardware ones. That actually worked fairly well in December. Wow, I really gotta get this hairband out before I rip out my hair. There we go. Long-haired NCommander. So, yeah, I think on that note, we're gonna call it good. I'm hopefully gonna try start streaming on a more regular basis, but I definitely want to try and get at least one video out between streams. So I've got some stuff I'm gonna record with the RS6000 this week, and then after that, I'm not certain. And Petro, thank you for the $50 donation to bring the total up to $765 raised. I believe our total running sum is probably about $3,500 in total. I will definitely be doing more fundraisers in the future. As to what I'll be fundraising for, I'm not certain, but we will take things. And yes, I do hear the Black Moon hollering. I do get the reference. But I don't think this is a skip. I don't think I am a skip. Or maybe I am. Maybe I am something to be contained. Yeah. No, I looked at it in another tab. It's nothing to worry about. It's not like I accidentally broadcast some NC-17 material. You know, God damn it. You know what I gotta do is, if I'm going to have a web browser open on stream, I need to put a parental lock on it. I mean, we could stream from within Linux from scratch. I mean, I could set up OBS. No. Brain. No. I don't want to go down this road, brain. No. There's nothing good that... No. No. I don't want to compile OBS from scratch. I don't want to build OBS from scratch. Hold on. Maybe it's not as bad as I think. We have the worst part. Why am I doing this? I should just walk away. There's nothing to be gained by doing this. Just walk away, NCommander. But no, maybe we can get a bit more fundraising in. That's how I'm justifying this to myself. I mean, how... I would need Qt to build it. But that's the only thing I'd actually need. It would literally just be Qt, although it would take 45 minutes to compile. I mean, literally all I would have to do at this point... I know I could just do it with FFmpeg. I do know I could just do it with FFmpeg. But all I would have to do at this point would be to compile Qt. And once I have Qt built, it's about the same build time as Firefox. So 29 at SMB. What else am I missing here? I think I'm missing a fair number of these, but I've been streaming for 8 hours. Why do you do this to me? No, why do I do this to myself? Wait a minute. I am an adult. I do make responsible choices. No, wait. The lie detector that has determined that last statement was a lie. I don't make responsible choices. You know what? I'm going to hope that by some miracle we manage to raise another $350. I'm going for it. I'm already regretting it, but I'm going for it. Why am I doing this to myself? Why am I doing this to myself? I should have walked away. See, I don't know if I would do another Linux from scratch thing, and I think I've already started down the path to madness. Getting Firefox going was the goal. I think we have all of these. Yeah, we have all the requirements. I turned the music off because I was expecting to end the stream. And, you know, and I even told, when I was talking with my mom earlier, it's like, I don't think I'm going to go that late. I'm pretty tired. I mean, it's not like I have to do a lot. I just have to type some commands in and make it happen. Where's the window where I was doing all the extraction? Okay. Okay, all right. All right. We're doing it. We're doing it. We are doing it. We got some music back, and we are doing it because you want to know something? My suffering is nothing compared... You know, here's where I'm going to draw it, and this is how I sort of justify it to myself. My suffering is nothing compared to those that are who are affected by the things that I'm fundraising for. And then we get a build error. I can work with this. Why is there a build? Oh, I forgot to apply the patch. That's fine. That's fine. But the way I'm going to mentally justify, the way I'm thinking about this is that I can force myself to go further because it maybe will help make a difference. Well, I mean, that's the thing. People can always take the easy way out. No one would blame me for it. And I mean, there will come a point where I'm going to faceplant so hard that my face will gash through the pillow, through the mattress, through the floor, and my downstairs neighbor is going to wonder who the hell this guy is coming through their ceiling. And hopefully their build time is lower than that. Maybe. Possibly. Gonna hope. I don't know what I need besides cute for OBS Studio. I really don't know. And I don't even know where I would stream to, but if I can get OBS Studio to run, if we can record, I will call it good. I can't really live stream to it because I'd have to either set up another YouTube account or I'd have to set up Twitch. Okay, so all that's set. Why did this fail to undefined reference? Oh, did it like... I think I gotta delete the build directory and extract it again. I mean, technically speaking, I don't even need the whole damn thing. I just need cute widgets. Like, if I only... Out of curiosity, packages, cute 5 widgets. If that's the only thing I need, and I just need that and base... I need core, GUI, and base. Although I probably should just build the whole damn thing. Alright, let's reapply the patch. And if this fails to configure again, then I will actually call it. I don't understand this house has people. Okay. I mean, Jade Freeman, you're not wrong. I actually love Columbo. I am a sucker for mysteries. The one problem I have with whodunits, and more specifically howdunnits like Columbo, is they get repetitive pretty quickly, and a lot of modern ones are just kind of garbage. I mean, I don't remember a lot. I used to really enjoy watching Law and Order, and it just isn't good. We're building Qt 5 because apparently watching our stream in Firefox was not enough. We could load that back up, but, you know. We're going for this. We are going for this. I really need to get Streamlab integration set up. I keep forgetting to do it. Although, last time I looked, Streamlab had some weird things with it. Like I said, right now I've been reading through Umineko When Seagulls Cry. And it's got my attention. It's very slow to start out, though. We're going to try and get OBS running, we're going to try and get to the point that we can stream on our system that we made from scratch. And you know what? I will actually live stream this to my Twitch channel. I have an old Twitch channel that I'm going to use, and I'm going to live stream it there. Let me see if I can log into it while this is going. Oh, that's a slight problem. I need my two-factor authentication code. The two-factor authentication code's on my camera, but let me see here. I'll have to take the face cam down when I actually try it, so we'll come back to that. Let's go J12 and let's see if we can build this thing. I'll look at Stream Elements. Okay. Yeah, when we get closer, I'll take a look at it. I mean, I don't know how long this is going to take to build. Holy cow, that's flickering quite badly to the point that I'm just going to kind of cover it up. You can't see the flicker if it's not there. There we go. That's better. Well, I don't know what to talk about now. I had finished all my words and things. I guess I'm gonna brush out my hair. I apologize for doing this on stream, and then I will put the cat ears back on. But this is going far later than I expected. Well, I have 2FA on because I don't want to get my account taken over. I don't normally use Twitch anymore. I have an old Twitch account. I do use it. And maybe what we'll do is while we're in the Twitch, I will just let it recurse upon itself. Although I don't even remember what Twitch's rules are like about that. I don't remember the last time I streamed on Twitch. Like, I went through all of YouTube's rules with a really, really fine-tooth comb. Although I think I used to have, like, a test account. Maybe I won't do Twitch. We'll see if we can get OBS to work and then record something with it. I mean, hopefully this builds fast. What can we do to kill some time? I mean, I could try the current wordy puzzle. I haven't done today's. Play my... No, that doesn't work. I had an idea, but it wouldn't work. What do I even have installed in this system? Like, I don't even have that many games installed. That is not a lot of games. See, all my Steam library is on my main account. And I keep that separate from this one so I don't accidentally leak information. I've had some close calls. But it means all the Steam stuff is nowhere useful. Yeah. I guess we could just load up Solitaire for the time being. Wow, those look really ugly. Okay, but yeah, we can do Solitaire for a bit. Let's see here. Who knows? Maybe I'll actually be able to play this without having the entire chat having to help me. Let's see here. 10. That 3 doesn't help. Ace. 2 I'm going to leave up there. I'm going to leave that king up there unless there's a... That I'll take. Which gives us a 7. That's no help. Ace. 3. Take that. We'll take that. Ooh, that helps. Okay. I did not expect to be streaming this late. I'm feeling it. So if we need to do more dependency stuff, I probably am going to have to call it just for the sake of I can only stay awake for so long. Oh, cool. 2, 3, 6. All right, let's reshuffle the deck and see what else we got to work with. 7 and 7 can move here. Which gives us a 6. Queen. No help there. But we have an 8 somewhere. Nothing immediately. That's helpful. Let's see here. King. Queen. No help there. No help there. Oh, that helps. Let's see here. 7. King. 9. There's the 2. That opens up another slot there. Nothing we can do with that 6. That 7 isn't super useful. 9, 6 to Jack. Oh yeah, that does help. That does help. Or yeah, apparently the ears do give me energy, although it's very much a fleeting thing. I think if there's a queen in the deck, a red queen, I'll play it down. Let's get the 4. Yeah, okay, so let's play that king. Why can't I reshuffle this? Was there a limited number of reshuffles? The ears were a message of acceptance and understanding. It didn't quite work. I don't think I can reshuffle this. I don't think these are playing by the rules I was expecting. Well, I should have... Oh, well. Hold on. We can That's fine. Okay, so I screwed myself up because I didn't realize that there was a limited number of shuffles. I don't think I have any valid moves left. No, I don't. That's fine. Okay, that's an amazing opening deal. Yeah, let's do that. That gets us the 3. That gets us the 7. Ace. Queen. 10. Let's see here. 2. Oh, that we can use. Joker. I don't think I've actually ever played this version before, which is why I'm not super familiar with it. Well, I had a promising start. I don't have a whole lot of moves I can make. Oh, I'll take that. And that gives us another queen. I can put this here. It gives me another 10. I'll take that. Joker would not, let's see here. No help there, no help there. 9, 5, 3, 4. That was not that useful. Yeah, it's vague. I didn't realize it was Vegas rules. I never normally play with them, but it's a nice change, to say the least. Because we need, like I said, we're going to have to kill some time. Let's see here. Joker gives me a 2, which gives me a 9. Nothing super helpful there, but I'm not that worried. Because under Vegas rules, it's much harder to get a win. Well, because it's Vegas. House always wins. 5. Actually, hold on. That 5, 4. Wrong suit. Or else that would actually have been useful. 6. That 5 is still not useful, but going in the right direction. Flip. Don't think I have any good moves. Yeah. I'm gonna redeal. I don't think that one was a winnable one. It was possible, but playing under Vegas rules is an interesting challenge. Let's see here. 6, 9. Oh, there's an ace. There's a 2, which flips the 7. 4. Gets me a king there. Nothing really useful. Jack. A 6. Queen. 7. Weird playing out 2, but I want to avoid going for the deck if I don't have to. I'll take the 10. Gives me a 9. Gives me a 6. Gives me a 3. That's really not useful. Oh, that's actually worse. Okay, so 8, which can unbury the 7, which gives me another queen. It's like one of the worst cards I could have flipped. Fine. I think all my aces are buried. 4. There's still no help. Wow, that is just a miserable. I could play DOSBox Rogue. I just have to be awake for it, and I really am not at the moment. Like I can see I'm missing moves. Let's see here. 6, 9. Oh, finally an. Yay! Look, aces. Okay, I'm not sure how many cards we can flip up, but that frees up the board a lot. That definitely helps things. That gets that up there. That gets that up there. That gives me that jack, which goes there. We get anything else useful? I need to get this out from here. What I really need is I need to free this 8, but I don't see a way to do that. Or hold on, 6, 7. This moves the 8 of diamonds there. So let me take the 6 down from here. Which gets this king out. I can move that here, which flips the 4. I might have to deal more cards. I really don't want to go for this deck if I can avoid it. 7, 6, 5. Yeah, but this doesn't help. I need a red 5. So actually, I could do this, which moves that here, which frees up that. I can play the 4 there, which gives me the 5 of diamonds, which is not helpful. Alright. It gives me a red 9, a 6, a 7, 2, 10 of the wrong color, take the 3, take that 3, actually that 3 I can play, because that can go up there, gives me another 10, gives me a queen, take that king out of the deck, gives me an 8, and then I'm on my last redeal, so any card I flip, I can't get back. I don't think I have it, but let's try. 6, 7, 2. Yeah, I don't. Damn. Let's see here. How's that build going? Build's still going. Alright. I think we can get a win. I just have to get a little bit lucky. That one was promising. Ace. 7, 6, 5. Yeah, I definitely was not planning on streaming this long. This is not a great deal, but at least I know where the kings are. Yeah, actually, I don't like this deal at all. That deal I like a lot better. I will take that 2 and place it there. 8, I will place there. Gives me a joker, a king. 5. Okay. How's that doing? Where is it actually building? It is in the it's still in cute base. Yeah. We're going to see it through to the end. I mean, it's not that different from playing NetHack from the past time when dealing with long builds. I don't know if that was a... Well, yeah, that's probably not a bad move I just made. Oh, there's an ace. There's a 2. A 3. And, okay, we got some more face cards off. There's a 5. Oh, I can move that 7. 6. No help. What I need are some kings, of all things. So here, 9. No help. A 4. Actually, I can play that. Hold on. I can play that. It just flips up a 10. Flips up another 10, which doesn't help at all. 6 doesn't help. 4. Queen. 2 doesn't help. That should help, but it doesn't. So here, 4. Okay, so that gives me a 5, which also doesn't help. Queen, that might help. I don't remember how far on the deck I have to go for a jack. Gives me an 8 of a not a useful suite. That sort of helps. I know there's one more, let's see here. Yeah, that's what we needed. Gives us a 4. Gives us the 3. Gives us a jack, which is less than useful. Still no 2. We can play that one out. Oh, and I went through my last redeal. Oh, no, I still have one redeal left. Alright, come on. What do I have? What do I have? What do I have? I can play that 8. If I can get a 7 somewhere. Queen, 8. That 8. That doesn't help. 5. Does not help. Actually, I can play that. Can I do anything with this 5? No, but I can do something with that. Do that. Unburies a 7, a 6, and a 10. Wow, that was completely useless. Okay, hold on. We can take the 5 and play that out there. We get the 2, and I don't think I have any more valid moves. The card must have been buried. One of the cards I need must have been buried right here. Do I have any valid moves that I am not seeing? So 4, 3, 2... Yeah. The results are going... I'm going to upload the results to Patreon. And then at some point, I will make them public. I don't know when. Probably near future. But we'll see. Ace. 3. Let's see. Where are we in the build? Jack. Jack. Okay. 7. 2. 6, 4, 3. I hate it when you get a promising start and then it gets less promising. 3, no use, no use, no use. Yeah. Actually use. So 7, 6. Oh, Shane Norman, thank you for the $50 donation to Planned Parenthood. Wow, we might actually make 1,000, which would be amazing to say the least. Hey, look, another card. How are we doing on that build? I'm sorry if I'm not talking. I didn't plan to go this late. I kind of ran a little bit low on tech. The say I'm a little low energy is kind of an understatement, but I also have this thing that I don't like seeing projects half undone. So here we go. Oh, look, we found one of the aces. And I really would like to get another solitaire win under Vegas rules. Because I've played the Vegas variant in the Windows Solitaire, but you only get 2 times through the deck. And I figure we're doing Linux. We should probably try and get a Linux Solitaire win. But to my moderators, please remind me to install Portal or something next time I do live streaming. For when we get to this part of the stream or something. I have that feeling I just clicked through a useful card, but let's see here. 8, 7, 6. Oh wait, I can put this like this, which gives me a king. Wow, that's flipping useful. That 7 isn't amazing, but we'll work with it. That 3. See, I can't even put that anywhere useful. 3. And that, as they say, is that. Compile Solitaire on Linux from scratch. I mean, we could, but I have defined where my endpoint is that I want to be able... I'm not going to actually pull up Twitch. I have to get the phone out. I have to do the 2-factor authenticator. But I want to be able to get to the point that I could stream from within the VM itself. And we'll record it doing something. I mean, I could get into Twitch. I don't really want to do it on stream, is really what it boils down to. So here, 7. Yeah, no, when it's done building, I will try. And that will... No. See, I don't know what Twitch's rules are, and I don't want to get my Twitch account in trouble for that, so... Sorry, I'm kind of having a split personality about it. 8, 7... I don't know. I'm just kind of mentally thinking about it in my head as I play. Yeah, I mean, we could go indefinitely, but I do want to call it to an endpoint. Because the other thing is that this has kind of been weighing over my head. Because when I make a promise to my community, unless the circumstances change drastically, I will see it through to the end. And I kind of want to be able to do other topics. So after I wrap it up tonight... Well, I might do a future Linux from scratch stream at some point. I don't know when. Like, I don't want to feel obligated that you're doing something else other than what you said you would. Is, I guess, what it boils down to. 7, Jack, 9, Yawn. Unfortunately, yawns don't help make the deck. Let's see here. 5. 5 is... gives me a 4 I can pull out of the deck. Which gives me a 9, which is no actual use. That gets played. 4 of diamonds actually is playable, and I can then move this here, which gives me a 10, which gives me... wow, that's useless. Well, I mean, it's not useless, but it's... yeah. 8, 7... I mean, I can do that if I find a king in the deck. I don't remember if there is one. King goes there. Four. King. 6. 5. Which gives me the other king. 9. 6. No real help there. I need a way to get this 2 moved, which means I need a 3. Oh, wait, hold on. I can do this and move it, which gives me a 5. That didn't really improve my situation, did it? Yeah, that really did not improve my situation at all. I can play that. I can play that. That gives me an 8. Gives me a 7. Gives me a 6. Moves the 5. Gives me a 3. Wow, it's a miracle. It's a 3. It's another 3. Oh, I played out. I think I'm gonna win this one. The ace is buried there. Oh man. I've got to dig that ace out. Which is going to be easier said than done. Oh, wait, hold on. I got it. I have it. Yes. Let's go. Let's go. I wonder if the cards pop out in this version or not. Oh. Nice. And it's still compiling. It is still compiling. Why is it still compiling? Why is it still compiling? Can't even tell what part of it it's building. Why is it still compiling? Just out of curiosity, how far is it actually in there? It's in cute tools, which is probably a good time. I mean, we probably could. I could definitely probably install Portal. I'm so freaking tired. I don't think I could even enjoy Portal right now. It's just for the fact that it's going to take all of about... It's literally just this, and I believe nothing else we need to successfully build OBS. I should probably check that. Let's see here. Qt 5 widgets. What else? Hold on. What else does this need? Qt 5 Yeah, I mean, that looks like that's the only thing it actually needs. We have X. It looks like we have everything else. Maybe. I mean, there might be some stuff that's missing, but... Okay. I could play both portals. I could probably play Aperture Desk Game, honestly. Actually, I just realized this. Given the collective total of sums that we have reached, the first stream I raised $1,400. This stream, so we've actually raised $3,500, I think, in total, or close to it. So that's not a bad place to be. Okay. Where are we? I'm just going to control Z is... I'm pretty sure we're pretty close to the end of this build. Like, I don't even need all of Qt. I just need, like, this one little bit. But, of course, I can't actually build it. I've already spent a lot of money on a GPU. I'm trying not to spend more money. And this is one of the rare times... Wow, that... Did anyone else see that lag? Because that was lag. That was lag with a capital L. Qt's going to only take about an hour. I don't know how you're building it, but Qt's only going to take about an hour. Because Firefox has a longer build time than Qt does, and we built Firefox in about 50 minutes. Just to check. Yeah. We're more than halfway there. Because I can check the build logs. Because that's a handy way to know. Oh. Well. Yeah, alright. I think my plan here is we're going to finish this up. I'm going to order pizza. And after I order pizza, I'm going to eat it. I'll probably read more visual novel tonight. And I want to hear your plans on what I should do for future live streams. Like, I don't normally plan to go this long or this late. But, I mean... Oh, Alpha Loan, thank you for the €5 donation, pushing us to $841 in total. Firefox 91. Well, the thing is that even though my streams start at 2 a.m., the tradition has become that I stream for so long, you just can turn it on at some point. The real MVPs are the moderators. So, those are the ones that have been watching from the very get-go. You know, because I apparently live in my moderator's minds rent-free, Buzz Lightyear. And the scream should come in 3, 2, 1. I could do Linux from scratch on Itanium. I legitimately could. It's... Well, first, my power bill would hate me. Secondly, it's a 733 dual processor Itanium rig. So it definitely would, it's, wow, words. All right. It would be doable. I wouldn't go this far. I would only do the base system to the point that I could boot, and I would probably cross-compile it instead of native compile it. Linux from scratch on the OG Xbox is no different than what we've been doing. That's an Intel system. And it's a slow Intel system. Pancake Sparkle, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But I wish you were. If I ever get, when my Amiga comes back, I will probably put Linux on it because I have a 4000. I can do fun with that. It's being recapped by someone I trust to have a more steady hand than myself. No, SadMac, it's Windows Millennium Edition on Nintendo Wii. And now I just need to lean back because the screams are about to happen. Wait for it. Wait for it. I don't actually know how long the stream delay is. I know someone did Windows Me on a Nintendo Wii. And I probably shouldn't do that because he's already done that. Fine, I have to do something even more cursed. I just had an idea. I just had an idea. I have an idea that should scare you all. I have an idea that should scare all of you. And, Masson, hold on. First, Masson, modern Linux kernels still work on Amiga. If you're going to quote something, please be sure of it. But with a Nintendo Wii, we could run OS 2. Wait for it. Wait for it. I can hear the pain in the chat. When the screen goes green, I can hear all of you. All we need is just a bit of compiling. It would be entirely. I'm not going to run OS 2 on PowerPC. I mean, if I was really determined and really patient, you could run Windows 10 on Nintendo Wii. I mean, there are people that have run macOS 10 on a Sentra. It can be done. I'm not sure how far into this build process we are. I'm hoping it's closer than that. Well, the thing is, Alpha Lone, with virtual memory, your entire SD card can be memory space. You know, just saying. Just saying. Shane, when you say that's an end goal, I think you need to be a little bit more specific. Okay. Maybe I should run Novell NetWare on a Nintendo Wii. How much did Nintendo Wii's go for on eBay? We've actually already finished the main project, Kuma. I've gotten Firefox compiled under Linux from scratch. Now we're going to the point is, can I stream from Linux from scratch? But let's see here. eBay, Nintendo Wii. I don't own a Wii anymore. And I figure if I had a PS2, I'd probably need to port things. Let's see here. eBay, so about $50 to $70 with the Wiimote, the sensor bar, and the power brick, plus shipping. I mean, it's not the worst deal. Oh, look, Cute just finished. There's a game store right around the corner from me. I will check and see what they're selling Nintendo Wii's for. Yeah, there's literally one around the corner from where I live. I could also see if they've got a Dreamcast or something. The install step takes longer than I thought it would. So, my neck is a little bit stiff. Actually, I just had an idea. If I stop OBS on my desktop, I could start it in... No, I'd still have to put my stream keys in. I really don't want to do that live on camera for what I hope are obvious reasons. The Dreamcast, I would have to wire in a disc of some sort. There are ways to do it, but it's not trivial. I will go to the game store. It's not a GameStop. It's a off-brand one. Let's see here. Yeah. Shane, the thing is, just remember, I'm playing on hard mode. No, you know what? I'm on an any percent speed run, really. I could probably, the Wii has about half the horsepower as that RS6000. I sort of want to get my CPM machine out and use it as a serial terminal, but it doesn't have an alt key. That's the biggest problem I have with it is... Oh, okay. Qt just finished compiling. So that means if I go here and then do cmake, why don't you see Qt 5 widgets? Oh, I know why. Hold on. Because it wasn't installed into the directory you expect it. Hold on. Qt 5. Because it was installed here under Qt 5. And then... Yeah. There is a way... I probably shouldn't have done that, but I did. Alright, so... I'm probably going to have to futz with the, let's see here. Export Qt5 dir Qt5 cmake and then I can put Qt5 configure. Let's see here. I always forget how you do this. Configure. Or is it cmake? There we go. That did it. That did it. What is missing? Oh, pipe wire needs to be disabled. That's fine. Configure. We don't need the browser. I'm not going to build Chrome after all that. No, I have my limits. What's missing? VST. What is VST? I don't remember. This build system's changed quite a bit from what it used to be. Why does it need libpci? Is that really required? Am I going to have to install libpci? Okay, apparently I am going to have to install libpci. Fine, I can do that. Why does it need libpci? Yeah, I know, but why is it a mandated component? It's not like all computers have PCI buses. And also, this music is starting to give me a headache. Alright, I'm just going to turn it off for now. Oh, silence is golden. Duct tape is silver. Alright, let's grab a recent libpci. And then we go to build. Build. Okay, all right, let's see if we can now CMake this, generate, configure. But I installed libpci. Why is... Oh, because it's actually... What? Okay, hold on. Installs PCI, utilities, lib... Oh, okay, so that's actually, it's something different. hold on. All right, there's gotta be a trick to building this that I'm not seeing. PCI utils. Aha! And there is. Alright. Now can we configure? Maybe? It's still having... Needs this... Wow, there's a lot of things here that's definitely disabled. Okay, so it needs this... Hey, libftl, I know that one. It's not like I didn't write that one. I think that's it. I think I can actually build now. No? Look, it's building. OBS is actually building. Okay then. I guess this is it. We've reached the end game where we have built the system to build the system that can stream the system. I would... Okay. And then the build failed. Why did the build fail? Oh, I know why the build failed. Disk clean. It's because this build was broken. Yep. Okay, there we go. Problem solved. At some point, it amazes me that I can look at an error like that and completely understand. It's a sign. It's a sign of a wasted life, or an interestingly well spent one. Okay, we are coming up on 9.5 hours live. $841 raised. So there is an emulator for the Cray MP systems, but there's no software for them, and they're horribly... the emulator can start Cray OS and Unicos, but the Unicos media is not available. So, unfortunately, yeah. I maybe should send that guy an email and see if he'd be interested in allowing me to take a closer look, but I have my doubts. This takes a while to build. I forgot that OBS is like a really slow build. That may be a future build I do in the near future as we build a Hercules thing. $81, $82. Folks, I want your bets. Will this actually work? Will OBS work? Yeah, I am definitely ordering a pizza. Okay. Would you look at that? OBS with motif is interesting. I don't know what type of pizza. Probably flatbread with chicken and cheese and mushrooms. Oh, and a Diet Coke. Okay. And now I can add a scene. Can I do a window capture? I can't. Because the Xcompositing is not available. It works, but it doesn't work fully. Can I screen capture? I can screen capture. I have built the machine that builds the machine that can stream the machine. I'm feeling kind of... You notice it's not accelerated because it's only capturing about 9 frames per second. No, it's a problem with the way X is configured. It can't get the root window. That's generally... I believe that's generally a problem with the fact that we're probably using DT login. It's a fixable issue, but... I mean, look at it. That is OBS running. We have literally built the machine that builds the machine. It is weird seeing this with motif. I will say that. Okay, folks. I am actually going to shut it down, though. Because if I stay up much longer, I will faceplant. But, all right, so this is last call for any donations. If you've enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. If you really enjoyed this content, consider making a donation to Planned Parenthood or supporting me on Patreon. I hope you get the word out of the madness of this on Twitter and other social media. Until next time, this is NCommander signing out and wishing you all a pleasant day. And Patreon should get this within the next day or two, hopefully. Anyway, see you later.